Chapter 101, The Marine Surrenders 3 out of 3. Sengoku let out a long, weary breath and turned toward the young man at the center of the chaos, his voice barely steady.
The Gorosei, they agreed.
Sengoku reported, sounding hollow. Thorn Ashveil reclined as if bored, a casual yawn escaping him.
That is better. Next, I claim the waters once visited by Whitebeard's crew. These islands now belong to my fleet.
Ashveil said in a lazy tone. The declaration was jagged in its audacity, but it was clear and final. Nations that had been tied to Whitebeard, Fishman Island, and several others associated with the old king of the sea, and the words hung in the air like a challenge. A stunned silence spread through Marineford, denser than smoke. So many islands, so many claims, announced with such cool detachment. Garp's hands curled into fists until his knuckles showed white, and a roar like the cracking of a cliff burst from him.
Kid, do not cross the line. How dare you trample marine justice?
Garp bellowed. Without hesitation, Garp launched himself skyward. Though he had bled strength in past battles, he still had the resolve to unleash the majority of his power.
Stop, Garp.
Sengoku tried to interpose, but it was too late. Kong's face registered despair. If Garp moved first, the consequences would be enormous. Even Sengoku, Kong, and Kaido together would struggle against Ashveil, so what chance did Garp alone have? Ashveil's expression hardened into one of cold derision. The negotiations had clearly reached an impasse. With a single thought, he raised a colossal hammer bound in quaking energy and brought it down toward Marineford.
Stop Ashveil's strike.
Kong roared, voice straining. The veterans were already badly wounded from the conflict, and only the remaining defenders, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Takakake, and a few others, could put up any meaningful resistance. Garp surged forward, his armament Haki flaring as he charged, shouting.
This old man will uphold marine justice.
Aokiji carved an ice wall upward, a frozen barrier rising from the sea, while Kizaru unleashed a blinding beam of speed and light. Each of these powers collided with Ashveil's assault. The sky filled with savage light and pure force, a clash of elements and wills. The impact detonated through the clouds, the blast painting the heavens with fire. Tremendous air currents smashed across Marineford, birthing violent tornadoes from the colliding winds. From the ruins, Kaido opened his eyes and stared, wide of face, astonished at the scope of the detonation.
Is that Ashveil's attack?
Kaido murmured in disbelief. The barrage lasted seconds that felt like years. The Marines had expended themselves and could not shape another combined offensive. Their faces were pale, eyes wide, as they watched the charged pieces of energy fall from the sky.
Are those Conqueror's Haki fragments?
Takakake asked in stunned tones, his gaze fixed upward. Even Kizaru looked grave.
Even though we held the main strike, how will we resist these fragments of Conqueror's Haki?
He said. Aokiji's shoulders slumped, the frost around him melting in defeat.
Those shards carry the force of Gura no Mi embedded in the blow. If they detonate on the ground, Marineford will be torn apart.
He said with bitterness. Across the sky, splinters of the hammer rained down, each one a shard of violent intention. The exhausted Marines on the ground had to scramble, their every movement sluggish from earlier exertions.
Run!
The lower-ranked Marines screamed, scattering. Many tried to dodge but were struck by falling fragments. The ground thundered with impact after impact. The island shuddered as entire sections fractured and collapsed. Boom after boom shook Marineford. Fault lines spiderwebbed across its surface, the soil shivering and cracking for thousands of meters. The sea roiled and boiled, and then a towering wall of water surged forward. Aokiji pushed his final strength into a last desperate ice age and froze the ocean in a sheet of sudden winter. He collapsed in the aftermath, spent to the edge of collapse. From the outer waters, Whitebeard's fleet felt the tremor and exchanged alarmed looks. Marco shouted toward the horizon.
Pops, did the Marines break the rules and attack Ashveil?
Whitebeard's pupils narrowed, the lines of his face hardening.
This does not feel like a Marine strike. This feels like Ashveil's hand.
He said. Dracul Mihawk watched from a distant vantage point, cold fascination in his eyes, and for once his expression verged on exhilaration.
Ashveil, you are a force that shapes swords and lives.
Mihawk said, voice thin with an excitement that bordered on reverence. Within the room of authority, the 5 elders heard the shudders and exchanged uneasy looks. Saint Warkuri leaned in toward Sengoku, asking.
Sengoku, what is happening?
Sengoku's hand trembled as he clutched the den mushi.
Reporting 5 elders. Because we would not accept his terms for reparation, Ashveil has leveled Marineford.
No sooner were the words out than a thunderous crash answered them. 1/4 of Marineford folded in on itself, a massive section collapsing into ruin. The sight froze even hardened veterans.
This is
One of the Marines began and stopped.
thousands of square kilometers gone, collapsed as though chewed up.
Muttered another, voice barely audible. Whispers spread that this young man's strength had eclipsed any single figure they remembered.
He has surpassed rocks.
Someone whispered, and the name alone made the room hold its breath. The Gorosai's faces were unreadable but tight with alarm. Decades past had given them cause to fear a man like that, but now this frightening force stood young and fierce before them. Ashveil's voice carried through the den mushi, cold and deceptively light.
Listen up, Gorosei. Talking with Sengoku is tiresome. I will say this one more time. Accept the reparations, or I will wipe out every force left on Marineford.
Chapter 102, 102. The war ends. 1 month ago. Chapter 102, the war ends. Ashveil's smile carried no warmth, his tone as cold as steel. Above him, a colossal axe of Conqueror's Haki condensed in the air, streaked with golden light, the mark of his glint power. Marineford, already reduced to ruin, trembled once again. If this attack landed, the entire island, along with every marine on it, would be erased from the map of the New World. At the Room of Authority in Mary Jihuai's, the 5 elders listened in silence. Veins pulsed on their foreheads as they clenched their fists in fury. Saint Saturn, known for his explosive temper, was about to lash out when Saint Ethanbaron Nusjuro and Saint Marcus Mars raised their hands to stop him. Saint Ethanbaron Nusjuro spoke first, his tone calm but strained.
Tell us, besides 200 billion berries, what other demands do you have?
Down in Marineford, Sengoku froze in disbelief. The all-powerful Gorosei, the highest authority of the world government, were actually yielding to Ashveil's threat. It was unthinkable, but looking at the desolation around him, Sengoku realized the truth. Ashveil's might had become an existence the world government could not risk provoking. If the elders had lost control and provoked him further, the Marine headquarters would have been annihilated completely, especially with the Whitebeard pirates still waiting just beyond the walls of destruction. Ignoring the disbelief and fear surrounding him, Thorn Ashveil spoke again, his voice even and measured as he repeated his demands: territorial control and war reparations. For a long time, the den mushi carried only the sound of heavy breathing. Then, at last, a frail yet commanding voice echoed through the receiver. The connection cut abruptly, replaced by a long, hollow buzz. Silence engulfed Marineford once more. Every Marine stood motionless, their faces pale. The unthinkable had happened, the Marine headquarters had fallen in a single day. Not only had they agreed to pay a massive sum in reparations, but 8 entire countries were now to be handed over to Ashveil's control. The Gorosei, protectors of the celestial dragon's dominion, had agreed to this humiliation. Has Ashveil truly grown this powerful?
Good.
He murmured softly. Under the gaze of the defeated Marines, Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki surged once more, propelling him into the sky. The pressure of his presence alone made even the strongest Marines flinch.
Then farewell.
He said casually, his voice carrying across the battlefield.
I hope the Marines think carefully before targeting the Whitebeard pirates again.
He paused, the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth.
Otherwise,
the words were spoken softly, almost lazily, but they froze the blood of every Marine who heard them. This man.
Ashveil, he's back, ha-ho-ha.
Whitebeard let out a booming laugh, his deep voice rolling across the deck. The tension in his shoulders eased for the first time since the war began.
Gururarara, Ashveil, you've truly surpassed my expectations. I never thought you'd grow this strong, so quickly stronger than when you went after Teach.
Diamond Jazu grinned wide.
Last time I saw you, your Conqueror's Haki only suppressed Atmos and Marco. Now it's strong enough to crush even a powerhouse like Kong. You're a monster, Ashveil.
From a nearby ship, Dracul Mihawk watched silently, eyes gleaming with renewed excitement.
Your swordsmanship.
He murmured.
I cannot grow further without crossing blades with you.
He approached, his cloak fluttering in the sea breeze.
Ashveil, would you spare me a duel?
Ashveil chuckled, waving a hand dismissively.
Another time, Mihawk. I've had enough exercise for one day. Running a lap around Marineford with Conqueror's Haki isn't exactly restful.
He yawned slightly, turning toward the Whitebeard fleet.
Right now, I just want to return, eat, drink, and sleep. Swordsmanship can wait.
Mihawk paused, then gave a faint nod.
You're right, I was too abrupt, but one day I'll come find you.
He sheathed his blade and stepped onto his small black ship. Whitebeard's men called after him, offering food and drink, but as always, Mihawk refused. A lone swordsman walks his own path. Whitebeard laughed heartily, shaking his massive shoulders.
That Mihawk fellow never changes. Gururarara, don't mind him, sons. Tonight when we return, we drink until dawn. Not a soul will stay sober.
The Whitebeard pirates erupted in joyous cheers, their voices rolling like thunder over the waves.
We're going home victorious.
Their laughter echoed across the sea, vibrant and alive. The Marines, broken and silent, could only watch from the shattered remnants of Marineford as the pirate fleet sailed into the sunset. 2 hours later, across the Grand Line, a pirate flag bearing a skull fluttered in the wind. A round man wearing small sunglasses gnawed on a chicken leg as he approached the ship's red-haired captain standing at the bow.
Ha ha ha, Shanks, Kaido's not around and the beast's pirates were pushovers. Next time, leave one of his all-stars for me. Fighting those flying six members was too boring.
Said Lucky Roo, his mouth full. Ben Beckman exhaled a plume of smoke, expression serious.
Don't get careless, Roo. Next, we're dealing with the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates. If negotiations fail, we're heading into another war.
Red-haired Shanks rested his hand on his sword, Griffin, staring out at the horizon. The ocean breeze caught his crimson hair as he smiled faintly.
I hope the Marines shows some respect.
A sudden surge of Conqueror's Haki burst from him, spreading like an invisible storm across the deck.
Captain, your Haki.
One of his crewmates exclaimed in awe. Shanks' eyes darkened slightly as he looked toward the direction of Marineford.
Let's hope strength alone doesn't decide what happens next.
Chapter 103, Clash of Pride, Ashveil versus Red-Haired Shanks. Just then, Thorn Ashveil walked out of his room, looking clearly annoyed.
I'm telling you guys, can you please quiet down for a bit? I finally got some sleep and you woke me up again.
Ashveil said irritably. Red-haired Shanks had previously read about Ashveil in the World Economic Journal. This, however, was his first time meeting him in person. As he studied the man before him, Shanks sighed inwardly. He didn't look strong at all. Forget defeating Fleet Admiral Kong and destroying Marineford. Even an ordinary pirate looked tougher than Ashveil at first glance.
You.
Red-haired Shanks asked, narrowing his eyes with suspicion.
You're Shanks, right? You really don't need to be here. The Marines are already defeated by our Whitebeard pirates.
Ashveil replied casually, clearly uninterested. He noticed Shanks only now and didn't bother entertaining what he considered a foolish question. His indifferent tone carried an unmistakable air of superiority. Feeling the disrespect, Shanks' expression darkened slightly. When Whitebeard spoke to him bluntly, it was different. They were both emperors of the sea. But for one of Whitebeard's captains to talk to him in such a tone. The members of the red-haired pirates noticed too. Their captain had come to assist the Whitebeard pirates, yet this young man spoke to him without the slightest trace of respect or gratitude.
Hey, you brat. Watch your tone when speaking to our captain.
Lucky Roo barked angrily. Ashveil rolled his eyes. He had always spoken this way. No one's title or reputation intimidated him, not even red-haired Shanks. Shanks raised his hand, stopping his men. He took 2 steps forward, speaking slowly and calmly.
I heard from the Whitebeard pirates that you're very strong enough to destroy Marineford. Impressive. How about we test that strength in a little spar?
Shanks said, his tone deceptively polite, eyes sharp. As one of the four emperors, Shanks' pride and strength were unmatched by ordinary pirates. Though irritated, he wasn't about to lose his composure. He would simply prove his superiority through combat. Ashveil, however, sighed impatiently. Why were these strong men always the same? First Dracul Mihawk, now Shanks. Both seemed obsessed with testing their strength against him.
You're too weak, Shanks. I'm not interested.
Ashveil replied bluntly. Every member of the red-haired pirates froze. A four-emperor called weak. Even Shanks' mouth twitched. Was this man truly that arrogant?
Hey kid, don't be too cocky. The man standing before you is red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, equal in power to your own captain, Whitebeard.
Yasopp shouted in disbelief. But the next words out of Ashveil's mouth made Shanks lose what little composure he had left.
I know who he is, but he's still too weak to be my opponent.
Ashveil said coolly. He wouldn't have minded sparring if it were Emu or one of the Gorosei beings whose powers remained unknown even to him. But Shanks? He knew exactly how strong he was. A powerful emperor, yes, but nowhere near the level of the Pirate King.
If you want to challenge me, at least be at the level of the Pirate King. That's not too much to ask, right?
Ashveil added, his tone dripping with casual arrogance. Shanks went silent, a dark vein bulging on his forehead. Speaking to this man was pointless. He turned sharply toward Whitebeard, trying to keep his frustration in check.
Hey, Whitebeard, aren't you going to discipline your subordinates?
Shanks demanded. Whitebeard only laughed heartily, his massive chest rumbling.
Gururararara, sorry Shanks, but I can't help you there.
He said, amusement clear in his voice.
Ashveil is our ship's lucky star. I won't blame him for anything he says.
Shanks' anger finally boiled over.
All right, Whitebeard, you said it yourself.
He leapt onto the deck of the Moby Dick, releasing a terrifying surge of Conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming pressure cracked the ship's deck as waves of energy rippled outward. Several of Whitebeard's crewmates collapsed instantly, overwhelmed by the Emperor's presence. Shanks smirked slightly, pleased to have regained some pride. Even Whitebeard's own Conqueror's Haki had never intimidated him. His crew followed him aboard, cheering loudly for their captain's display of dominance. Shanks' sharp gaze locked onto Ashveil.
Ashveil, I'll be having that spar with you whether you like it or not.
He declared, his voice booming.
If you refuse, then it only proves that all the stories about you defeating Kong, destroying Marineford were nothing but lies.
He sneered.
And when the seas start mocking your name, don't say I didn't warn you.
The surrounding red-haired pirates immediately joined in, taunting loudly.
Our captain is giving you a huge honor by challenging you. Yeah, what are you scared of losing, Ashveil? Ha ha ha, he's just making excuses, afraid of getting embarrassed, huh?
The mocking chorus filled the deck. Marco, watching from the sidelines, only shook his head with a tired sigh. These fools had no idea what kind of monster they were provoking.
Ashveil,
Marco said quietly, glancing at him.
Maybe you should stretch your legs a little.
Chapter 104, Shanks' Challenge.
Let them witness your power, or they'll truly think our Whitebeard pirates are just bragging.
Marco whispered close to Ashveil's ear.
That's right, Ashveil. Show this red-haired Shanks what real strength looks like.
Diamond Jazu added firmly, his fists tightening with pride. Their captain was a powerhouse, yet these outsiders dared to doubt him. The disrespect alone was enough to make Jazu's blood boil.
Captain Ashveil is just too lazy to bully you people.
One crewmate shouted.
You think he doesn't dare to fight? You're out of your minds. Ashveil, you should just put them in their place.
Flower Sword Vista called, his voice sharp with irritation. All around, members of the Whitebeard pirates echoed the sentiment. Their pride wouldn't allow such mockery to go unanswered. This wasn't merely about Ashveil anymore. Shanks' attitude implied that their entire crew was weaker, a direct insult none of them could overlook.
Captain Ashveil, show them who we are. Don't let the red-haired pirates look down on us. What's a red hair anyway? Even Rox D. Zebek wouldn't dare look down on us like this. That's right, Captain. Give us another show of your power.
Their chants filled the air like a storm. The uproar surprised Shanks for a moment. Had he truly offended them so badly? He hadn't even spoken ill of Whitebeard himself. He thought darkly, they're probably just afraid I'll expose this so-called captain of theirs. Trying to scare me off to save face, not happening. Gripping his legendary sword Griffin, Shanks stepped forward, his aura sharp as a blade.
Ashveil!
He said, his voice low but filled with challenge.
Enough talk, let's fight. You've got nowhere left to hide.
The gathered pirates fell silent, tension thick in the air. Ashveil sighed helplessly.
If I don't deal with this now, I'll never get a good night's sleep.
He muttered, why was Shanks being so stubborn? A fight like this would cause injuries and trouble for both sides, trouble for him, injuries for Shanks. What's the point? Didn't Dracul Mihawk tell him anything? Of course, it wasn't Mihawk's fault. During that time, the swordsman had been heading toward Marine headquarters while Shanks had rushed to stop Kaido from interfering in the war. Neither had time to exchange information. The world hadn't yet learned that Kaido had been badly beaten by Ashveil himself, news suppressed by both sides. Even if Shanks had heard it, he probably wouldn't have believed it.
Sigh.
Ashveil said finally, stretching his neck.
Fine, I'll make my move quickly. It shouldn't take long to deal with you.
He pointed lazily toward the crowd.
But after I'm done, I want silence. I need sleep, got it?
The bold indifference in his voice made Shanks' blood boil.
It shouldn't take long to deal with me.
This brat.
Hello, Mihawk. I'm busy right now, I'll call you later.
Shanks grumbled, hanging up immediately. That decision he would later regret deeply. If he had stayed on the line, he would have heard Mihawk mention that he'd already met Ashveil and that the man's power was nothing short of monstrous. But it was too late. The moment was gone.
Feel honored, Ashveil.
Shanks said with a smirk.
I just hung up on an old friend, so I can personally teach you a lesson.
His eyes burned with determination.
Now shall we begin?
Killing an admiral might impress others, Shanks thought, but not me, not without proving it firsthand. Ashveil gave a faint shake of his head.
Let's just get this over with. I'm in a hurry.
That tone, calm, condescending, almost bored, made Shanks' veins bulge. Even Whitebeard himself showed him respect, but this captain dared to look down on him so casually.
Fine.
Shanks said coldly.
Don't blame me for what happens next.
His armament Haki intensified, wrapping around Griffin as he swung with explosive force. The sky itself seemed to split apart. A massive black slash carved through the air, the sound of it tearing the clouds sending chills through everyone present. It was a strike on par with Mihawk's greatest blows. Lucky Roo's eyes widened in shock, his large frame trembled slightly.
Shah.
Yasop paled.
Captain, please.
Chapter 105, The Power of an Emperor. Facing red-haired Shanks's air slash, Thorn Ashveil stood unmoving, his expression calm. He took a single step forward, waiting for the strike to reach him. Is this guy not afraid of death? Shanks narrowed his eyes, a trace of confusion flashing through them. Or has he gone numb from fear? He hesitated for an instant. If this kid died from his attack, the Whitebeard pirates would surely hold it against him, something even he didn't want. But before Shanks could pull back, the slash that tore through the air struck head-on, meeting an invisible wall of pressure. A thunderous boom echoed across the sea. Waves surged violently, the massive Moby Dick rocking back and forth under the force. The energy from Shanks's strike dissipated into the wind, vanishing completely. Yet Ashveil stood unscathed, taking 2 leisurely steps forward. Around him, faint ripples of Conqueror's Haki shimmered like distorted air. Shanks's eyes widened, his face froze in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. That was his full force attack, something even the world's greatest swordsman wouldn't dare take head-on. But this man had blocked it.
What kind of power is that?
He muttered under his breath. Using his observation Haki, Shanks scanned Ashveil carefully, his expression darkening. Even a man of his caliber felt a bead of cold sweat slide down his temple. That pressure.
Captain's attack got blocked.
One whispered.
Didn't this guy have a flame-type ability? What's with this Haki?
Another muttered.
Wait!
The Whitebeard pirates, however, remained calm. They had witnessed such overwhelming strength many times before during the war, blocking the strike of a Yonko. For Ashveil it was nothing new. A wave of immense Conqueror's Haki erupted from Shanks, pressing down on the battlefield like an invisible storm. Cracks snaked across the deck of the Moby Dick under the pressure.
It's here, Captain Shanks's strongest Haki.
Lucky Roo said, awe in his voice. Beckman quietly stubbed out his cigar, his gaze steady. But Ashveil.
What's so funny, brat?
Ashveil grinned, raising one hand.
Sorry, Shanks. It's just seeing you get all serious, only to release such a tiny bit of Conqueror's Haki.
His chuckle carried easily through the air, light but cutting.
You little fine, let's see whose Haki stands taller.
Shanks roared, unleashing his full power. The Moby Dick groaned, the sea itself trembling under the intensity. Ashveil's smile only grew. This was the second time anyone had challenged him to a Conqueror's Haki clash. How amusing. His lips curved upward, and his own Haki surged outward, dense, oppressive, and suffocating. The air between them cracked and hissed as invisible lightning danced across the sky. Shanks's expression changed. No matter how much he poured into his Haki, he found his aura suppressed, smothered, contained.
Still want to continue?
Ashveil's voice was calm, teasing.
You're not ready for this kind of fight, Shanks.
Don't underestimate me, kid.
Shanks growled, pushing his Haki to the limit. The air rippled violently, his energy trying to break through Ashveil's domination. Ashveil frowned slightly, still resisting. Fine then. His Conqueror's Haki intensified, growing visible thick and heavy like black mist streaked with violet lightning. The red-haired crew looked up, stunned.
What's that in the sky?
Lucky Roo shouted.
Is that a devil fruit ability? No.
Beckman's eyes narrowed.
That's Conqueror's Haki.
Yassop exclaimed. Beckman's voice was quiet, grim.
It's possible Rox D. Zebek once reached that level, the level our captain has always dreamed of Conqueror's infusion. This battle's already decided.
True to his words, Shanks's Haki began to crumble under the overwhelming pressure. The mist-like aura around Ashveil pressed downward, compressing Shanks's willpower to its limits. The red-haired emperor gritted his teeth, his knees trembling slightly. His body felt like it bore the weight of mountains. His skin burned, his insides twisted. Cold sweat drenched his back. Ashveil finally withdrew his Haki, the air returning to a calm stillness. He yawned lazily.
Well, that settles it, Shanks. I win this one.
The oppressive silence that followed said it all.
Our crew wasn't exaggerating.
He continued.
Now that the matter's settled, you can all relax. I think I'll take a nap.
Even Shanks had to admit it, his Haki was utterly crushed. If Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki was a mighty tree piercing the heavens, his own was nothing more than a single blade of grass struggling beneath its shadow. He let out a slow breath and smiled faintly.
I lost this clash.
Chapter 106, 106, Emu 1 months ago. Chapter 106, Emu. Thorn Ashveil returned to his quarters without haste, leaving stunned silence in his wake. The red-haired pirates who had faced him moments before stood dumbfounded. Shanks himself had conceded defeat, and the admission hung in the air like a thunderclap. Their captain, a man whose Conqueror's Haki was spoken of in whispers, had simply bowed out. One encounter, and he had been beaten. The crew's disbelief turned quickly into awkward laughter and uneasy respect.
Nothing more to say. I'm going to sleep and you lot quit pestering me.
Ashveil said, voice flat as he pointed toward the Whitebeard pirates and stepped away, passing between the two Yonko crews as if he belonged there. Whitebeard barked an odd laugh, shaking his head. Shanks scratched the back of his head and gave a rueful grin.
Not only does the kid have a temper, his strength is no joke. I don't regret losing to him.
As the awkwardness ebbed, a new light kindled in Shanks's eyes.
Whitebeard,
He said quietly.
Your crew has recruited someone extraordinary.
He sounded almost awed.
Did he really level Marineford?
Shanks asked, voice suddenly serious. Whitebeard hammered the deck with a laugh that didn't reach his eyes.
Of course the stories are true, he did. Terrifying, isn't he?
When farewells were exchanged, Shanks set his course for Marineford, A single thought had taken root in him, he had to see it with his own eyes. From the deck of the red-haired ship, the sea spread unbroken to the horizon. Beckman and Shanks stood side by side, gazing toward a distant ruin. Beckman drew slowly on his cigar and exhaled, tone low.
This era keeps surprising us, Shanks. Things are moving faster than I expected.
Shanks tightened his grip on the telescope.
I once staked my future on Luffy. Maybe I misread the odds.
He squinted at the ruined silhouette ahead, brow creasing.
The new era has come sooner than I thought.
Their ship dropped anchor well off the coast of Marineford. Through the spyglass, both men watched in stunned silence. The sight stole even Beckman's breath. The gate to Marineford was torn entirely away. Ravines scarred the battlefield. A quarter of the island had collapsed into the sea-great sections of rock and earth swallowed by water. The scale of the destruction made the two pirates go rigid.
This
Shanks said at last, voice barely audible.
must be the power of a god.
Inside the room of authority, the 5 elders were pale with anger and dread. The council convened in an emergency session, tension coiled in every line of their faces.
Had we known, we would have gone to Marineford ourselves and taught that brat a lesson.
One elder snapped.
We miscalculated.
Another admitted.
We did not expect him to be this dangerous. If it's already done, it may be too late.
How dare he threaten the Gorosei?
A third growled.
This Ashveil, he cannot be allowed to live. Call an emergency summit.
Saint Nusjuro ordered. The word itself carried a weight that silenced the chamber. When Imu-sama's name was raised, the room shifted. Even the 5 elders, the public face of the world government, bowed their heads. The mere mention of Imu inspired a chill that reached the marrow. The legend of Imu, whose existence remained a secret from the world yet whose authority eclipsed all, was enough to make even the most powerful tremble. They entered the room of flowers and knelt. A voice, distant and ancient, filled the space like wind through a long-buried hall.
I am aware of this matter. A light has been lit anew. You will act and snuff this light yourself.
At that command, the 5 elders bowed lower. Even they, perched at the pinnacle of public power, felt the chill of Imu's will.
Yes, Imu-sama.
They intoned and departed on bended knees to execute the decree. The 5 elders then assembled a high-level marine conference. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat rigid, guilt and shame written across his features. He rose and spoke with a bowed head.
I am responsible. I will resign as Fleet Admiral.
Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru exchanged looks of disbelief. The admirals' faces revealed the strain of the moment. Kong, who had been present at Marineford, stepped forward, voice tight.
I underestimated that Ashveil. I share responsibility. Punish me as you see fit.
Saint Nusjuro sneered.
Punishment means little. The superior's word is clear. Once Ashveil is eliminated, all else may be forgiven.
His hand tightened around the sword at his side, eyes cold.
Yes.
Another elder echoed.
As long as Ashveil is killed, the matter is closed.
The other members' gazes hardened with lethal intent. The admiral's expressions turned grave. Based on the strength Ashveil had shown, comparable to the legends of rocks killing him would not be simple. During the Summit War, Ashveil had bested a coalition that included Kong, Sengoku, and Kaido. His power suggested a scale beyond normal threats. Sengoku's jaw clenched.
I understand. I will find a way to kill Ashveil.
His voice was strained but resolute. It was not the trappings of rank that drove him now, but the need to atone and to set right the chaos this man had wrought. The 5 elders exchanged looks and then spoke with clipped certainty.
Stop worrying. The encirclement of Ashveil is an order from our esteemed superior. The force we will send will be the finest we can muster. This time, we the Gorosei will take personal action.
Chapter 107, The Highest Bounty, 1. Back then, even during the Reign of Rocks, only 2 of the Gorosei had been dispatched to oversee the battle, and even then, neither had fully taken action. Yet rocks had still fallen under the combined might of legends like Garp and Roger. Now, for the sake of Thorn Ashveil, the world government had mobilized an even greater force. Apart from Imu, every one of the government's hidden trump cards had been deployed. Inside Marine headquarters, the tension was palpable. Upon hearing this, the gathered admirals and vice-admirals finally exhaled, their brows loosening. Even if Ashveil possessed the strength of two rocks, with the five elders moving personally this time, his defeat seemed inevitable.
Regarding Thorn Ashveil, considering the crimes he's committed and his overwhelming strength, his bounty will be set at 20 billion berries.
The long-haired elder declared in a calm, chilling tone. Hali FVCKKK.
20 billion berries.
Sengoku muttered under his breath, his expression hardening.
HMPH, 20 billion means nothing to a Musama.
Another of the five elders said coldly. Under a heavy reward, brave men will rise. This bounty will attract every pirate desperate enough to challenge Ashveil. He turned toward the fleet admiral's seat.
Sengoku, the Marines must not fail again. The world government's honor cannot be tarnished twice.
With that, the Gorosei rose from their seats and exited the conference room, their heavy footsteps echoing in the silence they left behind. The Marine officials stood frozen, struggling to process the magnitude of what they'd just heard. That same day, the 20 billion berries bounty spread across the world like wildfire. Every corner of the seas buzzed with the same name. Thorn Ashveil.
Did you hear? Marineford was destroyed because of him. They had to relocate Marine headquarters entirely. The world government isn't hunting him for justice, they're terrified of him.
The seas are going to descend into chaos again.
Kaido.
She asked, her voice low with disbelief. Kaido, seated across the table, slammed his jug of sake down with a snarl.
That's right, that damned brat has the power to kill a Yonko in an instant.
The memory of Ashveil sent a dull ache through the scars on Kaido's body.
The strength to instantly kill a Yonko.
Big Mom's eyes narrowed, her gaze falling on Kaido's still healing wounds.
If that's true, then he's beyond monstrous. Even back in our era, Rox was the mightiest of all.
Her tone turned grim.
If that boy can kill a Yonko, then Ashveil is already standing above the level of Rox himself.
You called me here to face him, Kaido, but if his power is that great, how do you expect us to win?
She asked. During the chaos of the Marineford War, her connection with Morgans had been lost, leaving her blind to the true events that unfolded. She thought Ashveil was merely on par with a Yonko.
What if?
Big Mom's eyes widened.
The Gorosei.
A pause, then she threw her head back and laughed.
Mama Tilda, I never thought I'd see the day the world government would treat a single man like this.
She remembered vividly. When Rox had fallen, two of the Gorosei had been present. They hadn't even fought, yet their mere presence had been suffocating. Kaido smirked.
This time it's not two.
Oh, 3 of them.
Big Mom asked sharply. Kaido grinned, his fangs glinting.
No, all 5 will be dispatched.
Big Mom's laughter died instantly. Her pupils dilated and her expression hardened.
All 5?
Kaido downed the rest of his sake in one gulp, the corners of his lips twisting upward.
That's why this time the brat's dead, ha.
Big Mom's eyes gleamed with cunning.
Fine then, Kaido. If I help you avenge your defeat, your Wano country will supply me with 10 tons of sea stone every year.
Kaido slammed his cup down with a roar of laughter.
No problem. As long as that brat Ashveil dies, I'll send you even more.
Their laughter thundered through the hall as dark clouds gathered above Whole Cake Island, lightning splitting the sky. Meanwhile, far above the New World, not far from the holy land of Mary Jihoi's, a marine contingent drifted silently across the sea. A man in a dark green coat stood at the bow, his sharp eyes fixed on the horizon. His hair was slicked back, stubble roughening his jaw, a red square tattoo marked his left cheek.
Ivankov,
He said at last, his deep voice breaking the silence.
is it true what you told me, that this man Ashveil destroyed Marineford?
The one he spoke to, the flamboyant Ivankov, clenched his fists, recalling the chaos of that day.
It's true, Dragon. I saw it with my own eyes. That man Thorn Ashveil is the strongest pirate I've ever encountered.
Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army and the world's most wanted man, narrowed his gaze at the endless ocean ahead. He murmured,
I only hope Ashveil can lead it towards something better.
Chapter 108, The Highest Bounty 2 out of 2. At the same time, deep within an uncharted island, a figure emerged from a cave, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a feral grin stretching across his face. It was none other than Red Count, the legendary vampire who had escaped the chaos of Marineford. The skies above raged with torrential rain, crimson lightning cracking through the clouds like veins of fury. He clenched his fist, and with a single punch, a massive beast 10 kilometers away collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its mournful cry echoed briefly before falling silent, its entire body drained of blood, leaving behind only a shriveled husk.
Hey,
Red Count muttered, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust.
my strength has returned to the peak of my youth.
Looking up, he spotted a newspaper delivery bird gliding across the stormy sky. With a casual flick of his hand, he punched through the air. The bird shrieked, then turned into a dried corpse mid-flight. The newspaper fluttered down, landing neatly in his grasp.
HMPH, let's see what the world government has to say this time.
Unfolding it, his gaze fell immediately upon the cover a wanted poster. At its center was a familiar face. Thorn Ashveil. A low chuckle escaped his lips.
So the world government has truly gone mad this time. A bounty of 20 billion berries.
He scoffed.
Even if they offer 200 billion, no bounty hunter alive could touch him. Anyone who tries would just be rushing to their own grave.
Continuing to read, he noticed another headline, his own name. The world government had placed a 2 billion berries bounty on anyone who could reveal his whereabouts.
They've already begun to suspect I have the Celestial King's key fragment.
He murmured, then his grin widened.
But it doesn't matter. With this fruit's power, I can survive anywhere, even without humans. Let them search.
A crimson glint flashed in his eyes. He crushed the newspaper in his hand, reducing it to dust, and disappeared into the shadows of the rain-soaked forest. Meanwhile, Thorn Ashveil was living among the Whitebeard pirates, where he was being treated like a hero. Every day, countless members of the crew came to him, some with gifts, others simply asking for his autograph. It was overwhelming. He sighed as another group approached, bottles in hand.
You guys are seriously too much.
He complained, though a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he accepted their wine. Though their rowdy energy often disturbed his peace, Ashveil, who had grown up an orphan in his past life, couldn't help but feel warmth among them. Being surrounded by the Whitebeard pirates.
What the hell, Doflamingo? You drag your entire crew all the way here instead of enjoying your throne.
He crossed his arms, sighing.
If you're here to eat, you'd better be ready to pay up.
Doflamingo blinked, then laughed loudly. Typical Ashveil, always blunt, never pretending to be polite. Yet that was exactly what made him so terrifying. He spoke and acted without fear because he didn't need to. Instead of taking offense, Doflamingo bowed his head slightly, his grin razor-sharp but respectful.
I've come to form an alliance with you again, Ashveil-sama.
Doflamingo said, his tone laced with excitement.
The world's about to shift once more.
Chapter 109, 109, A Personal Maid, 1 month ago. Chapter 109, A Personal Maid.
Allied with me.
Ashveil was utterly bewildered. With his current strength, there was no need for him to form an alliance with anyone.
Yes, Ashveil-san.
Doflamingo began, his tone unusually serious.
Since the Marineford War, I've gained financial control over 3 countries. But my scouts recently brought troubling news. The world government seems to be preparing to make a move.
He clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging with frustration.
If nothing unexpected happens, they'll reclaim the 2 nations I gained after the war. And after that, they'll come for me.
Ashveil raised an eyebrow, his expression calm but curious.
You're overthinking this, Doflamingo. Even if the world government wants to act, it couldn't be this fast, could it?
He had indeed expected retaliation from the government, but not so soon. The Marines had suffered devastating losses, and Marineford itself had been reduced to rubble by his hand. Surely, they would need time to recover. Doflamingo exhaled slowly, his usual smirk fading.
I'm not 100% certain they'll act right now, but I'm at least 80% sure.
A sharp glint flashed through his wine-red sunglasses.
Oh,
Ashveil's gaze sharpened slightly.
Virgo, a vice admiral, is my mole within the Marines.
Doflamingo revealed, his voice dropping low.
Just a few days ago, the Marine High Command met with the Gorosei. After that meeting, the Marines began large-scale training. According to what Virgo learned, they're preparing to settle accounts with every rebel from the Marineford War. This order
Doflamingo added grimly.
comes directly from the Gorosei.
Ashveil let out a quiet chuckle, the corners of his lips lifting. So the world government still can't let go of their humiliation. Still, he couldn't help but feel that Doflamingo's request wasn't entirely unreasonable. With his own temperament, however, a long-term alliance sounded troublesome.
Seeking my protection is fine.
Ashveil said finally, his tone calm but edged with indifference.
I don't care about the Gorosei, but forming a permanent alliance.
Doflamingo's eyes brightened instantly. He had heard the key part: Ashveil was willing to protect him.
You don't have to worry about logistics.
Doflamingo replied quickly.
My Donquixote family will take care of our own food and lodging, and every day we'll also provide supplies for your Whitebeard pirates.
Before Ashveil could respond, Doflamingo snapped his fingers. Treball and several cadres carried in massive sacks, the sound of treasure clinking filling the air.
This is just 1 year's worth of payment.
Doflamingo said, grinning.
Please accept it as a token of our sincerity.
The Whitebeard pirate's eyes gleamed like hungry wolves.
Excellent, I never thought a Shichibukai would be this rich.
Marco said eagerly.
Ha 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 ha, we should trade all of this for wine. The Whitebeard pirates could feast every night.
Diamond Jazu roared with laughter. Before Ashveil could even speak, the crew was already hauling the treasure toward their storage. Ashveil sighed, rubbing his temples.
You guys!
Meanwhile, Doflamingo simply grinned. As long as they accepted his treasure, he knew Ashveil wouldn't refuse. Finally, Ashveil relented.
Fine, but tell me, do you have anything like computers?
Doflamingo blinked, confused for a moment. But as Ashveil explained what he meant, realization dawned on his face, followed by a confident smile.
I don't have what you described, but I can have it made.
Doflamingo replied.
Caesar, this one's yours.
Caesar Clown laughed, full of confidence.
Heh, leave it to me.
Ashveil's expression softened slightly. Perhaps this alliance isn't such a bad idea after all. Just then, a smooth, commanding voice echoed across the deck.
It seems I'm not the first to arrive.
Everyone turned as Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, descended the ship's ramp, her heels clicking against the deck. Her regal beauty drew every gaze. Doflamingo's grin widened.
Well, what a rare guest, Hancock.
That's none of your concern, Doflamingo.
Hancock replied coldly, her glare icy enough to freeze the air.
Phew 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 phew.
Doflamingo chuckled. When Hancock reached Ashveil, however, her demeanor changed instantly. The proud empress softened, her tone warm and almost shy.
The world has changed, Ashveil. Even my beauty can't protect me anymore. The world government has turned its sights on Amazon Lily. Fortunately, I discovered their plans early. I brought my people here seeking refuge.
She bowed her head gracefully.
Please take us in.
Ashveil frowned slightly. His territory was vast, stretching across lands he had claimed after the Marineford War, but managing it all was already troublesome, adding Doflamingo's crew and Amazon Lily's people.
We only need a small piece of land. In return, I'll pay 10 billion berries every year.
The crew's eyes nearly popped out.
10 billion, we're rich.
Marco cheered.
Come on, Ashveil, say yes. Are you really going to turn away someone like her?
Ashveil sighed helplessly as his crewmates surrounded him, pleading on Hancock's behalf. If it weren't for that rent, none of them would be saying this. He gave Hancock a long, assessing look.
Ashveil.
Hancock said softly, lowering her eyes.
If you'll allow it, this queen can handle household chores for you.
Ashveil was struck speechless, staring at her in disbelief. His crew, meanwhile, broke into wide grins.
Looks like the captain's getting a personal maid.
Ashveil pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered.
This is going to be a long day.
Chapter 110, 110, 110, Alliances, 1 months ago. Chapter 110, Alliances. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in laughter and teasing.
Holy smokes, Ashveil, you've hit the jackpot. You actually have Empress Hancock cleaning your room. This is the dream of every man alive. You're one lucky guy, Ashveil.
Marco said with a grin, his tone full of envy. The surrounding crewmates weren't any better. Their eyes turned into heart shapes as they started clamoring for Hancock to stay, just so they could see her every day. Ashveil sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Peace, it seemed, was no longer an option around these idiots. Still.
All right then, Hancock, you can stay. But don't disturb me unless I say so.
Ashveil said, his voice firm. The Empress froze for a moment before her face flushed crimson, her heart pounding. Ever since the day Ashveil had slain the celestial dragons, she had seen him as her savior, her idol. To now be allowed to serve him personally was beyond anything she had dared to dream.
Don't worry, Ashveil-san.
She said softly, her voice trembling with excitement.
I'll never enter without permission. I'll always listen to you.
Ashveil gave a small nod.
Good.
With that settled, Ashveil joined Doflamingo and Hancock for a grand banquet. Doflamingo, for once, looked genuinely pleased. Aligning with Ashveil had been the smartest move he'd ever made. As long as he was under Ashveil's protection, his future was secure, and when the world government finally came after them, he'd be ready to let Ashveil crush them into dust. When Ashveil topples the celestial dragons, he thought with a smirk, the whole world will belong to him, and I'll be right there to reap the rewards. While Doflamingo's imagination ran wild, the feast carried on until an intelligence officer came rushing in, panting heavily.
Reporting, Captain Ashveil. Someone is requesting an audience.
Ashveil groaned inwardly.
Another one? That makes 3 today.
It seemed his name had truly become legend after the Marineford War.
Who is it this time?
He asked lazily.
It's the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk.
The officer replied. Ashveil raised an eyebrow, Mihawk huh. Moments later, Mihawk appeared, walking with calm purpose. His sharp eyes gleamed with excitement as they met Ashveil's. Ashveil frowned.
Don't tell me you came to form an alliance too, Mihawk.
Mihawk blinked, then chuckled lightly.
An alliance? Not exactly. I came to spar with you.
He paused, then smirked.
But if joining your side means I get to spar with you every day, I'd be more than happy to.
Ashveil stared at him, dumbfounded. Spar every day, that sounded less like an alliance and more like a future headache. Before Ashveil could respond, Doflamingo jumped in eagerly.
Of course, Mihawk. As long as you join our faction, you'll get to see Ashveil every day. Naturally, as allies, we'll provide you with everything you need for your training.
The Whitebeard pirates immediately caught on to Doflamingo's intent and joined the chorus.
That's right, Mihawk. Join us and you'll get to spar with Ashveil as much as you want. Haha, Heavenly Yasha and Hancock both paid mountains of treasure to join us, but for you, since you're the world's greatest swordsman, we'll make an exception.
Marco laughed loudly, slapping Mihawk on the back. Ashveil shot Marco a glare sharp enough to cut steel. First, they took Doflamingo's gold without asking me, now they're inviting Mihawk for free. Before he could speak, Jazu came barreling over with a huge barrel of beer.
Come on, Mihawk, drink this and you'll officially be part of our alliance.
Mihawk hesitated for only a moment before grinning.
I never say no to a drink.
He lifted the massive barrel, as if it weighed nothing, and downed it in one long gulp. When he slammed the empty barrel onto the floor, the entire crew erupted in cheers.
Ha 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 ha, Mihawk, you really can hold your liquor.
Whitebeard bellowed in delight.
Impressive. I didn't think someone that quiet could drink like that.
Chapter 111, 111, 111, The Swordsman's Challenge, 1 month ago. Chapter 111, The Swordsman's Challenge. That night, everyone had drunk themselves into oblivion. Early the next morning, as soon as Thorn Ashveil stepped out of his room, he found Dracul Mihawk and Boa Hancock waiting at his door. The area that had once been a restricted zone of the Whitebeard pirates where Asheville now resided had long turned into a gathering place. Pirates from all around came and went freely, leaving him utterly exasperated.
What are you two doing at my door so early? It's kind of creepy, you know.
Asheville said, clearly annoyed. Boa Hancock didn't get angry. Instead, her eyes sparkled with delight as her lips parted slightly.
But it's not early anymore, Ashveil-kun. Look, the sun's already high in the sky. Did you forget what you said yesterday?
She added, smiling brightly.
You told me I could clean your room today.
Her words were filled with so much joy that Asheville could only scratch his head awkwardly.
Right.
He muttered, sighing.
All right then, Hancock. Thanks, I guess.
He felt a little embarrassed. His room was quite a mess. For someone as lazy as him, tidiness was a luxury. Once she got permission, Hancock cheerfully skipped into his room like an excited deer, leaving Mihawk standing there silently. Asheville frowned.
Hey, Mihawk, Hancock's cleaning my room. What are you doing here?
Mihawk's sharp golden eyes lit up with excitement.
We didn't get to spar yesterday because of all the drinking.
He said, his tone full of anticipation.
I was hoping we could have that match now. Please, Asheville, grant me your guidance.
Asheville sighed.
You really don't give up, do you? Fine, let's do it today. But after that, stop bothering me about it.
He knew Mihawk well enough to understand that if he refused, the swordsman would just chase him down until he agreed. Better to end it quickly. Mihawk nodded immediately. To him, even a few minutes of Asheville's guidance was a tremendous honor.
All right then.
Asheville said casually.
Let's find another place. This area's too small, and I'd rather not break Whitebeard's stuff.
They left together, heading toward a nearby island close to the Whitebeard pirates' territory. On the way, Doflamingo and several members of Whitebeard's crew noticed them, and upon learning they were about to spar, followed along with bright grins. Soon, an excited debate broke out among the pirates.
Wanna make a bet?
Marco said, smirking.
I say Asheville beats Mihawk in just a few moves.
In my opinion,
Said Vista, the flower swordsman, rubbing his chin.
if they fight purely as swordsmen, Asheville would need at least 3 moves to win. Mihawk isn't someone who can be beaten easily.
Vista's tone carried deep respect. As a swordsman himself, he understood the meaning of swordsmanship. A true swordsman wasn't just about strength, it was about mastery of the blade. Asheville had never been seen using a sword before, which made it hard to imagine him surpassing Mihawk in pure technique. Diamond Jazu, however, disagreed.
You're overthinking it. Even if Asheville only uses half his strength, Mihawk's done for in 2 moves.
Vista raised an eyebrow.
You're kidding, Mihawk's the world's greatest swordsman. Nobody beats him that easily.
Jazu grinned.
I still believe in Asheville.
Marco chuckled.
Fine, let's bet 1,000,000 berries. The loser pays up. Deal!
Jazu and Vista said together. Marco smirked.
Then I'll up the stakes. I bet Asheville wins in 1 move.
The entire group froze.
What did you just say? 1 move? Marco, are you insane?
Vista exclaimed.
Even Mihawk wouldn't lose that fast knot in a sword fight.
Marco only smiled.
You'll see, if Asheville uses his Conqueror's Haki through the sword, Mihawk won't last a second.
The others stared in disbelief, but deep down, even they weren't sure what Asheville was truly capable of. Eventually, they reached the small island. Vista stepped forward and offered his weapon.
Asheville, you don't have a sword. Use mine.
Asheville shook his head, a faint smile forming.
No need, I've got one.
Everyone exchanged confused glances. None of them had ever seen Asheville use a sword before. A circle quickly formed around them as anticipation filled the air. Mihawk drew his black blade, Yaru, and his killing intent surged like a storm. The sheer pressure made the air hum, the ground tremble, and even the wind cut like blades. Whitebeard's deep laughter rumbled across the clearing.
Gururara, now this.
Even Doflamingo looked impressed.
As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, that aura alone is terrifying.
The Whitebeard pirates murmured among themselves, amazed by Mihawk's presence. Apart from Whitebeard and Asheville, no one else here could match that overwhelming spirit. Mihawk's eyes burned with determination.
My goal is to withstand 2 of your strikes, Ashveil. If I can do that, it means I'm getting closer to surpassing you.
Chapter 112, 112, 112, The Golden Haki, 1 months ago. Chapter 112, The Golden Haki. A terrifying pressure rippled across the island, shaking everything within its reach. Even the ground beneath their feet trembled under Thorn Ashveil's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Lightning flashed above as storm clouds gathered, plunging the sky into darkness. Birds and beasts scattered in panic, their cries echoing through the air. Don Quixote da Flamingo stood frozen, a cold sweat forming on his brow. Though he had witnessed Ashveil's strength during the Marineford War, he'd been too far away back then to truly feel it. That day, he'd only been shocked by the sight of the destruction. But this time, he could feel it. The crushing pressure, the weight of that will, made even the heavenly demon's pulse quicken.
So this is what it's like up close.
Doflamingo muttered, struggling to maintain composure. His trademark grin faltered as his instincts screamed danger. Just standing here.
Doffy, look, is that?
What?
Doflamingo turned sharply. Above Ashveil's head, a golden greatsword had materialized, radiating a blinding light. At once, every sword, dagger, and blade within sight began to tremble uncontrollably. Pirates all around instinctively gripped their weapons, eyes wide with disbelief. Flower Sword Vista tightened his hold on his blade, his jaw dropping.
Impossible!
Even Whitebeard, usually unshaken, narrowed his eyes at the sight, but it wasn't the sword that startled him. No, he knew what it really was. That wasn't a weapon, it was Conqueror's Haki condensed into form. Yet this time, it was different. Ashveil's Haki didn't feel dense like before. Instead, it radiated an inexplicably heavy, metallic presence like solid gold. Activating his observation Haki to its limit, Whitebeard's expression turned solemn. The aura wasn't mixed with any devil fruit ability, it was pure, naturally golden Haki.
Golden Conqueror's Haki.
He murmured, shaking his head.
What a terrifying brat.
On the battlefield, Ashveil raised his gaze to Mihawk and spoke in a calm, measured tone.
It's a bit inconvenient, Mihawk. I'm in a hurry today, so I don't intend to drag this out.
His lips curved slightly.
You won't last a single strike against me.
Mihawk didn't flinch, instead his excitement flared. Ever since the Marineford War, the world's greatest swordsman had used Ashveil as his imaginary opponent, training day and night, pushing himself to new limits. He'd broken through barriers that once seemed unreachable, even grasping fragments of the techniques Ashveil had demonstrated in the past.
Don't underestimate me, Ashveil.
Mihawk shouted, eyes blazing with fierce determination.
Because of you, I've grown stronger than ever before.
He raised his black blade, Yoru, and a titanic wave of energy surged forth. A black slash, vast as the heavens, split through the sky itself.
This is the strongest technique I've mastered. Autonomous Ultra Instinct Slash. Face it and guide me if you will.
The power of his swing tore through the storm. Winds howled. The sky seemed to crack apart, scattering the dark clouds brought by Ashveil's Haki. Trees were uprooted, waves crashed, and the sea churned violently under the force of Mihawk's attack.
See my progress, Ashveil.
Mihawk roared.
I've trained every day to reach this point to catch up to you.
But then, Ashveil's Golden Conqueror's Haki erupted once more, expanding outward like a divine storm, covering the entire island in its glow. Mihawk's eyes widened.
This!
His hands trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth.
Even I'm sweating.
Before the massive slash could land, Ashveil's figure blurred, vanishing from sight. When Mihawk's blade finally struck, Ashveil was already standing several meters away, unharmed, his coat fluttering in the aftershock.
What?
Mihawk's pupils shrank.
He dodged.
He had always believed Ashveil never evaded attacks out of arrogance or indifference. He'd assumed the man lacked the movement speed to bother. But this was something else entirely. Did he always have this ability, or?
Not bad.
He then smirked, unbothered.
Fortunately, my Phoenix Fruits regeneration can handle it. Combined with Supreme King Fusion Haki, I can maintain this for quite a while.
Chapter 113, Mihawk Dies 1. The people around were utterly stunned. Doflamingo's eyes widened, his jaw slack as though he could swallow a fist.
What kind of ability is this? Is it the O Pope no me?
He asked in disbelief. Trebal's snot trembled as he stammered.
No, Daffy, this isn't the O Pope no me at all.
The O Pope no me's room needs a medium for instant movement, but Ashveil.
I can confirm it.
Marco said, his voice laced with awe.
Thorn Ashveil didn't move fast, he literally performed spatial displacement.
The area exploded into noise once again.
Spatial movement? Did Captain Ashveil eat some kind of spatial fruit? Too terrifying.
The Whitebeard pirates erupted in astonished chatter, but Whitebeard himself stood silent, his brow furrowed. Sweat beaded his forehead, unseen by his crew. He had been close within 100 meters of Ashveil's battlefield and, alongside Dracul Mihawk, he had felt the oppressive weight of that golden conqueror's Haki. Even Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, had to admit it.
Terrifying.
He muttered beneath his breath.
It's possible that this spatial ability is connected to his conqueror's Haki.
Whitebeard said aloud, though his tone was uncertain.
Pops, are you serious?
Marco replied in disbelief.
Spatial abilities and Haki have nothing to do with each other. Maybe not normally.
Whitebeard answered, eyes narrowing.
But that golden conqueror's Haki.
The crowd swallowed hard, uneasy under the pressure of what they couldn't fully understand. Even without knowing the theory, one thing was certain. Thorn Ashveil's Haki had reached new, terrifying heights, far beyond what it had been during the Marineford War. He had already stood near the top of the world, yet he was still growing stronger. A faint smile tugged at Ashveil's lips.
Mihawk, you're not the only one who's improved.
The truth was clear. Thorn Ashveil had evolved once again, a monster among men.
Now then,
Ashveil said calmly, raising his hand.
let me show you my strike. Mihawk, don't disturb me after this.
The air trembled as his conqueror's Haki fused with his phoenix-like flames, coiling above his head like molten gold. Whitebeard's eyes widened.
Such intensity.
Yet Ashveil's overflowing with it.
The crowd could barely stand under the oppressive atmosphere. The ground beneath their feet quaked violently, cracks forming as though the earth itself feared what was coming. Above, the golden conqueror's Haki gathered, compressing into hundreds of radiant blades that hovered like divine punishment in the sky, each one forged from Ashveil's willpower itself. Mihawk gripped his black blade, Yoru, tightly. Even his steady hands trembled under the immense pressure. His eyes gleamed with excitement rather than fear.
So this is it.
Mihawk murmured. Ashveil smiled faintly.
That's right, Mihawk. Be on guard.
A spark of admiration flashed through Mihawk's eyes before it was replaced with pure, eager resolve.
Come, Ashveil, I didn't expect you to still surprise me after all this time. This move.
Whitebeard's expression grew grim.
Hey Mihawk, don't be reckless. You know this attack could kill you.
The Whitebeard pirates froze at their captain's words.
Wait, what did you say, Pops?
Ace asked, stunned.
That attack can kill Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman.
Ace knew Mihawk's strength. To fell such a man with one strike was to stand on the peak of the world itself.
Pops isn't exaggerating.
Vista said solemnly.
That move could truly end him.
Jazu blinked in disbelief.
Didn't you just say Mihawk wouldn't lose easily? Now you're saying he'll die in one move.
Vista's voice quivered.
You don't understand, Jazu. Only a swordsman can feel it, the intent in that strike. That's no ordinary swordsmanship.
Marco's face darkened. He turned toward Ashveil and shouted.
Ashveil, don't use your full power. You'll kill Mihawk.
Doflamingo's grin vanished, his shades glinting ominously. The thought of one man killing Mihawk with a single blow sent shivers down his spine. But Ashveil only raised a hand and waved dismissively.
Don't stop him, Marco.
Mihawk said calmly.
As a swordsman, facing such a technique is the highest honor. To understand the way in the morning and die in the evening, so be it.
Marco could only gape.
You sword freaks are insane.
He muttered. Then it happened. The 100 golden blades forged from Ashveil's conqueror's Haki streaked toward Mihawk in unison, tearing through the sky and leaving trails of radiant destruction behind them. The heavens themselves seemed to split open. Mihawk's gaze was steady, his pupils reflecting pure gold. His blade hummed as he drew forth all his willpower. This was the spirit of a true swordsman, one who faced death unflinching. Vista bowed his head and whispered.
Dracul Mihawk.
Marco's breath caught.
He's really going to die, isn't he? Ashveil, stop.
Marco shouted.
If you go through with this, Mihawk will die.
Chapter 114, Mihawk dies 2 out of 2. The golden short swords raining from the heavens showed no sign of slowing. They descended relentlessly toward Mihawk, whose sharp eyes widened, heart pounding like a storm in his chest. The sword technique that Thorn Ashveil once described.
I've done everything I can.
He murmured, he exhaled slowly, calm, accepting.
To die by such a sword.
A faint, wistful smile touched his face.
It's only a pity.
As that thought crossed his mind, the colossal character for death seemed to flash before his eyes. The storm of golden blades descended like divine judgment. Even the world's greatest swordsman closed his eyes, waiting for fate's blade. The world held its breath. Every spectator stood frozen, hearts pounding in disbelief. Time itself seemed to halt, because everyone knew Dracul Mihawk, the greatest swordsman alive, was about to fall to another man's sword. But in that instant Thorn Ashveil vanished. The golden blades were less than a meter from Mihawk when Ashveil reappeared before him. Boom! 100 golden short swords crashed upon Ashveil's shimmering Conqueror's Haki barrier. Ripples of molten gold spread outward, humming with a deep, resonant tone that shook the air. The ground beneath him fractured and caved in from the overwhelming force. When the blinding light finally receded, Mihawk opened his eyes. His pupils contracted in disbelief. Ashveil had taken the full impact of his own technique.
The only man alive who can withstand Thorn Ashveil's attacks.
Doflamingo's voice trembled. Ace whispered, eyes wide.
He combined absolute offense.
Whitebeard crossed his massive arms, silent, unreadable. Mihawk swallowed, his voice raw.
Ashveil.
Ashveil merely smirked, relaxing his stance as the golden aura faded from his body.
Hey Mihawk, looks like I win again. Don't bother me for the rest of the day.
He said, tone light but exhausted. Mihawk's lips curved faintly. Once again, Ashveil had saved him, guided him in the way of the sword, and now shielded him from death itself.
Fine,
Mihawk said, regaining composure.
but tomorrow I'll come find you again to discuss swordsmanship.
Ashveil groaned, rubbing his temples.
Do whatever you want, just.
Turning to the stunned Whitebeard pirates, Ashveil's voice sharpened like a command.
Stop gawking, set sail before this island sinks.
The pirates jolted back to life. The ground beneath them was cracked, molten, and trembling, the island moments away from collapsing into the sea. They scrambled to evacuate, dragging Mihawk and Ashveil toward the ship. Moments after they reached a safe distance offshore, the island let out a final roar and sank beneath the waves. Even aboard the ship, the air thrummed with awe and disbelief. Marco strode over, clapping Ashveil on the shoulder with a grin.
Ashveil, even the world's greatest swordsman couldn't match your strike. You're terrifying in the best way.
He laughed.
Also, thanks for that when I made a fortune off it. 1,000,000 berries easy. Drinks are on me when we get back.
Ashveil gave him a tired, unamused look.
You're insufferable, Marco.
As the crew continued their excited chatter, Ashveil sighed, slipping away once they docked. By the time he reached his quarters, his patience had run dry. He fell face first onto his bed.
Sigh.
Stuffing cotton in his ears, he finally drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the base bustled with noise and gossip. Boa Hancock, who had been tending to Ashveil's chambers during the battle, now stood amidst the others' head held high, her presence radiating regal pride. Her voice, soft yet commanding, broke through the noise.
Dracul Mihawk,
She said, her tone edged with disbelief and curiosity.
are you saying Ashveil defeated you in a single move? You bear not even a scratch.
Mihawk glanced away, but before he could answer, Marco cut in with wild enthusiasm.
You wouldn't believe it, Hancock. Ashveil unleashed a technique so powerful even Whitebeard said he might not survive it.
Hancock arched a graceful brow, skepticism glimmering in her eyes.
You're exaggerating.
Nope!
Marco insisted.
When those golden swords were about to hit Mihawk, Ashveil used some kind of spatial ability appeared right in front of him and took the entire thing himself.
He gestured animatedly, excitement spilling over.
The whole island shattered, light everywhere. I swear it was like watching a god at work.
The others nodded fervently, still awestruck. Hancock's lips curved, not into a giddy smile. Her usual arrogance did not fade, but the faintest warmth flickered beneath it. She tilted her chin slightly, eyes glinting with admiration and something dangerously close to affection.
HMPH, as expected of Thorn Ashveil.
She said, voice proud and melodic.
Even his strength carries the grace of a king.
She turned away, her long hair flowing like silk behind her.
It is only natural for a queen to recognize the worth of one such as him.
Yet as she walked off, her expression softened ever so slightly, her voice barely a whisper.
Thorn Ashveil.
Chapter 115, World Conscription. Meanwhile, in the world government's New World headquarters, a rare and uneasy meeting was underway. Kaido, Big Mom, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and several high-ranking Marines were seated together, an alliance that would have once seemed impossible. The one presiding was Kong, the commander-in-chief.
According to the Gorosei,
Kong began in a grave tone.
once this world conscription is complete, we will launch our attack on Thorn Ashveil. All war reparations he received will be reclaimed double.
Sengoku nodded.
To deal with Ashveil, we'll unite every force at our disposal. Before the world conscription ends, we've already re-established a new Shichibukai. They will be our most crucial support in the coming war. Oh!
Kaido and Linlin exchanged intrigued looks. A new Shichibukai lineup was something even they wanted to see. 7 figures gradually appeared. The first was a massive, burly man with a sword resembling Whitebeard's. His face was ugly, his nose constantly dripping, and thick lips twisted as he spoke.
Mama, am I really Whitebeard's son? Did Ashveil kidnap Daddy?
He roared with childish fury.
I'll kill him and save Whitebeard.
This was none other than Whitebeard Jr., and beside him stood his self-proclaimed mother, Miss Bakken. Short, wrinkled, and clutching a cane, she wore sunglasses and a leopard print coat, her lips painted with bright red lipstick.
Silly child, how could Mama lie to you? When you see Ashveil, you must kill him.
Miss Bakken gave Sengoku a smug, knowing smile, a silent message that she could control her.
Son.
Completely. Sengoku returned a faint grin, winning over Whitebeard Jr. Had cost the Marines dearly 2 billion berries paid by the celestial dragons themselves. If Whitebeard Jr. hadn't possessed power rivaling his father's youth, Sengoku would never have agreed to such terms. Kaido and Big Mom sized up the new arrival, quietly impressed. Despite his simple-minded nature, the aura of raw, beast-like strength around Whitebeard Jr. was undeniable. Their chances against Ashveil had just increased. After Whitebeard Jr. and Bakken sat, the next figure to appear shook the entire building. San Juan Wolf, the colossal battleship, loomed outside the Marine headquarters, his massive head peering through the wall. The ground itself trembled under his weight. Kaido sneered.
So it's these people. I can already guess who's behind them.
Indeed, the world government had united every power it could, even dredging up criminals from Impel Down. Emerging next were Wolf, Crescent Hunter, Big Barrel, and Avalo Pizarro, each bearing the marks of Ashveil. Their faces twisted with hatred, each had suffered devastating wounds from him. Big Barrel still carried a tube in his chest, connected directly to his lungs. Without it, he'd die instantly. Their bodies had been mutilated beyond repair, yet Vegapunk's science had saved them, turning them into half-cyborgs, their internal organs replaced with machines.
Damn it, Ashveil, I'll kill him myself.
Snarled Crescent Hunter, his long nose trembling with rage.
That bastard made me like this.
Big Barrel roared, metal plates along his arms clicking with tension.
Kill him!
Avalo Pizarro growled, half his face now a blend of flesh and cold steel. Sengoku and the others watched with satisfaction. The The world government needed such hate-fueled soldiers, men willing to die to destroy Thorn Ashveil.
There's no need to rush.
Sengoku said calmly, adjusting his glasses as their lenses flashed with reflected light.
The Great Conscription will conclude soon. When it does,
The room fell silent. Every person there bore their own hatred toward Ashveil, all burning for vengeance. Then a cold, mocking laugh broke the tension.
hey hef.
A man stepped from the shadows, his black uniform crisp, a police cap shading his eyes. He drew a white handkerchief and slowly wiped the blade of the sword at his side, the infamous Shuryu.
Shuryu of the Rain.
Kaido's eyes narrowed.
I remember during the Marineford War, you sided with Ashveil, didn't you?
The others stared in confusion. Shuryu sheathed his sword and sat at the round table, smirking.
Hey.
Kaido asked, his brows furrowing with suspicion.
Hey.
Shuryu replied with a faint smirk, his tone calm but filled with disdain.
He once told us we weren't allowed to kill civilians, remember?
Chapter 116, Golden Lion Shiki 1. Avalo Pizarro, the nine-tailed fox, Byandy World, and San Juan Wolf, the four former prisoners, exchanged dark looks. Of course they remembered. They had rebelled against Ashveil's principles, refusing to follow his restrictions. That act of defiance was what had led to their brutal defeat at his hands.
So no,
Shuryu continued, his eyes narrowing coldly.
I don't owe Thorn Ashveil a thing, and besides, killing him earns me the privileges of a Shichibukai. The Marines will overlook my crimes, and I'll enjoy power and freedom as both pirate and warlord. Why would I refuse that?
A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Shuryu's eyes. To him, piracy meant plunder, chaos, and killing the weak. That was true freedom. Morality and gratitude were meaningless. Sengoku listened with a deepening frown. These pirates were rotten beyond redemption. Still, his hands were tied. The release of the prisoners wasn't his choice, it was an order from the Gorosei themselves. Until Thorn Ashveil was dealt with, Sengoku had no choice but to endure their existence. Only afterward would he purge them. For now, he remained silent. Among the new Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma stood motionless, his cyborg form a symbolic reminder of the government's control. Thus, the new lineup of the 7 warlords was complete. Shuryu of the Rain, San Juan Wolf, Avalo Pizarro, the Nine-Tailed Fox, Byandy World, Bartholomew Kuma, and Whitebeard Jr. Kaido laughed thunderously, gripping his Kanabo club.
Ha, I believe you, Shuryu. Just you wait, Thorn Ashveil. When the time comes, it'll be I, Kaido of the Beasts, who crushes you.
The world government's alliance was monstrous, uniting emperors, warlords, and even criminals from Impel down. With this many powerhouses, plus the 5 legendary Gorosei themselves, Ashveil's odds looked grim. Sengoku's voice broke through the murmuring.
You're all allies now. I trust none of you object. I've got no objections.
Kaido said with a grin.
Gathering this much strength to fight Ashveil, the more the better.
Moi tilde, you've really outdone yourself, Sengoku.
Big Mom laughed, her enormous frame shaking.
With all these monsters on our side, we'll crush him easily and take the sea stone from Wano for ourselves.
Then it's settled.
Kong said grimly, his voice cutting through the noise.
Once the world conscription ends, under the leadership of the Gorosei, we will hunt down and kill Thorn Ashveil.
The room fell silent, every face bore the same murderous intent. At that very moment, completely unaware of the Marines' schemes, Thorn Ashveil was peacefully sleeping in his quarters, earplugs in, snoring softly. Empress Boa Hancock, hearing his faint snores, quietly entered his room to tidy his bed. The faint fragrance of her perfume filled the air. While she worked, her observation Haki suddenly flared, something felt off. She turned sharply toward the window, her senses alert. Outside, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, along with Mihawk and Doflamingo, were all staring toward the heavens. High above the Moby Dick, an enormous island floated in the sky, blocking out the sunlight and casting the sea below in shadow.
Look up, there's a whole island floating above us.
Doflamingo shouted in astonishment. Hancock's eyes widened.
Someone has the power to lift an entire island.
Could it be the Marines?
Doflamingo muttered.
They've been recruiting like crazy lately.
Everyone's attention locked on the sky, wary and tense. Moments later, Whitebeard himself arrived on deck, his presence commanding.
Pops, look!
Marco pointed upward urgently.
That massive island! It might be the Marines coming for revenge.
Whitebeard squinted, his brow furrowing.
No!
His expression darkened, his tone dropping low.
That's him!
Marco froze.
You mean?
Diamond Jazu's face paled.
What's a monster like that doing here?
The island's outline became clearer, and then, floating proudly above them, came the figure of a tall man with golden hair, a cigar clenched between his teeth, and two gleaming swords for legs.
Gurarara, Edward Newgate.
The man boomed, his voice echoing across the sea.
I heard your crew's been making waves lately. It really is him.
Doflamingo breathed, his grin faltering. A legendary pirate, one of the few men to stand as an equal to Gall D. Roger and Whitebeard. Some even said that had fate turned differently, he might have been the one crowned pirate king. Hancock, Mihawk, Ace, and the others all felt the crushing pressure of Shiki's presence. After decades of silence, the lion had returned to the sky. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, his voice rumbling with restrained fury.
Shiki, you old bastard!
Shiki bellowed from above, his laughter rolling like thunder. The air around him pulsed with power, his conqueror's haki spreading like a stormfront. Whitebeard's own aura flared in response, the sea around the Moby Dick trembling.
Then stop wasting words, Shiki. Show me what you came for.
Chapter 117, Golden Lion Shiki 2. Golden Lion Shiki's arrogant laughter echoed through the skies once more.
Whitebeard, I didn't come for you this time.
Descending from the clouds, the infamous pirate landed heavily on the Moby Dick, his cigar glowing faintly between his lips. His golden mane swayed as his piercing gaze swept across the gathered legends of the sea. There were many powerful figures aboard, even Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, yet Shiki didn't seem to care in the slightest.
I'm not interested in any of you,
he said, puffing a cloud of smoke.
Tell me.
The moment the name left his mouth, the mood on the deck shifted. Don Quixote Doflamingo's grin faltered, his expression turning wary. His underworld network had already informed him that the Marines were planning to make a move against Ashveil soon. And now, the arrival of Golden Lion Shiki, could it be that he'd come to assassinate Ashveil? Doflamingo's voice grew sharp.
What do you want with Ashveil-san? If you don't explain yourself, even if you're Golden Lion Shiki, we won't let you pass.
Right.
The pirate empress, Boa Hancock, and the others spoke up in unison, their haki flaring faintly. Shiki, however, only gave a cold, disdainful smirk. They were mere youngsters of the new age, far too green to stand before him. If this were in the past, anyone daring to speak to him like that would already be a corpse.
You brats aren't qualified to stop me,
Shiki said mockingly, stepping forward to search the ship for Ashveil. Being ignored made both Hancock and Doflamingo furious. With a flick of her long, slender leg, Hancock launched her perfume femur, a graceful yet deadly kick imbued with armament and love haki, aiming straight for Shiki's head. But before the strike could connect, Shiki's body shot 2 meters upward, the attack slicing through empty air. Hancock's eyes widened. She had ambushed with her full strength, and he'd evaded with ease. So this was the might of a man who once rivaled Roger himself.
Chahihaha, you're still a century too early to touch me.
Shiki sneered, cigar smoke curling upward as he prepared to continue his search. Doflamingo's grin vanished. He knew better than to underestimate a living legend. The air around his fingers shimmered as thin, glowing threads appeared.
God thread, 16 holy bullets.
Haki surged around him as 16 needle-sharp threads shot toward the airborne Shiki. Shiki merely scoffed. With one smooth motion, he drew Deadwood, one of the twin blades attached to his legs, and swung. A blinding sword light erupted, effortlessly slicing through Doflamingo's attack. The threads shattered midair and scattered like strands of silk in the wind. The slash didn't stop. It roared toward the bow of the Moby Dick.
I told you, you're still far too early.
Shiki's laughter rolled like thunder. Nearby, Mihawk's golden eyes narrowed. That slash.
Good reflexes, Mihawk. I was about to stop that old monster myself.
Mihawk gave a faint smile.
No need to thank me, Newgate. I owe Ashveil a great favor. I won't let anyone disturb his rest.
That caught Shiki's attention. He stared at Mihawk, amusement flickering behind the smoke.
You brat, you've got some spine, huh? Chehehe.
Yet even as he laughed, he brushed past Mihawk, continuing forward. He'd heard rumors that Asheville was nearby. All he needed to do was check each cabin. But before he could take another step, a massive blade blocked his path.
Oi, Shiki!
Whitebeard rumbled, veins bulging along his muscular arm.
You come raising hell on my ship, and you think I'll let that slide?
Shiki's eyes narrowed. Even he dared not underestimate this man. It seemed if he wanted to see Asheville, he'd have to go through Whitebeard first.
Lions!
In an instant, the twin swords, Deadwood and Sakura 10, danced in the air, unleashing a torrent of slashes powerful enough to tear apart mountains. Watching from the sidelines, Mihawk's expression turned solemn. Each strike was fast, devastating enough to obliterate a fleet, let alone a ship.
Stupid lion, I won't let you wreck my ship.
Whitebeard's muscles bulged as he swung Murakumajiri, each strike parrying Shiki's flying blades. The sky filled with the thunderous clash of steel and the explosive shockwaves of Haki. The sea churned violently, waves crashing against the hull as the two titans fought. Doflamingo and Hancock watched in awe, feeling the sheer pressure of two legendary pirates colliding. There was still a vast gulf between them and these monsters of the old era. Mihawk watched quietly. Once, he might have joined for the thrill of battle, but after witnessing Asheville's power, even Shiki seemed insignificant. No matter how strong the Golden Lion was, what was he compared to that man? Instead of fighting, Mihawk closed his eyes slightly, replaying the image of Asheville's myriad swords in his mind. The artistry of that move fascinated him far more than any duel. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Whitebeard deflected every one of Shiki's attacks, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Frustration twisted Shiki's features. He only wanted to speak with Asheville, yet everyone kept getting in his way. His patience finally snapped.
You're forcing my hand, Whitebeard.
He roared. Hovering above the Moby Dick, his aura flared wildly as his devil fruit power activated. The sea began to rise unnaturally, vast torrents of seawater swirling into the sky.
Most of you are devil fruit users, right? Chehehe. Let's see how you like a taste of the sea itself.
Chapter 118, Golden Lion Shiki 3.
Damn it!
Marco cursed under his breath. In a flash of brilliant blue flame, he transformed into his majestic phoenix form, wings spreading wide as he shot into the sky to intercept the Golden Lion. But before he could get close, a storm of shimmering sword slashes surged down toward him. Forced to evade, Marco barely avoided the deadly cuts that sliced through the air like lightning.
It's not that easy to stop me. Go!
Golden Lion Shiki roared furiously from above. At his command, the sky darkened as tons of seawater levitated upward, then plummeted toward the Moby Dick like a colossal tidal wave. The pirates aboard Whitebeard's flagship widened their eyes in horror. Many of them, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, Whitebeard, Jazu, and others, were devil fruit users, and the sea was their natural enemy. Now, with seawater surging from the heavens itself, the Moby Dick was moments away from being engulfed.
Damn it, that bastard's ability is troublesome.
Whitebeard growled, gripping his bicento.
We shouldn't be fighting him in the open sea.
Even with the power of the Tremor fruit, Whitebeard couldn't simply neutralize Shiki's ability to manipulate seawater. If they were on land or within Shiki's territory, it wouldn't have mattered. Whitebeard could unleash his power freely, even if it tore the island apart. But here, on his own ship, one careless attack could destroy the Moby Dick itself. The old man clenched his jaw in frustration. Then, just as the massive wall of seawater was about to crash down, a flash of blinding white light split through the sky. An instant later, a wave of biting cold swept across the battlefield. The surging sea froze midair, turning into solid ice that glittered in the sunlight like crystal. The air turned frigid as though winter itself had arrived in an instant. The crew shivered, their breath visible in the sudden chill. Doflamingo blinked, his trademark grin twitching.
That freezing ability.
Empress Hancock clasped her hands together, her eyes shining as she stared toward the source.
Was that Ashveil, as expected of Ashveil Kun?
From above, Shiki's cigar slipped from his lips, his pupils contracting in disbelief.
What the hell?
He muttered. The enormous waves he'd created were completely frozen. He hadn't even sensed when it happened. His eyes darted toward the deck of the Moby Dick, where a lone figure had appeared. A young man stood there wearing loose clothes and a pair of slippers, his hair slightly messy, his expression half asleep.
Could that?
Shiki frowned.
He doesn't look like much.
Deciding to test him, the Golden Lion began gathering power once again, both Sword Sakura 10 and Deadwood glowing faintly as he prepared another technique. But before he could even swing, a crushing, invisible force pressed down from above. Shiki's breath caught in his throat as the air around him grew heavy, his body trembling uncontrollably. The next moment, he plummeted like a stone, his float fruit suddenly useless. His wide eyes reflected utter disbelief.
You've got to be kidding.
Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. No, it wasn't that his power had vanished, he was being suppressed by something far greater. Conqueror's Haki. An overwhelming, suffocating willpower that crushed him completely. The rumors had been true all along. Ashveil's Haki was monstrous, unlike anything else in this world. With a thunderous crash, Shiki smashed through the deck of the Moby Dick, leaving a human-shaped crater.
Seriously?
Ashveil muttered, rubbing his temples.
Is it really that hard for me to get some sleep?
Even with cotton stuffed in his ears, he could feel the ship shaking while he tried to rest. He had already been woken up several times today, and now his patience had finally run out. He had only stepped out to deal with whoever was causing the disturbance.
Tell me, was it you who used your ability to shake the whole ship?
His voice was low, irritated.
I swear, it's impossible to get any sleep these days.
The corner of Marco's lips twitched, and Hancock covered her mouth to stifle a smile. In truth, they all felt a little sorry for Shiki after all. He'd become the unfortunate outlet for Ashveil's morning temper. And yet, instead of anger, Golden Lion suddenly began to laugh.
Shihihihi, you're really something, Thorn Ashveil. I heard you destroyed Marineford. At first I thought it was an exaggeration, but now I believe it. Your strength is.
Shiki's grin widened as his golden mane fluttered in the sea breeze.
Only someone like you is worthy to stand beside me. Ha ha ha.
Ever since Roger's death, Golden Lion Shiki had been searching for powerful allies, someone who could help him overthrow the world. And now, he had found one.
Defeating Marineford is nothing.
He declared boldly.
Join forces with me, Ashveil. Together we'll bring this world to its knees. From now on, everything will belong to us.
Chapter 119, Golden Lion Shiki 4. It was just.
Golden Lion Shiki, you're bound to be disappointed this time.
Edward Newgate said with a deep, amused tone, shaking his head slightly.
I refuse.
Thorn Ashveil replied without hesitation. Was this old lion joking? Cooperation? After all the trouble Shiki had caused, even if Shiki wanted to join him, he'd have to beg on his knees first. Disturbing his peace and then asking for an alliance, was his brain broken? It would be good enough if Thorn didn't beat him senseless. Giving Shiki dignity? Impossible. Golden Lion's jaw dropped, he stared dumbfounded. This brat Thorn Ashveil, just like Roger in the past had, rejected him flatly without even thinking. Watching Golden Lion's face twist with humiliation, Whitebeard, Doflamingo, Marco, and even Hawkeye Mihawk couldn't hold back their laughter. The sound of unrestrained amusement only made Golden Lion's face darken with fury.
Shut up, you're not qualified to laugh at me. I am Golden Lion Shiki.
He roared, his voice echoing across the Moby Dick.
Thorn Ashveil, you only beat me with an ambush. What's there to be so proud about? If we fight again, you might not win.
Ashveil rolled his eyes. He had already fought Mihawk that morning, woken up from his sleep, no less. Did this old man think he was some tireless beast of burden?
No, I'm not interested in fighting a cripple like you.
Ashveil replied bluntly.
Cripple?
Golden Lion's face went red, his veins bulging. No one had ever dared call him that in all his years ruling the seas. That word hit harder than a cannonball.
Damn it!
Golden Lion shouted, his chest heaving with fury. Even Ashveil couldn't help smirking. It might have been a bit rude to call an old man disabled, but Shiki's expression was just too funny. The entire crew aboard the Moby Dick burst out laughing again. Whitebeard was laughing the loudest.
Gururara, Shiki, never thought I'd see the day someone would call you a cripple old man.
Shiki's fingers trembled with rage.
Whitebeard, once I'm done with this brat, I'll come for you next, you old fossil. You Whitebeard pirates are all damn insolent.
He shouted like a madman, ignoring the fact that he had been the one to start the chaos, flying an island straight into Whitebeard's territory, demanding to see Ashveil, and then fighting without warning. Ashveil sighed, this old man's voice is too damn loud.
Uncrowned king.
Golden Lion sure acted like a shrew. If Ashveil didn't fight him, it looked like he'd never get any rest. This life of fame is really exhausting, he thought with mild irritation.
If you ask me, Thorn Ashveil, you're just afraid.
Shiki barked.
You ambushed me once and now you don't dare face me head-on, afraid of losing, huh? Or maybe you're scared of a cripple like me.
The words hung in the air. Shiki froze for a second, realizing what he'd just called himself. He slapped his own face twice in frustration. Ashveil sighed again, enough already. If this old lion wanted a fight so badly, best to end it quickly so he could finally get some sleep.
Fine, Golden Lion. But when you lose, don't go around spreading rumors that I bully the disabled.
Ashveil said lazily.
Disabled.
Shiki's fury erupted.
Brat, I'll show you the power of the Golden Lion.
He spread his arms wide.
Lion's Thousand Valley cut.
Countless golden slashes burst forth, slicing through the air toward Ashveil. Then, using his float powers, Shiki lifted an entire floating island, manipulating it like a toy in his grasp. The air trembled with power. Even Doflamingo's confident grin faltered as the massive shadow of the island loomed over them.
That's insane.
Under such overwhelming force, Doflamingo knew even he would be flattened. Mihawk remained still, his eyes calm and sharp. He seemed to be silently watching, as if knowing how this would end. Ashveil slowly closed his eyes. A faint golden aura began to radiate from him, and a shimmering veil of Conqueror's Haki burst into existence, blanketing the Moby Dick in its glow. The slashes vanished the instant they touched it, leaving only sparks dancing in the air. Golden Lion's eyes widened.
What?
Chapter 120, Golden Lion Shiki 5 out of 5. The massive floating island shattered upon impact, fragments raining down as they slid into the sea under the pressure of Thorn Ashveil's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. The Whitebeard pirates could only stare. Only someone as powerful as Ashveil could effortlessly neutralize such a devastating attack. Doflamingo licked his lips, eyes gleaming with excitement. Following Thorn Ashveil had been the wisest decision of his life. Empress Boa Hancock's red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with astonishment. To think she once doubted him.
Such terrifying Haki, can something this powerful even exist in this world?
Shiki shouted, his voice trembling. Among everyone present, only Golden Lion Shiki truly understood the depth of this terror. The others merely watched from the sidelines, feeling the oppressive presence of the Haki. Mihawk had once been caught in its path, but Thorn had pulled back at the last second. Shiki, however, was fully engulfed. Inside that suffocating golden pressure, he felt his strength drain away, his muscles locked, and even his Fua no Mi ability faltered. All that remained was fear. It wasn't just fear of death, it was a primal terror that clawed at his very soul. To escape it, Golden Lion Shiki would rather die than endure another second. Under Ashveil's calm but unyielding will, the golden aura constricted, crushing Shiki's form before flinging him violently toward the sea.
I'll warn you again, Golden Lion Shiki, don't bother me again.
Overthrowing the world, huh? That's a fine dream.
Ashveil's voice was quiet but absolute. A heartbeat later, Shiki's body crashed into the ocean with an explosive splash.
Jaioa!
Shiki screamed as he plummeted, unable to stabilize himself. The force of the golden energy had completely disrupted his control over the float fruit, leaving him helpless as he plunged into the waves. The once feared legend of the skies, the
Uncrowned king.
had fallen. The crash sent a tidal wave across the sea. Whitebeard's men stared wide-eyed, some unsure whether to laugh or cry. Ashveil clapped his hands lightly, brushing the dust off.
Finally dealt with that noisy old man.
He yawned and stretched before turning to head back to his cabin, his slippers tapping softly against the wooden deck.
And one more thing.
He said over his shoulder.
If any of you disturb my sleep again, you'll end up like Shiki.
The deck instantly fell silent. Everyone swallowed hard. No one doubted his words. Whitebeard's men exchanged uneasy glances. Who would dare to disturb someone who could casually defeat Golden Lion Shiki? Even Whitebeard himself looked out toward the sea, his massive arms crossed.
It's hard to say if that fool Shiki's even still alive.
He murmured. Marco exhaled slowly.
Too violent.
Mihawk froze for a moment, realizing that he'd been walking the knife's edge every time he faced Ashveil. Had he not sided with Ashveil against the Marines, he'd probably have died 100 times already. As everyone watched, Thorn Ashveil returned to his quarters and collapsed onto his bed. For the first time in days, he slept soundly, no interruptions, no battles. Peace at last. Meanwhile, far away. After plummeting into the sea, Golden Lion Shiki lost consciousness. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself washed ashore on a remote island, waves lapping at his body.
Thorn Ashveil.
Despite his injuries, Shiki grinned like a madman. That young man, in his 20s, had evaded his fatal attacks and defeated him within moments. Incredible, unbelievable. This was the first person in decades to earn Golden Lion's true respect. Such power, he had to find a way to cooperate with it. He needed Thorn Ashveil. Sitting up on the sand, Shiki used what little strength he had left to rise into the air with a broken chuckle. His floating island hovered nearby, waiting. He'd rest.
Now this.
Even Mihawk hadn't bothered him today, which only improved his mood. Ever since witnessing Ashveil's sword technique, Mihawk had been obsessed with mastering that technique himself. He spent his days training relentlessly, leaving Ashveil to his well-earned rest. Relaxed, Ashveil leaned back, humming softly to himself. That peace lasted only a moment before a Whitebeard pirate burst through the door, panic written all over his face.
Reporting, Captain Ashveil, a suspected Marine warship has been sighted approaching.
Chapter 121, Black Arm Zephyr 1. Thorn Ashveil frowned. Was he truly that unlucky? He had just dealt with a Golden Lion pirate yesterday, and now the Marines decided to drop by. There went his hope of a quiet morning. Ashveil muttered his frustration through a mouthful of food, shoveling the last bites down. If he finished eating in peace, he could go deal with the Marines. That was the plan, at least. The Whitebeard pirates' flagship, the Moby Dick, faced off with a massive Marine battleship. From the larger ship, an old man descended slowly. He wore black sunglasses, his hair was streaked with purple, and a massive iron prosthetic arm hung at his side. Two figures followed him. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. He recognized the man immediately.
I know him.
Doflamingo said tersely.
He's Zephyr, the former admiral. He chases pirates like a bloodhound. His appearing here can't mean anything good.
Whitebeard's presence tightened the air. Zephyr was an old acquaintance. He had history with the pirates.
Zephyr, this is Whitebeard's territory.
Marco called, voice carrying across the deck.
As a former admiral, it seems strange for you to turn up here unannounced.
Zephyr smiled a little, but the smile didn't reach his eyes.
I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here for Ashveil. I'm here to form an alliance.
He didn't move to barge through the crowds like some wanted, and that made the crew wary all the same. Ice ran under their curiosity. Whitebeard regarded Zephyr with heavy skepticism.
You expect us to accept that? You don't just walk into pirate territory and say you want an alliance.
Zephyr let out a dry laugh and pulled a sake bottle from his sash, taking a long swallow.
I used to oppose pirates without compromise. I hated them. But a pirate cut off my arm, and that same man is now a Shichibukai. The world government covered it up. I can no longer trust them.
A hush spread across the deck. That accusation carried weight, but weight alone didn't make it proof. Doflamingo folded his arms, and suspicion hardened on his face.
Words are cheap, Zephyr. You bring no evidence. Why should we trust you?
Before the argument could spiral, Ashveil shuffled onto the deck in slippers, cheeks still puffed with food.
What, Zephyr? You here to arrest me?
Ashveil asked, glancing at the man in sunglasses. Zephyr turned his gaze to Ashveil. He gave the young pirate a long look as if trying to measure him at a distance. There was nothing obvious about Ashveil's power from appearance alone, but the man's reputation had spread.
I'm not here to arrest you.
Zephyr said.
I came to propose an alliance. My arm and many of my students were cut down by a man who later became a Shichibukai. The government protected him. I won't forgive it.
Ashveil felt the annoyance rise. Another alliance request? Lately everyone wanted something of him. He tried to swallow a rebuke, counting the number of interruptions he'd already suffered that week. At that moment, the sky above the fleet darkened. A colossal island drifted into view and blocked the sun. Shiki's aerial island had returned.
Shiki again.
Someone muttered. Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the imposing silhouette. Golden Lion Shiki's voice boomed from the floating island.
Don't be skittish. Ashveil, don't refuse me. I brought a gift you can't turn down.
Ashveil's brows twitched. After being bested by him, Shiki came bearing gifts now. Still, gifts were gifts. His expression softened just a fraction. Zephyr bristled.
Shiki, you had your chance. I'm the one currently discussing terms with Ashveil.
Shiki's boast turned into a glare.
I came first. I escaped Impel Down and I conquered the skies. I don't take orders from you, old man. What you did yesterday failed.
Zephyr shot back.
You don't get to claim victory now.
Their exchange dissolved into a brawl of words, and the meeting that might have been solemn and strategic became a loud contest of pride. Ashveil felt his head throb. Could they not fight on his doorstep?
Stop it, both of you.
He said, louder than he intended.
Don't make my ship tremble while I'm trying to eat.
The two only escalated. Shiki's island dipped slightly as he laughed, and Zephyr tightened his grip on his sake bottle. Surrounding crew members buzzed and grumbled, some enjoying the spectacle, others visibly impatient. Ashveil kept his annoyance in check. He had no interest in choosing between a former admiral and a sky pirate, but he wouldn't allow them to wreck his morning. He finished the last of his food and set the bowl down with deliberate calm.
I'll hear both of you.
Ashveil said finally, voice even.
One at a time. If your quarrel gets in the way, you'll both leave empty-handed.
There was a pause. The two men traded a look, then, with reluctance braided into their features, they eased back from the brink. For the moment, negotiation was the stage. The rest of the fleet watched, waiting to see which side claimed Ashveil's favor. Ashveil studied Zephyr and Shiki in turn. Alliances were forged and broken in a heartbeat. He could afford caution. But if the world government's corruption ran as deep as Zephyr claimed, then this alliance could become something more than another headache. It could be a tool. As the wind swept across the deck and the shadow of Shiki's island slid past, Ashveil squared his shoulders. He would listen, but he would not be rushed.
Speak,
He said.
one at a time.
Chapter 122, Black Arm Zephyr 2. Zephyr's pulverizer whirred to life, screeching like grinding metal. Across from him, Golden Lion Shiki raised a hand, his float fruit power igniting the air. The sea surged beneath their feet, waves rolling as if the ocean itself shared their anger. The Moby Dick swayed dangerously.
These two.
Ashveil muttered, a shadow of irritation crossing his face.
How dare they ignore me completely?
The next instant, golden energy erupted from him like a storm. The Conqueror's Haki within Thorn Ashveil's body exploded outward, unseen yet unstoppable, pressing down on both Zephyr and Shiki with overwhelming force. Shiki's eyes widened.
Not again.
That suffocating pressure, he remembered it too well from the day before. It was the same Golden Conqueror's Haki that had left him broken and humiliated. He had sworn never to feel it again, but now.
This.
He thought, gritting his teeth as sweat rolled down his temple. Then came the sound of impact. Boom, boom. Golden Lion Shiki screamed as he was slammed out of the sky, crashing into the Moby Dick's deck with bone-rattling force, leaving a crater in his wake. Zephyr fared no better. His iron arm hit the ground as if struck by a mountain, the weight of Ashveil's will forcing him through the deck until wood splintered beneath him. Ain and Bince tried to move, but even they froze under the invisible force. When the golden energy finally faded, the only sound left was the soft groan of the ship's hull. Ashveil dusted his hands and exhaled calmly.
Finally quiet.
The silence was deafening. Everyone on deck stared, hearts pounding. The sheer might he displayed left even veterans like Whitebeard's commanders speechless. Golden Lion Shiki, one of the most feared pirates in history. Black Arm Zephyr, a former admiral of Marineford. And both had been flattened in seconds. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, disbelief flickering behind his grin.
Terrifying.
Shiki was the first to move, dragging himself out of the splintered deck. Zephyr followed, groaning as he stood. Neither dared meet Ashveil's eyes.
I don't care what grudges you two have.
Ashveil said coldly.
In our territory, don't make a scene.
The two nodded at once, like scolded schoolboys. Around them, murmurs rippled. The strength Ashveil displayed wasn't just frightening, it was absolute. Shiki broke into awkward laughter, rubbing the back of his neck.
Ha ha ha.
Zephyr caught on quickly and forced a grin.
That's right, just old friends sparring a bit, haha.
Whitebeard let out his iconic laugh.
Gururara, you two haven't changed at all.
Even so, everyone knew the truth, they weren't equals in that moment. Ashveil's power had silenced them both completely. Then, as if trying to change the subject, Shiki snapped his fingers.
All right, Ashveil, I brought you a gift. I think you'll like this one.
At the word gift, Ashveil raised an eyebrow. His irritation dimmed slightly.
Show me.
Shiki grinned, pointing up at the floating island hovering overhead.
The gift's up there. That entire sky island is my creation. For 20 years, I've bred the strongest creatures the world's ever seen. They've fought endlessly, evolving beyond imagination. Not even standard armament or Conqueror's Haki can bring them down.
As he spoke, the island lowered, and a terrifying wave of auras burst forth, beasts roaring, air trembling under their power. Doflamingo whistled softly.
What monsters?
Whitebeard's expression hardened.
Your ambition hasn't changed, Shiki. Still dreaming of ruling the world.
Zephyr's eyes darkened as well.
Even after all this time.
But Ashveil simply crossed his arms, unimpressed.
They're loud.
The statement stunned everyone. Shiki blinked, lost for words.
Loud, these beasts are a world-class army. You could crush the Marines with them.
Ashveil sighed.
I'm not starting a zoo, Shiki.
The golden lion froze, expression twitching. No one had ever dismissed his creation so casually. Zephyr, however, nearly laughed. He had been worried Shiki's
Gift
might overshadow his own, but clearly that wasn't a problem. He clapped his hands and Ain and Bince moved forward, carrying several large sacks. When they opened them, the deck gleamed with the shine of gold and silver.
These treasures were taken from the worst pirates on the Grand Line.
Zephyr said, watching Ashveil's reaction carefully. But Ashveil looked indifferent, uninterested in the piles of riches. Behind him, Marco and Ace were already hauling the loot toward Whitebeard's vault with broad smiles. Zephyr cleared his throat, trying again.
These treasures are just a token of respect. What I really came with is information, vital intelligence from Marineford.
The word intelligence caught everyone's attention.
This concerns the Whitebeard pirates.
Zephyr continued, lowering his voice.
And especially you, Ashveil.
Chapter 123, Black Arm Zephyr 3 out of 3.
Oh, tell me about it.
Whitebeard said, narrowing his eyes. Zephyr had trained many students within the Marines, and as a former admiral, he knew countless secrets. If anyone could uncover major movements within the world, it was him.
That is, the four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom along with the newly appointed warlords of the sea, have all allied with the Marines.
Zephyr's tone was heavy.
And not just the Marines.
He added grimly.
This time, all the Science Division units and every operative from CP0 will be dispatched. Their only goal.
The atmosphere on the Moby Dick froze. Kaido and Big Mom, their crews joining forces with the Marines, That was something the seas hadn't witnessed in decades. The sheer scale of this coalition was unprecedented. Kaido, Big Mom, Fleet Admiral Kong, Garp, Sengoku, CP0, the Science Division, the Admirals, the New Warlords, King, Katakuri, so many terrifying names, each one enough to shake the world. Doflamingo's veins bulged with tension, and Hancock's expression darkened. The thought that such a monstrous alliance was coming for them sent chills through the air. Even Whitebeard's face grew somber. The enemies gathering this time were far greater and far more numerous than during the Marineford War.
It's not surprising.
Ashveil said calmly, his voice steady like the deep sea.
Last time, their so-called surrender was only temporary.
If he had faced these forces before, it might have been a challenge. Even with his Phoenix defensive barrier, a combined assault from such powers might have overwhelmed him. But now,
Ha ha ha, that's the spirit of a true king, Ashveil. Join forces with me and every beast on my sky island will obey your command. Don't interrupt, Golden Lion, I'm not done.
Zephyr interjected, his tone growing heavier.
Aside from these forces, even more terrifying powers are joining in.
Even stronger.
Doflamingo asked skeptically.
On this vast sea, aside from red-haired Shanks, who else is left?
Yes,
Hancock added, puzzled.
the strongest powers in this world are the Marines and the Emperors. What could possibly surpass them?
Zephyr drew in a deep breath.
The Gorosei.
The name struck the deck like thunder. Whitebeard and Golden Lion's faces hardened. They had both once felt the oppressive presence of two among the five elders. That memory alone was enough to freeze the soul. They hadn't exchanged blows back then, but the sheer aura radiating from those two old men had been enough to rival Garp's.
The five elders.
Hancock murmured, shocked.
I thought they were just political relics, sitting in Mary Geoise.
Marco frowned.
Yeah, I've only heard of them, never seen them fight. You underestimate them.
Whitebeard said sternly.
They've ruled the world government for centuries. Do you think that's possible without overwhelming power? Pops, have you ever seen them make a move?
Marco asked. Whitebeard fell silent for a moment before answering.
No, but they were the ones who oversaw Rock's capture back then. That aura.
Golden Lion muttered, eyes darkening.
Even Rocks couldn't ignore it. True monsters recognize monsters.
Even Mihawk's eyes gleamed faintly with intrigue.
The Gorosei, huh?
Ashveil, however, remained utterly unfazed.
I thought it was something serious.
He said with a faint smile.
If those five old men come, I'll deal with them all at once.
To him, it didn't matter who they were. Before his golden conqueror's Haki, everyone was the same insignificant. If all these forces were coming together, it only saved him the trouble of hunting them down one by one later. His casual words made the others breathe easier. Indeed, as long as Thorn Ashveil was there was no need for fear. Boa Hancock looked at him with admiration that bordered on reverence. Doflamingo grinned wickedly.
Kuahaha.
Whitebeard's booming laugh followed.
Gururara, with Ashveil here, let the Gorosei come.
Zephyr and Golden Lion exchanged helpless looks. Everyone aboard seemed to have unshakable faith in the man who stood before them. One sentence from Ashveil had erased their doubts. So this is what it means to be a true powerhouse.
Still Zephyr.
Ashveil said with a faint smirk.
The gift you brought me isn't that great. Aside from those useless piles of gold, you've given me nothing but grim news.
Golden Lion chuckled under his breath. His pride had been bruised by Ashveil earlier, and seeing Zephyr getting the same treatment somehow made it satisfying. Zephyr sighed. Negotiating with Thorn Ashveil was clearly more difficult than fighting Kaido.
Then what do you want?
He asked cautiously. Ashveil raised an eyebrow. Both Zephyr and Golden Lion blinked, utterly dumbfounded. So this was what a supreme being desired: leisure and entertainment.
I've heard that North Blue produces top-tier manga, like Sora, Warrior of the Sky.
Zephyr said quickly.
I'll have them sent to you.
As for food and wine, I can fetch the best from around the world.
Golden Lion added eagerly. With his float fruit, that was no exaggeration. Ashveil smiled faintly.
Good, see that you bring plenty.
Without hesitation, the two legendary figures departed. The Whitebeard pirates watched, dumbfounded, as two world-class legends became errand boys for one man. Ashveil stretched lazily.
Well, I've eaten plenty, and I jogged for a bit. Guess that counts as exercise. Time for a nap.
Everyone went silent. Exercise, walking from the cabin to the deck, less than 100 meters. He slept more than anyone on the ship yet, somehow never gained a single ounce. Of course, no one dared say such things aloud, not when even Golden Lion and Zephyr acted like subordinates in his presence. As Ashveil's back disappeared into his cabin, quiet murmurs spread across the deck.
True powerhouses really are.
Marco said with a wry smile.
It's crazy.
Doflamingo muttered.
The man eats, sleeps, and does nothing, yet his strength keeps growing. Guess that's what happens when your talent breaks the limits of the world.
Jazu said.
Yeah,
Vista sighed.
makes sense in a terrifying sort of way.
Chapter 124, Fugitora. Above Marineford, the new Marine headquarters, an intelligence officer urgently delivered the latest report on the movements of the Whitebeard pirates to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's expression darkened as he read the secret intelligence file.
A new war is about to begin.
He muttered grimly.
Hake Mihawk Doflamingo Empress Hancock.
His tone was filled with frustration. It seemed Marine intelligence had been compromised once again. Sengoku had originally intended to settle old scores with those same people, but now they were aligning with his enemies.
Reporting Fleet Admiral Sengoku.
The officer continued.
Besides those individuals, Golden Lion Shiki and former Admiral Zephyr have also been in contact with them.
Sengoku's eyes glinted sharply behind his glasses, the reflection flashing like cold steel.
Golden Lion and Zephyr as well.
He muttered, his face growing heavier by the second. The combined might of those two alone was enough to shake the seas.
It seems I'll have to report to the Gorosei immediately. I can't afford another failure like the last Marineford War.
Moments later, in the room of authority at Mariewa, the five elders sat in silence as the report was read aloud. Their eyes narrowed, cold intent radiating from each of them.
We cannot allow anyone else to continue associating with Ashveil.
One of the elders said in a low, dangerous tone.
Douglas Bullet, Byandy World, the Red count those who participated in the previous Marineford conflict. We can overlook their past crimes. If they agree to ally with us, they will be pardoned. Golden Lion and Zephyr are the same.
Another elder added.
Recruit them if possible. If not, capture them, alive or dead. Execute them on the spot if necessary.
Before Thorn Ashveil is eliminated, no one is to interfere. We will tolerate no further distractions. Sengoku wiped the sweat from his brow, his face tight with unease. Even as Fleet Admiral, he didn't dare underestimate the power of the men they were discussing. Most of them were living legends pirates he and Garp had only managed to capture when working together. The Gorosei seemed to notice Sengoku's hesitation.
HMPH, take them down one by one.
The bald elder said coldly.
We'll contact Commander-in-Chief Kong and have the CP organization and the Science Division assist you.
After the transmission ended, Sengoku immediately reached out to Garp. He knew that even with CP agents and scientists backing them, success wasn't guaranteed. Against monsters like Bullet and World, he needed someone of equal strength. Upon hearing the plan, Garp's carefree demeanor vanished. His eyes sharpened.
Arresting that many dangerous men at once, tricky mission.
He said, clenching his fist.
But don't worry, Sengoku, I'll see it through. I'm counting on you, Garp.
Sengoku replied firmly.
This time, there can't be any mistakes. Another betrayal from within our own ranks would destroy Marineford completely.
Soon after, Kong, Garp, 100 elite science division members, and a CP0 agent wearing a painted mask and a turban-like hat departed on their mission to hunt the legends of the old era. 3 days later, after sending off the Special Operation Team, Sengoku began preparations for a large-scale military review.
I've heard some exceptional new recruits joined us this time, Tsuru.
Sengoku said as he stood on the grand parade grounds of Marineford, his eyes scanning the ranks of soldiers assembled before him. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled knowingly.
You'll see for yourself soon enough, Sengoku. This conscription brought in monsters unlike any we've seen before.
Sengoku looked across the 30,000 new Marines gathered before him, his expression solemn.
I hope these men can contribute to the plan to kill Ashveil.
He murmured, even as Fleet Admiral, he couldn't hide the trace of fear that name invoked. Against someone of Thorn Ashveil's level, ordinary vice admirals were no more than cannon fodder.
Don't worry.
Tsuru assured him.
Among them are true beasts. Some have already reached admiral-level strength. Unfortunately, the current admiral positions are filled, so they can only serve as candidates for now.
Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief.
Admiral-level recruits, you're serious?
Of course.
Tsuru replied, pride flickering in her gaze.
Ever since the Pirate King's final words, fewer people have been willing to serve the Marines. But every so often, true monsters appear.
As the parade began, 30,000 soldiers marched in unison across the square. 2 men led the formation, their very presence commanding silence. The first was a tall, blind swordsman with an X-shaped scar stretching from his left eye. He wore a light purple kimono tied with a dark violet obi, his cane sword resting at his side. As he drew the blade slightly, black energy pulsed from the edge haki so dense it distorted the air. He sheathed the weapon with a calm motion. A moment later, a massive circular shadow appeared above Marineford. The sky darkened and then they saw it, a meteor, wreathed in blazing flames, descending from the heavens. Even Sengoku couldn't hide his astonishment.
That power.
Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled faintly.
His name is Issho, a rare and powerful man recruited through the world conscription. Sheesh.
Sengoku murmured, watching as the meteor vanished just before impact.
What kind of ability is that? The gravity fruit.
Tsuru explained proudly.
He can manipulate gravitational force, freely control its strength and direction, even pull down celestial bodies from the sky. With someone like him in our ranks, the Marines gain another ace against Ashveil.
Sengoku nodded slowly, his expression a mix of relief and determination.
With talents like these.
Chapter 125, Admiral-Level Candidates.
He really is quite a combatant.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku said in awe, watching from the stands. Before him stood a man in a marine coat, his short, curly black hair catching the sunlight. He grinned confidently, revealing rows of bright white teeth as he raised his arms toward the sky. His hands darkened with armament haki, muscles swelling and veins bulging like coiled serpents beneath his skin.
What is that man trying to do?
Sengoku asked in surprise. Vice Admiral Tsuru folded her arms, her eyes sharp.
That man is Aramaki. His physical strength is beyond impressive.
Before she could finish explaining, Aramaki let out a thunderous roar. Standing directly beneath the meteor that Fujitora had summoned moments earlier, he caught the blazing mass with his bare hands. The impact shook the ground, yet he steadied the meteor and placed it gently to the side as if it weighed nothing. The entire parade ground fell silent. Then, Sengoku abruptly stood and applauded, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
Outstanding, Tsuru, you were right. These two are definitely admiral level.
Overcome with satisfaction, Sengoku personally presented the two with marine medals.
Work hard.
He told them with pride.
Your futures are limitless.
Issho bowed slightly.
This world is shrouded in darkness.
He said calmly.
I will be the light that cuts through it.
Aramaki smirked and crossed his arms.
Ha, it's a pity I wasn't at the War of the Best. Don't worry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In the next great war, I'll make sure to crush Ashveil myself.
Sengoku's grin widened.
Excellent, that's the spirit of a true Marine.
By the end of the day, the grand military review had concluded. The new recruits stood in perfect formation, the banners of justice fluttering across Marineford. Sengoku looked over the vast sea of soldiers with deep satisfaction.
Just wait, Thorn Ashveil.
He muttered under his breath, clenching his fists.
This time you'll witness the true strength of the Marines, the real overlords of the sea.
7 days later, calm had settled across the seas under Whitebeard's flag. The waves lapped peacefully against the ships anchored around the Moby Dick. Ashveil's days had been comfortable and uneventful. Lately, the only pirates who dared challenge him were small foolish men chasing the 20 billion berry bounty on his head. None even made it close. Whitebeard's outer divisions dealt with them swiftly, their corpses swallowed by the ocean before they could cause a ripple. Ashveil had expected someone like Douglas Bullet or Golden Lion Shiki to show up by now. But strangely enough, even those restless powerhouses and former Admiral Zephyr had remained quiet. It was peaceful.
Oi da Flamingo.
Ashveil said lazily, reclining in his chair aboard the ship.
Tell Caesar to make me a new game. I've already cleared all the ones he gave me before.
Hearing that command, Doflamingo's eyes lit up with a mixture of fear and excitement. He immediately straightened his coat and bowed.
At once, Mr. Ashveil.
To be directly addressed by Thorn Ashveil was an honor most could only dream of. Normally, Ashveil found conversation troublesome, so even a single word from him carried immense weight. As Doflamingo hurried off, he ran into Dracul Mihawk walking down the corridor. A sly grin curled across his lips.
Phew 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 phew.
He said with a mocking laugh.
Ashveil just called for me personally. Asked me to tell Caesar to make him a new game. Seems I'm quite favored today,
Mihawk glanced at him coldly and kept walking, uninterested in the clown's boasting.
Hey hey hey, Mihawk.
Doflamingo teased, tilting his shades down.
Better not disturb Mr. Ashveil or he might get irritated. Phew phew phew.
Mihawk's golden eyes flicked toward him, sharp as blades. His hand brushed the hilt of Yor the Black Blade Knight, just enough for Doflamingo to feel the killing intent. Sweat rolled down Doflamingo's temple. He coughed awkwardly, his smirk faltering.
Phew 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 phew.
He vanished down the hall in a hurry, thinking bitterly, that damn swordsman almost sliced me in half for no reason.
Gyah, who dares?
Caesar yelped, clutching his rear end in pain. But when he saw who it was, his expression changed instantly.
Ah, young Master Doflamingo, what an honor to see you.
Cut the crap.
Doflamingo said sharply.
Ashveil-san is bored. He wants a new game. Where is it? A new.
Caesar rubbed his dark-ringed eyes.
But
Doflamingo growled.
You're not making weapons anymore, so you've got plenty of time. If one game a day isn't enough, make 2 or 3. If Ashveil's mood drops because of your laziness, you'll regret it.
Caesar's face paled. He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Making artificial devil fruits had been easier than keeping up with Ashveil's gaming demands. His hair was falling out from stress, his hands trembling from exhaustion, yet no one cared.
Fine.
He stammered.
I'll have it done by tomorrow. That's more like it.
Doflamingo said with a satisfied smirk, turning to leave. As soon as the door closed, Caesar slumped to the floor, muttering to himself.
At this rate.
Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Ashveil suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Empress Boa Hancock, who was tidying his bed, looked up with concern.
Ashveil, are you catching a cold? Would you like me to?
She asked softly, her cheeks faintly flushed. Ashveil waved dismissively.
I don't get colds, Hancock. Just close the door when you leave and make sure no one disturbs me while I play.
Her heart skipped a beat at his calm tone.
Why yes, Ashveil.
Chapter 126, Captured Legends. After playing games for a while, Ashveil felt a bit hungry.
Hey, Uruj, go find me something to eat and drink.
Ashveil said lazily to Uruj, who was standing outside with Hancock.
Yes, Captain Ashveil. What would you like to eat today?
Ashveil listed casually. He never ate the same thing twice in a row.
Yes, Lord Ashveil.
Uruj replied respectfully before dashing toward the kitchen that the Whitebeard pirates had built specifically for Ashveil. Everyone knew that when he said he was hungry, the food had to appear within 5 minutes, no exceptions. Uruj sprinted as if every second were his last. When the food finally arrived, Ashveil ate while continuing his game, muttering under his breath.
Such a shame there's no internet in this world. All I can do is play these single-player games, and I've already cleared them all in half a day.
He sighed and leaned back.
It'd be great if I could connect to the internet in the pirate world someday.
Of course, Asheville understood that relying on Caesar alone wouldn't be enough to achieve that. To build a network like that here, he'd need the scientific might of Germa 66 and even Vegapunk himself. It would take enormous resources and manpower, something he could only attempt after ruling this world entirely. He paused for a moment, then chuckled softly.
Still, I wonder.
He murmured, shaking his head before returning to his food and game. At the Marine headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp and Commander-in-Chief Kong finally returned, riding in mechanical carriages produced by the Marines' Science Division. The entire base was overflowing with power. Among the four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom had arrived, accompanied by their most fearsome subordinates, King, Katakuri, Cracker, and Queen, as well as Kaido's Zoan-infused army and Big Mom's homies. From the seven warlords, there were heavy hitters like Shiryu of the Rain, San Juan Wolf, and Whitebeard Jr. Even the CP organization, though small in number, radiated terrifying strength. Within the Marines themselves, with the return of Kong and Garp, more elite officers had gathered than ever before. The sheer number of world-class fighters assembled in one place was unprecedented. Former enemies now stood side by side with one goal: to destroy Thorn Asheville. Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally came to greet Garp, noticing that although his old friend carried fresh injuries, his spirit remained as fierce as ever.
Sengoku, I've finished everything you asked.
Garp said with a grin.
Everyone's been captured except for the Red Count. He's a slippery one. But the rest, all behind bars.
Many of those names, Shiki, Douglas Bullet, Byandy, World War criminals Garp had once caught and sent to Impel Down himself. Their escape had been a stain on his record. Capturing them again brought him great satisfaction. A rumble echoed through the plaza as mechanical carriages rolled forward, each topped with reinforced cages. It was Kong's idea. Before sending the prisoners back to Impel Down, they would be paraded through Marineford to boost morale. The first to appear was the Golden Lion Shiki, seated inside a cage lined with sea prism stone, his body wrapped in nearly 100 chains of the same material. Dealing with the man who had once escaped Impel Down required extreme caution. The Marines erupted into cheers as they caught sight of the legend.
Look at that, do you know who that is?
Cried an old veteran.
That's the Golden Lion Shiki himself. The flying pirate who once attacked Marineford single-handedly.
Gasped a younger officer.
That's him, the only man who ever fought Roger to a standstill.
Even Kaido and Big Mom turned their attention immediately.
Hey, Kaido, look. Isn't that really the Golden Lion?
Big Mom said, her wide-painted eyes gleaming. Kaido's expression hardened.
It is him. Back in the Rocks Pirates' days, his strength was second only to Captain Rocks himself.
The two emperors strode forward to see their old comrade. Sengoku's eyes glinted behind his glasses.
You caught the Golden Lion? Excellent. If that man had joined Ashveil, our entire operation would have been jeopardized.
Kong nodded.
According to our intel, he did intend to side with Ashveil. He refused to cooperate with us even under threat of death, so Garp and I bound him ourselves.
Sengoku stepped closer to the cage.
Golden Lion Shiki, join the Marines.
He said evenly.
I can petition the world government for a full pardon. Be wise, know when to submit to reality.
For a man of Shiki's stature, Sengoku still hoped to negotiate. Recruiting him could turn the tide against Asheville.
Join us, Shiki.
Kaido added, gripping his kenabo tightly.
Let's fight together again, like in the old Rocks days.
That's right, Lion.
Big Mom said, baring her massive teeth in a grin.
Forget your ridiculous dreams. Staying alive should be your priority.
Puh!
Shiki spat.
You two disgust me. Even you have sunk so low as to serve the Marines. The world truly has rotted.
Though bound and shackled, the defiance in his eyes hadn't dimmed. Kaido and Big Mom's faces darkened instantly.
You arrogant fool.
Big Mom growled.
Then rot in Impel Down. You won't be escaping this time.
Kaido grunted in agreement, slamming his club against the ground, cracking the stone beneath him. Sengoku sighed quietly, still the same prideful beast.
Take him away. Send him to Impel Down immediately.
Chapter 127, Assembly of Giants 1. Immediately afterward, mechanical carriages rolled into Marineford one after another, each carrying figures of immense power and reputation. Among them were Byndy World, Douglas Bullet, and the former Marine Admiral, Zephyr. Inside the heavy cages, Bullet's furious roar echoed through the air.
Garp, Kong, Sengoku, you filthy dogs of the world government, just wait, you can't possibly defeat Ashveil.
World gripped the iron bars tightly, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at the gathered CP agents and Marines.
You bastards actually captured me with such cowardly methods. May you all be destroyed when this war begins, and may your masters, the celestial dragons, be erased from this world.
Sengoku didn't bother trying to reason with the two. Both were infamous for their hatred of the government. Hearing their curses only made his fists tighten, though his voice remained steady.
Take them to the 6th level of Impel Down. Watch them carefully.
Behind them, Zephyr was brought forth, the once-proud admiral of Marineford. Sengoku's expression softened with pity as he watched his former colleague. Smoker, Aokiji, Kizaru, and several elite Marines approached Zephyr's cage.
Teacher Zephyr, why must you go this far?
Aokiji asked, his tone pained.
That's right, Teacher Zephyr.
Kizaru added.
As long as you cooperate with the Marines, your past mistakes can be forgiven.
Zephyr suddenly laughed loudly, a wild, bitter sound that made the surrounding Marines fall silent.
Forgiven, hahoha, that's the funniest thing I've heard all day, my crimes.
His laughter died down, replaced by a glare that cut through the air. What crimes indeed? The man had trained the very core of Marine power, yet his family had been slaughtered by pirates. The one who took his arm, Whitebeard Jr., was later made a shichibukai by order of the higher-ups. And now that same pirate stood free, cooperating with the Marines, while Zephyr, the man who had built their strength, was branded a criminal. But what could they do? They were bound by the orders of the world government. Sengoku sighed.
Zephyr, we were comrades once. Return to the Marines, you can still be granted a full pardon. HMPH, I've long since grown disgusted with you.
Zephyr replied, his voice full of anger and sorrow. His eyes turned toward Whitebeard Jr., in the distance.
Work with that creature, you might as well kill me now.
He turned his head away, refusing to speak further. Even the likes of Kong, Garp, and Sengoku could only sigh helplessly. Power meant nothing before orders. Sengoku finally signaled Smoker to escort Zephyr to Impel Down, silently hoping that his former student might talk some sense into the old hero. When Zephyr was gone, Garp and Kong took their seats. Kaido glanced at the gathering of powerful individuals around him and let out a booming laugh.
Ha ha ha, with so many monsters gathered, maybe we really can kill Ashveil.
Mum. To be honest, ever since the Rocks Pirates disbanded, I haven't seen such a grand spectacle.
Big Mom bellowed, smiling with glee. Shuryu of the Rain leaned back with a wicked grin, his eyes scanning the battlefield. This is truly something else. I wonder if the Gorosei will appear. Whitebeard Jr. glanced around restlessly.
Mama, there are so many Marines here. Is that Ashveil guy really that strong?
Ha, my good son.
Miss Bakken said, patting his arm.
There are many people in this world stronger than you. Just go with the flow, and you'll profit greatly.
HMPH, I don't believe anyone's stronger than me. If I meet him, I'll kill him myself.
Whitebeard Jr. snapped, then returned to eating greedily. Aokiji and Kizaru exchanged uneasy glances. None of them had imagined the day would come when the Marines would ally with pirates. But the celestial dragon's interests outweighed everything. Ashveil's existence threatened the very foundation of their rule, forcing this unnatural alliance between Marines and pirates. Katakuri's eyes suddenly turned sharp, his observation Haki flaring.
Mama, look in that direction.
He warned. Big Mom followed his gaze. In the distance, 5 overwhelming auras surged toward Marineford, shaking even the strongest warriors present. A moment later, 5 figures stepped forward, each stride deliberate, each presence crushing. The 5 elders, the Gorosei, had arrived. Kaido's grin vanished, replaced by a tense stare. Big Mom nodded slowly.
Mum Tilda, I'd almost forgotten what real power feels like.
Even Shiryu of the Rain looked unsettled.
So these are the elders.
Whitebeard Jr. trembled, gripping his blade tightly.
Mama, you were right.
Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and the admirals immediately rose to attention, their expressions respectful. The arrival of the 5 elders marked the true beginning of the Ashveil subjugation army. The Gorosei seated themselves at the center dais, their cold eyes scanning the assembly. Kong stepped forward and bowed.
Reporting to the Gorosei, all forces of the world government have assembled. This includes 2 of the 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom of Tato Land. Both have committed nearly their entire crews. Additionally, the new Shichibukai have joined the effort with Whitebeard Jr. and Shiryu of the Rain as leading combatants. The Marines have deployed their admirals, their candidates, and the CP organization's elite agents. This time, we are determined to eliminate Ashveil.
The Gorosei exchanged brief glances before one of them spoke in a deep, ancient voice.
What is the current status of Thorn Ashveil?
Chapter 128, Assembly of Giants 2 out of 2.
Report to the Gorosei.
Kong said respectfully.
Hawkeye Mihawk, Empress Hancock, and Doflamingo are currently supporting Ashveil. HMPH.
Saint Jagarsha scoffed, his voice sharp and disdainful.
Foolish rebels trying to stop a chariot with their bare hands. Those who fail to see the greater tide of this world will meet only one and death.
A faint tremor ran through the air as the 5 elders' garments rippled in the wind. Their Conqueror's Haki burst forth in unison, a suffocating wave of power that crashed through the plaza like a storm. It was directed squarely at the pirates assembled before them, an open warning to remind these opportunists who truly ruled the world. Even the mighty Kaido and Big Mom fell silent under that pressure. Their monstrous confidence wavered slightly. Before the Gorosei, it felt as if their every move and thought were being laid bare. Kaido's jaw tightened. He remembered that during the God Valley incident, 2 of these same elders had forced him to his knees. Now there were 5 each radiating an even greater power than before. Sweat gathered along his brow, though a smirk tugged at his lips. Still, he was secretly satisfied. With these terrifying men in command, Ashveil's uprising would soon be crushed. Big Mom, Katakuri, Shiryu of the Rain, Whitebeard Jr., and the others also stayed perfectly still. They had all heard of the Gorosei before, but seeing them in person was something else entirely. It was no wonder the world government had ruled unchallenged for 8 centuries. Even without the Marines, these 5 alone could uphold the celestial dragon's throne. Whitebeard Jr., ever the simple one, tilted his head.
Mama, why are my palms sweating? They didn't even attack us.
Miss Backen's voice trembled as she whispered.
Quiet, son. That's Conqueror's Haki level so refined it can make even someone like you feel fear.
One of the Gorosei cast a brief glance their way. Instead of reprimanding them, he simply smiled faintly, and the immense Haki slowly receded. The tension vanished at once, and the pirates exhaled in relief. Then St. Marcus raised his hand.
Now I declare that the Government United Army is officially established. Our objective: subjugate Thorn Ashveil. Move out.
His voice echoed across Marineford, carrying to every ship and den mushy in range. The world itself seemed to fall silent. It was the calm before an inevitable storm. Though time had passed since the Marineford War, the name Ashveil still dominated every conversation. Do you think Ashveil's defiance against the world government will go unpunished?
Unlikely, but can the government even win? I heard his strength rivals that of a god. Nonsense. No god can shake an empire that's ruled the seas for 800 years. What's coming will be a war like no other.
Far away on the open sea, a pirate ship sailed quietly over calm waters. Its flag bore the mark of a skull with 3 scars, the red-haired pirates. At the bow, Shanks held a bottle of sake while Ben Beckman smoked beside him. Neither spoke for a long while, gazing out at the endless horizon. Finally, Shanks broke the silence.
This say.
Beckman took a slow drag, his expression grim.
According to intelligence, the Marines are preparing to move against the Whitebeard pirates. Should we act first?
Shanks shook his head.
No, we're too few. Between these colossal forces, whichever side we take could doom us. The red hair pirates must remain neutral.
Beckman nodded, lighting another cigarette. The smoke curled into the night as both men stared into the waves. The pace of history had quickened beyond their grasp. Neither the celestial dragons nor the Whitebeard's legacy could be challenged, not by them. The red hair pirates had stepped off the world's main stage, leaving the era to others. A faint smile crossed Shank's lips.
Hothe.
Just then Beckman froze. From the mist ahead, the silhouettes of hundreds of marine warships emerged, their hulls glinting under the sun. Shank's bottle lowered, his expression hardened.
You've got to be kidding me. The world government sent this many.
Then his eyes narrowed even further. On the lead ship, 5 familiar figures sat in plain sight.
The Gorosei.
Shanks muttered. The Marines drew closer, and one of the elders, Saint Ethanbaron, his eyes like cold steel, spoke first.
Shanks, are you interested in joining the world government to oppose Ashveil?
His words carried a crushing resonance. It wasn't mere speech, it was Conqueror's Haki woven into his voice, shaking the minds of everyone who heard it. The red hair pirates gritted their teeth, barely standing under the weight. Even Beckman staggered slightly. So this was the power Shanks had warned them about, beings who stood at the pinnacle of the world. Shanks slowly released his own Haki, the air crackling between them as his aura pushed back against the pressure.
I will remain neutral, Gorosei. HMPH, see that you do, but if you ever join Ashveil's faction.
Chapter 129, The Live Broadcast. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the air was unusually peaceful. Inside one of the cabins, Thorn Ashveil lounged comfortably, fully immersed in his game console. Behind him stood Empress Boa Hancock, her radiant smile softening as she quietly gathered the discarded snack wrappers he had tossed aside. Just as Ashveil was about to clear a difficult stage, a sharp knock broke the tranquility. He frowned immediately. This was his sacred time, his undisturbed time. Even Dracul Mihawk knew better than to interrupt him when he was gaming. Whoever was at that door had either a death wish or a very good reason.
Hancock, go see who it is.
Ashveil said lazily, his tone edged with irritation. If this turned out to be some trivial matter, he would personally toss the fool into the sea for a nice 2-hour swim. Hancock, the pirate empress herself, bowed gracefully, her eyes filled with devotion as she answered.
Yes, Master Ashveil.
The moment she turned to the door, her smile vanished, replaced by an expression as cold as ice. To disturb Master Ashveil during his game.
Insolent fool.
She hissed, tilting her chin upward with disdain.
How dare you disturb Master Ashveil's rest? You're unforgivable.
The intelligence officer trembled but ignored her hostility, blurting out in panic.
Master Ashveil, this is terrible. The Whitebeard pirates have been surrounded.
Hancock froze, her hostility replaced with shock as the man continued, his voice trembling.
5 mysterious elders are leading the assault. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Iron Fist Garp, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Commander Kong, criminals from Impel Down, the 2 Calamities, the 2 Admirals, and the 4 sweet commanders there all here. It's an alliance of unimaginable power.
Hancock's lips parted slightly, her composure faltering.
So many.
She turned to Ashveil, her brow furrowed.
What should we do, Master Ashveil?
Ashveil didn't even pause his game. His eyes stayed fixed on the glowing screen as he muttered, half annoyed.
I finally get a few quiet days, and these idiots from the world government choose now to act up.
He sighed deeply, his thumb flicking over the controller as he added.
Got it, I'll deal with them after I finish this level. Tell the others to stall them for now.
The intelligence officer stared in disbelief but dared not argue. He bowed hurriedly and left, sweat dripping down his face. Meanwhile, on the open sea near Whitebeard's territory, the combined forces of the world government United Army had gathered. Countless warships blanketed the horizon. A global live broadcast was already underway, an event meant to shake the entire world. Their mission, to subjugate Thorn Ashveil and the Whitebeard pirates, live before the eyes of the world. This public execution by war was meant to surpass even Roger's execution in historical impact. The world government sought to make a statement defy us, and this will be your fate. Standing tall on the main platform was Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government. His deep, commanding voice echoed across every den mushy screen worldwide.
Greetings, people of the world. I am Kong, Commander-in-Chief of the Marines. Today, we bring before you the ultimate trial of justice.
He paused for effect before continuing.
The man known as Thorn Ashveil, a name you all know well, is the world's most dangerous pirate, bearing a bounty of 20 billion berries. His crimes are beyond forgiveness. Slaying Admiral Sakazuki, killing celestial dragons, releasing prisoners from Impeldown, and destroying Marineford itself, each of these crimes alone warrants death. For the justice of this world, we will broadcast this war live. Let all who oppose the Marines and the world government witness the fate that awaits them.
The crowd around him roared in agreement. On the broadcast screen, one by one, the most powerful figures of the age appeared. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, his expression grim. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Fujitora, radiating the aura of admirals. Garp, his fists clenched in silent resolve. Even the CP-0 agents and world government scientists stood ready. Beside them, the Shichibukai and two of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, stood poised for battle. Their combined might was enough to terrify any sane man. Behind them stretched a sea of soldiers, marines, and pirates under forced alliance, nearly 200,000 strong. 5 kilometers away, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, Marco, Doflamingo, and Hancock watched the broadcast with grim expressions. Whitebeard's voice rumbled.
So the old fools are pulling this stunt again. They think they can scare us in front of the whole world.
Marco crossed his arms, frowning.
They're trying to make an example out of us, Pops, to show everyone what happens when you defy the world government.
Hancock clenched her fists, her usual regal confidence now shadowed by worry for Ashveil. Across the seas, reactions erupted. Pirates, civilians, and even marine branches everywhere froze as the transmission played.
Oh my God, they really mobilized everyone, even Kaido and Big Mom. I heard Ashveil destroyed Marineford, but this.
He's strong, sure, but can even he stand against this?
The world held its breath. The image on the broadcast changed again, revealing several massive figures being paraded before the camera. Gasps filled the air as one of them was recognized.
Is that?
Whitebeard's eyes narrowed.
So that's why Shiki's been quiet. Looks like the world government finally caught him.
Chapter 130, The World Trembles. It turned out that the old Golden Lion had truly been captured by the world government. To catch a man like him, they must have dispatched someone of Garp's caliber or perhaps even stronger. Around the deck of the Moby Dick, Doflamingo, Hancock, and Dracul Mihawk stood frozen in disbelief. They knew Golden Lion Shiki's strength better than anyone after all. They had fought him not long ago. Though age had touched his body, his might was undiminished, and his army of airborne beasts alone could rival a small nation's military. No one expected that the world government would succeed in capturing him. When the camera turned toward Shiki, instead of shame or fear, the old pirate threw his head back and laughed madly.
Ha 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 ha, isn't my angle handsome? You despicable dogs of the world government, you'll never defeat Thorn Ashveil. You fools know nothing of his power.
Shiki roared, his voice echoing across the world through the broadcast. Kong's expression hardened. With a sharp gesture, the feed cut away from Shiki's mocking grin to the next set of captives. This time, the camera revealed 2 men bound in layers of sea stone chains. One was a burly, towering figure whose muscles strained against his restraints, Douglas Bullet, the so-called Demon Heir. Beside him stood a long-bearded pirate, equally infamous by the World Destroyer.
They even caught Bullet and World.
Someone gasped from the gathered crowd watching the feed.
They must have escaped from Impeldown because of Ashveil. I can't believe the Marines captured them again so soon.
The world government's strength is deeper than we thought. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, his voice low and grave.
That man Bullet.
He exhaled slowly.
To think they managed to capture even them.
Marco nodded solemnly.
Yeah, they're going all in, Pops. They've planned this move for years.
As the camera lingered on the two captured legends, both men suddenly laughed, their voices filled with mockery and fury.
Ha ha ha, Marines, what kind of justice is this? Overwhelming numbers and shackles, you think this is victory.
Bullet sneered, his scarred face twisted into a grin.
You pathetic dogs.
He growled.
You dream of defeating Ashveil, keep dreaming.
World smirked beside him, his tone dripping with venom.
World government trash, you wanted to recruit me to fight against him. Ha, do you even deserve the honor?
Their laughter filled the broadcast, and murmurs rippled across the world. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku's glasses flashed as light reflected off the lenses. His jaw tightened.
These fools still don't understand.
He muttered, cold fury in his tone. The feed switched again, this time showing a purple-haired old man, one arm replaced by a massive iron crusher. Gasps erupted across every viewing den.
That's...
On the Moby Dick, Doflamingo's grin faded.
So that's why Golden Lion and Zephyr never returned after saying they'd bring gifts for Ashveil.
He murmured.
They were captured.
Zephyr's calm eyes met the camera. He took a deep breath before speaking in a steady, resonant voice.
You hypocrites of the world government, stop hiding behind that word, justice.
His iron arm clenched.
Justice is just a flag you wave to maintain your control. If you truly upheld justice, how could you ally with the same pirates who have burned and slaughtered across the seas?
Then, with a bitter laugh, Zephyr threw his head back.
Ha ha ha, you call this justice? You're the real scourge of this world.
His words struck deep. All over the world, people watching the live broadcast began to murmur.
Zephyr's right.
Among the supernovas, Eustace Kid burst into laughter, his metallic arm gleaming under the screen's light.
Justice, what a joke. I saw through this world long ago.
Kong's face darkened. Nearby, the Gorosei exchanged silent glances, their expressions grim. Even Kaido, Big Mom, and several of the Shichibukai frowned slightly. Zephyr's words had stung. The Marine broadcast crew, flustered, hastily cut back to Kong. Kong leaned forward, shouting into the den mushy microphone, spittle flying.
Thorn Ashveil, I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender now or your fate will be the same as theirs. If you don't surrender within 3 minutes,
He thundered.
the entire United Army will begin a full-scale assault.
The world held its breath. And then, as if to drive the tension higher, 5 imposing figures appeared on the broadcast, the Gorosei themselves. One, bald with a long beard, stepped forward. Another, with blonde hair and a scar across his face, folded his arms. The others radiated silent menace.
That's right, Thorn Ashveil.
One of them said coldly.
We, the 5 elders, have come in person. This war is under our command and our goal is your annihilation. Surrender now and perhaps your crew will be spared.
Their unified voices carried across the world like a thunderclap. Even through the screen, the pressure of their presence made countless viewers shiver.
The Gorosei, who are they?
I thought Commander-in-Chief Kong was the highest authority. So the world government had power even above him.
Across the globe, kings and nobles exchanged fearful glances. To see the Gorosei themselves leading the assault was proof enough. The world government was dead serious.
Looks like that great pirate, Thorn Ashveil, is doomed,
whispered one of the kings, watching from Mary Geoise. Meanwhile, out at sea, Kaido and Big Mom burst into cruel laughter aboard their massive ships.
War Aurora, so the 5 elders themselves move against you, Ashveil.
Kaido's booming voice echoed through the waves.
You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant.
Big Mom grinned, her massive tongue running over her teeth.
Mama, this time, little boy, you're finished.
The entire world watched, the ocean silent but for the sound of the wind. Every pirate, marine, and civilian knew one truth: something was about to happen that would shake history itself. And far away, on the Moby Dick, Thorn Ashveil finally set down his controller. He smiled faintly, eyes glinting like steel. He muttered,
Good.
He rose slowly to his feet, his presence shifting. Even the air seemed to still around him.
Then let's make sure they remember my name.
Chapter 131, Interrupted Game. Whitebeard's expression turned solemn. The Gorosei's strength could not be underestimated.
Pops, are the Gorosei really that terrifying? How do they compare to you?
Marco asked from the side, puzzled. Whitebeard sighed, tightening his grip on Murakumajiri, and spoke quietly.
I didn't expect it. Zephyr was right, the Gorosei have truly all made their move.
He said.
Any one of them would, I'm afraid, be no weaker than I am.
Whitebeard added with a grave look. Everyone aboard the Moby Dick changed their faces at once after hearing Whitebeard's words. If that was true, there were far too many formidable opponents assembled. Kaido, Big Mom, Garp, Sengoku, Kong, and the Gorosei 10 peerless powerhouses in all. On their side, only Whitebeard and Hawkeye Mihawk could stand against them. Were they really going to let Ashveil face 10 peerless powerhouses alone? Noticing the unusual expressions across the Whitebeard crew, the Gorosei showed a hint of disdain.
HMPH, 10 seconds left. Your time is nearly up, prepare.
The Gorosei ordered. A terrifying killing intent radiated from every direction around the Whitebeard pirate's ship.
10, 9, 8, 7.
As the Marines counted down, a lazy voice drifted out over the broadcast, carrying Conqueror's Haki.
You're really noisy, you know. I'm playing a game and your shouting is all over the screen.
The voice said, calm but annoyed.
Can't you keep it down a bit and let me finish in peace?
Ashveil shuffled out of his cabin in slippers. This normally easygoing man now wore a face full of irritation. The global broadcast of Kong's and the Gorosei's conversation had reached Ashveil while he was in the middle of a game. He felt like storming out and giving them a good slap to quiet them, but he hadn't cleared the final boss yet, and he couldn't afford to lose focus. Of all people, these bastards wouldn't stop, and then they started counting down. Ashveil's hand shook, he mistimed his move, and the final boss defeated him. He had been working on that boss all day, and because of their commotion he had failed at the last moment. Ashveil was furious, and he made no effort to hide it.
Because of you noisy bastards, I didn't clear my game, and I won't let you off.
Ashveil shouted at the world government's forces with ringing contempt. The live broadcast camera zoomed in on him, and people around the world reacted in shock. So this was Ashveil. Although he looked unassuming, his words were charged and commanding, the kind of presence that carried Conqueror's Haki. And all that because he lost his game. Strong people really had different priorities. On the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard crew who had previously shown concern at the world government's presence relaxed upon seeing Ashveil, and a few even laughed. With Ashveil here, they felt there was nothing they couldn't handle.
Does Ashveil also possess a Conqueror's Haki-infused technique?
Jazu asked, suspicious.
Gururara, of course. A man who has mastered Conqueror's Haki would naturally possess remarkable techniques.
Whitebeard boomed with hearty laughter. Hawkeye Mihawk tightened his grip on his black blade Yoru, a small smile at his lips.
I was worried I wouldn't have anyone worthy to spar with, but now it's perfect.
He said.
Stinky Marines, you disturbed our Captain Ashveil's game, and the consequences will be severe.
Marco shouted at the united army of the world government, voice booming over the water. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates surged with Ashveil's appearance. The Gorosei's mouths twitched with fury. How dare that man Ashveil ignore them like this? He actually said they had ruined his game and that he would deal with them. Such arrogance.
Hear my command, make killing Ashveil your primary objective. Now attack.
The Gorosei barked furious. The horn of war sounded, and waves of Marines charged in Ashveil's direction. For a moment, the area around the Whitebeard fleet erupted with thunderous battle cries, killing intent shaking the heavens. The sky darkened, thunder rolled, all stirred by the fighting spirit of the world government's greatest. A gale whipped around them, warships and pirate vessels rocking violently under the wind, lending a surreal intensity to the battlefield. Viewers across the globe watched in stunned silence. At one command, nearly 200,000 troops had moved at once. Could anything truly exist that could resist such a force? Kaido and Big Mom could not remain idle. Upon hearing the Gorosei's order, they surged to the front lines. Charlotte Linlin rode Kaido's dragon form through the sky, using her flying ability to reach the battlefield first. Once arrived, Kaido reverted to his human form. The club in his hand crackled with purple lightning, Conqueror's Haki coiling through it.
Thunder Bagua.
Kaido bellowed, swinging the club toward the Whitebeard fleet. Linlin followed, calling.
Napoleon.
Her hat transformed into a massive sword and landed in her hand.
Mama, this opponent looks trickier than usual.
Napoleon commented after transforming.
Mama, I don't believe they can stand up to our combined formation.
Linlin sneered. They attacked together, and instantly the sky and sea filled with terrifying sword intent.
Aikoku.
Linlin roared. A blade wave tore through the air, as if the space itself had been sliced.
Linlin, Kaido, you spineless bastards colluding with the world government.
Whitebeard shouted, anger etched across his face. His hands were in motion. A transparent power flowed over Murakumajiri as he slashed at the twin onslaught. Boom! A thunderous roar blasted from where the attacks collided. Explosive energy scattered, black lightning streaking from the impact. For a moment the world dimmed, the sea boiling violently as waves rose and crashed. Onlookers gasped in awe and dread.
Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, a clash of three emperors. Is it truly this fearsome?
Someone whispered.
This is only the start. The battles to come will be worse. Who can imagine whether these clashes will even crack the sky?
Someone else murmured. Even those who had seen much were shaken by the display. If ordinary civilians had been this close, they would have been terrified beyond measure. Somewhere in the New World, a big-eater girl watching the broadcast widened her mouth in astonishment.
Is this the power of emperors? Even I might get hurt just by being nearby.
She said. Kid, also watching, stared in disbelief.
Is this the standard of the four emperors? To become Pirate King, I must surpass them all.
He declared. Luffy watched the live feed, eyes bright with fierce resolve.
Is this comparable to Roger's Prime?
Luffy said, awe tinting his voice.
Ha ha ha, just wait, I'll take you all on one at a time.
Chapter 132, 132, Big Mom and Kaido Combine Attack, 1 month ago. Chapter 132, Big Mom and Kaido Combine Attack. On the battlefield, Whitebeard gritted his teeth, muscles straining as he used every ounce of strength to withstand the combined might of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The very air quaked beneath their power. Yet Kaido and Linlin were far from alarmed. Instead, twin grins spread across their monstrous faces, eyes gleaming with battle lust.
Whitebeard, you old fossil.
Kaido growled, voice like rolling thunder.
You haven't fallen as far as I thought.
Linlin's laughter followed, shrill and booming.
But let's see if you can handle the next one, old man. Zeus, Prometheus.
Linlin bellowed, summoning her homies. 2 souls emerged, one blazing with fire, the other crackling with lightning. Linlin planted a foot on Prometheus, while Zeus hovered above, lightning sparking wildly. Her massive figure rose into the air as Kaido's form began to shift, scales glimmering as he entered his hybrid state, part man, part dragon. In the sky, the 2 Yonko swung their weapons in unison. Power roared outward like a living storm, merging into a single devastating force that tore the heavens apart. Marco's eyes widened, his instincts screaming.
Old man, be careful. That blast'll wipe out everything for kilometers. Don't take it head on.
He shouted, wings beating frantically. But it was too late. The speed of their combined strike was unreal, even Whitebeard couldn't dodge in time.
Damn brats.
Whitebeard roared, veins bulging.
They've grown stronger than they ever were on Rock's crew. Guess I'll just have to meet them head on.
Raising Murakumajiri, he coated his entire body in the densest layer of armament Haki. His Conqueror's Haki surged, shaking the ground as he prepared to block the monstrous attack. Then, a deep black light flashed across the battlefield. It shot through the air and collided with Kaido and Linlin's technique, Overlord Destruction, exploding with enough force to make the sky itself tremble. The unexpected interference drew everyone's eyes. It was none other than Dracul Mihawk, his sword gleaming with jet-black Haki. His new technique unleashed countless condensed slashes that collided with the Yonko's devastating strike. Each sword beam hit like a cannon barrage, filling the air with an ear-splitting rumble. Smoke billowed violently. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes.
It was blocked. When did Mihawk become this strong?
The sheer pressure from Mihawk's slash rivaled the shockwaves of the tremor fruit itself. Even Kaido and Linlin faltered momentarily, eyes narrowing at the intensity. Linlin barked a laugh.
Mihawk, you've grown even stronger, haven't you? Truly terrifying for a swordsman.
Kaido smirked, gripping his kanabo.
Heh, impressive but still not enough. This is our combined might. You can't stop Overlord destruction.
The smoke cleared, revealing the energy wave still surging forward, smaller now, but far from harmless.
Old man, look out. Brutal charge.
Diamond Jazu burst forward, his body gleaming like crystal. Coated in shining jewels and Sakura flow, he intercepted the attack head-on. The explosion shattered his diamond armor, and the massive shockwave sent him flying backward.
Jazu!
Marco shouted, flames bursting from his wings. He dove after his comrade, blue fire wrapping around Jazu's wounds and healing them instantly. Whitebeard's deep voice boomed.
You all right, brat?
Jazu coughed, wiping blood from his lip.
Yeah, Pops, just cracked my armor.
If anyone could tank a blow like that, it was Jazu, the man whose physical defense ranked among the greatest of the New World. Kaido snarled, Linlin's grin twisted.
Mihawk!
Kaido muttered darkly.
They've ruined our entrance.
Linlin spat.
I wanted to crush their spirits, not trade blows.
Whitebeard laughed heartily.
Gyururara, Kaido, Linlin, is that all your Haki can do, Gyururara?
Across the battlefield, Sengoku's expression hardened. Admiral's Vice Admiral Takakake support Kaido and Linlin. The Marines moved instantly. From above, Kizaru descended at the speed of light, his body glowing golden.
Don't get too full of yourself, Whitebeard. The fun's just getting started.
He said lazily, before unleashing a flurry of light bullets. Boom, boom, boom. The Moby Dick trembled under the relentless barrage. Then Aokiji raised his hand, releasing a wave of freezing mist. A colossal ice pillar erupted beneath the pirate ship, instantly freezing the surrounding sea.
The Moby Dick's trapped.
One of the helmsmen cried.
He froze the whole ocean.
Aokiji's voice was calm and cold.
Let's see you escape this, even with wings, Whitebeard.
From the front lines, Takakake drew his blade, releasing a crimson slash aimed directly at Whitebeard. The slash carved through the air like molten steel. Whitebeard met it head-on, swinging Murakumajiri. The clash sent the red slash rebounding, curving back toward Takakake at double the speed. Takakake's eyes widened.
He reflected it.
He exclaimed.
His armament Haki.
A booming laugh erupted behind him.
Now this is what I call fun.
Chapter 133, Issho. All around the world, voices rose in astonishment as the images from the battlefield played across countless screens.
The battle has just begun, and it's already so intense. Most of the world government's forces haven't even moved yet. Who's that long-haired man? I've never seen him before.
Even Whitebeard's sharp eyes focused on the unfamiliar figure. He had never heard of such a marine before. It seemed the Navy was truly going all out to deal with Ashveil this time. In sheer physical power, that man could likely rival even Garp.
Hell, hell, hell.
Aramaki said with a sly grin, running a hand through his long hair.
Seeing it today, it's truly something extraordinary. Don't underestimate them, Aramaki.
A calm yet powerful voice called out. The blind swordsman, Issho, landed gracefully nearby, his feet touching down on cannonballs that rained through the air.
They are some of the most renowned pirates in the world.
As they entered range, countless cannonballs filled the sky. Fire Fist Ace raised his arm, flames roaring to life. A massive fire fist shot upward, detonating the incoming barrage midair. Marco followed, blue phoenix flames spreading wide and burning apart what remained. Nearby, Doflamingo's fingers twitched subtly and threads sliced through the air, exploding cannonballs before they could reach the Moby Dick. Dracul Mihawk's golden eyes gleamed sharply as he rested his hand on the hilt of Yoru, the black blade. His lips curved slightly.
Perfect!
He murmured.
I can test the precision of Ashveil's sword technique.
With a slow, elegant swing, Mihawk sent a humming wave of darkness into the air. The black slash stretched 1,000 meters before splitting into countless blades that fanned outward. For an instant, the entire sky looked a flame-fiery explosions blooming among the storm of swords. The sea below dyed crimson from the reflection. Aramaki's eyes widened.
So this is the power of the world's greatest swordsman.
All over the world, swordsmen stared in awe, their hearts pounding as they watched. Fujitora tilted his head slightly, a faint smile on his lips.
The former Shichibukai Mihawk.
He unsheathed his cane sword, gravity swirling around it. A deep hum filled the air as his power surged.
Aramaki.
Fujitora said, voice suddenly stern.
We need to end this war quickly before it spirals further.
He swung his blade.
Gravity blade fierce tiger.
A colossal wave of gravitational force erupted outward, the air warping under its weight. A massive arc of energy tore across the battlefield, its presence heavy enough to crush everything in its path. Mihawk's eyes narrowed. The sheer pressure was immense. This blind swordsman was far stronger than he appeared. He moved swiftly, releasing another slash to intercept, but the timing was too short. His earlier strike had drained his momentum. Far away, Eustace Kid watched the live broadcast, his metal prosthetic arm clenching.
So many monsters.
He muttered.
That guy can control meteors. What kind of power is that?
Beside him, Killer gave a low whistle beneath his mask.
They're all after Ashveil. If that many powerhouses are moving, he must be even more terrifying than they are.
Kid's jaw tightened, the air around him vibrating as nearby metal bent under his magnetic pull.
That man!
At Sabyati Archipelago, reporters scrambled before giant screens, snapping photo after photo.
This is history!
One shouted, his voice trembling with excitement.
We must record every moment of it.
On the battlefield, Mihawk's black slash collided with the descending meteor summoned by Fujitora. The heavens shook as the meteor shattered into countless fragments that scattered harmlessly into the sea. Whitebeard readied his massive Naginata, Murakumajiri, to deflect the remaining gravitational wave when a sudden chill enveloped him. In an instant, he was frozen solid, encased in a towering block of ice. From above, Aokiji hovered on his bicycle of frost, his breath visible in the air.
Whitebeard!
He said coldly, among all the Whitebeard pirates, only Ashveil and their captain posed real trouble, and for Whitebeard, Aokiji's ice was the perfect counter. Diamond, Jazu, and Ace tried to rush forward to help, but Kizaru's light beams exploded before them, blocking their path in blinding flashes. The others prepared to resist Fujitora's attack, but Kaido and Big Mom intercepted them from above. The sky burned and crackled with fire and lightning, the atmosphere itself trembling beneath their combined might. The weather turned chaotic storms, fire and thunder swirling together.
Let's end this battle.
Fujitora said grimly, his sword blazing with gravitational energy. Though he knew it wouldn't kill the pirates, the sheer destructive force could obliterate the Moby Dick entirely. Then, a calm, indifferent voice echoed across the battlefield.
This is getting dull.
Ashveil said softly.
Seems the Gorosei have no intention of moving.
His tone was casual, yet it carried across the chaos. He had wanted to witness the powers of the five elders firsthand, but the longer he watched, the more unimpressed he became. Their lack of involvement only deepened his boredom. With a faint sigh, Ashveil lifted his hand. A wave of Conqueror's Haki burst forth, unseen yet overwhelming. Fujitora's fierce tiger slash halted midair, suspended as though the world itself had frozen. The Admiral's face tensed.
This guy!
He gripped his sword tightly.
Damn tiger!
He roared, a crushing gravity surged down upon Ashveil, the deck of the Moby Dick cracking beneath the immense force, but Ashveil's expression didn't waver. With nothing more than a thought, his Conqueror's Haki multiplied in strength, a pressure 100 times greater than Fujitora's gravity. In the next instant, the Admiral was gone crushed straight through the deck, leaving behind only a vast crater where he had stood. Aramaki froze, his confident smirk fading. His gaze locked on Ashveil, dread creeping up his spine. With one effortless strike, Ashveil had erased Issho Fujitora, a man once hailed as a monster. Chapter 134, War of Legends. It was a technique reminiscent of Fujitora's, and yet the difference was staggering. Fujitora's gravitational pressure had no effect on Ashveil, while a single effortless strike from Ashveil sent the marine crashing into the sea below. Unbelievable. Fujitora, wielder of the gravity fruit, should have been immune to any form of external pressure. Yet here he was defeated in an instant. The conclusion was obvious. The man standing before them, seemingly casual and disheveled, possessed power beyond imagination. He had the strength to annihilate an admiral-level powerhouse with a single move. On the battlefield's other side, the ice encasing Whitebeard began to crack. The shards splintered one after another, echoing across the war-torn sea. High above, Aokiji watched intently, his gaze sharp as he spoke.
So this is the might of the tremor fruit.
With a thunderous roar, Whitebeard shattered the ice completely, fragments scattering under the force of his tremors.
Gururarara, little brat playing with ice, you're still too early.
Whitebeard bellowed, his voice booming like thunder as waves crashed beneath his feet. His aura flared, fierce and proud. Turning his head toward Ashveil, the old pirate grinned broadly.
Ashveil, this time we'll have a real fight. Even someone like you will need to show some effort.
Ashveil chuckled, his tone sharp and dismissive.
Heh, you think too little of me, old man. I'm more than enough to deal with these small fries.
As those words fell, a surge of overwhelming pressure spread from him, his conqueror's Haki shaking the battlefield. Marines, pirates, and onlookers alike froze as the golden aura rippled outward. Ashveil stood unmoved, a faint smirk curling on his lips. In his eyes, the war's end had already been decided. With his golden conqueror's Haki, failure wasn't even a possibility. Across the world, the battle was being broadcast live. Reporters from every nation crowded around massive screens, cameras flashing as Ashveil's image filled the world.
That's him.
Every corner of the world buzzed with disbelief. Ashveil's appearance had turned this already monumental war into a legend in motion. Kid stood among the chaos, sweat beading on his brow despite his own conqueror's Haki.
Ashveil.
Kid muttered. He hadn't been part of the Marineford War, but he'd heard the tales how Ashveil single-handedly crushed the Marines' might. He dismissed them as exaggerated rumors. But now, feeling that suffocating aura through the screen, he realized every word had been true. Beside him, Killer trembled slightly. To stand alone before such overwhelming forces, it wasn't just strength, it was unbreakable resolve. Whether Ashveil was truly as powerful as the legends claimed didn't matter. Just the courage to face this war alone was enough to command respect.
This is what a real pirate king should be.
Killer whispered. Elsewhere, on the deck of the Red Force, the Red Hair Pirates watched the live broadcast in tense silence.
Ashveil.
Lucky Roo said, his voice shaking slightly. Many of them had witnessed Ashveil's duel with their captain. None doubted his power.
Oi Shanks, do you think Ashveil can win this?
Ben Beckman asked, exhaling smoke, his expression grim. Shanks's eyes remained fixed on the screen, his tone low and thoughtful.
His conqueror's Haki.
But he knew the other side's power too well. The Gorosei were not to be underestimated. After a long pause, Shanks sighed.
This battle.
The Red Hair Pirates looked stunned. Few among them truly understood the might of the Gorosei.
Are they really that powerful?
Ben Beckman asked. Shanks didn't answer directly, his gaze grew distant.
How strong do you think Garp is?
He asked instead.
Garp!
Ben Beckman frowned, thinking.
He's a legend. He captured Golden Lion, Roger, Bullet, even Rocks. He's old, but he's still the Marines' mightiest fighter, stronger even than Sengoku. Why ask that?
Shanks gave a faint smile.
Because Garp is the strongest man you've ever seen.
He said quietly.
Is stronger than Garp.
Silence consumed the deck, jaws dropped. Lucky Roo's drumstick slipped from his hand and hit the floor.
Stronger than Garp.
He stammered. Shanks nodded solemnly.
That's right.
Chapter 135, Shanks' Prediction. Yassop followed closely behind, jaw slack and throat dry, swallowing hard before speaking in disbelief.
That's right, Shanks, are you kidding me? There are actually 5 more people in this world as strong as Garp. No.
Yassop's voice trembled, his face filled with shock. Ben Beckman, always calm, frowned slightly.
Even if they're strong, their power should only be comparable to Garp's, right?
His eyes searched Shank's expression for a hint of humor. But Shanks only smiled bitterly, shaking his head. His gaze swept over his crew before settling on the horizon.
Do I look like I'm joking?
He replied quietly. A heavy silence fell over the red-haired pirates. The only sound was the faint hum of the ship's rigging in the wind. After a long pause, Ben finally broke the silence.
Then,
He asked, genuine disbelief flickering in his tone. Shanks exhaled slowly and shook his head again.
it's hard to say, Ashveil's strength isn't as simple as when I last crossed blades with him, in this war.
He paused, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the distant live broadcast.
But with Ashveil on the field, their chances dropped to 70%. As for what he said, that he alone would face the entire united army, it's just morale. No one could take on that many monsters alone and survive. If he really does fight them all himself, the Marines will still win 100%.
His tone was grim and final. The entire crew fell silent again, the weight of his words sinking in. Their eyes all turned toward the transponder screen, unwilling to miss a single moment of the historic battle unfolding. Even the Revolutionary Army was watching intently.
I told you, Dragon.
Ivankov exclaimed, his heavy makeup trembling with each word.
Ashveil is no ordinary man. He destroyed Marineford single-handedly during the last war.
Dragon's expression was calm, but his voice carried a note of unease.
His aura truly fits that of an emperor.
As the leader of the revolutionaries, Dragon wanted Ashveil to triumph. The world needed someone strong enough to shatter the celestial dragon's iron grip. Sabo stepped forward, his eyes locked on the image of Ashveil standing tall amid chaos.
He's about my age.
Sabo murmured.
But the heights he's reached.
He clenched his fist slightly, awe flashing in his gaze.
I used to think my strength was impressive for my age, but compared to him, I'm nothing. There's always someone stronger.
Around him, the revolutionary officers nodded in silent agreement, their eyes fixed on the screen. On the battlefield, Sengoku's expression hardened. He clenched his fists and shouted.
Everyone stand back. I'll handle Ashveil myself.
A radiant yellow light burst forth from his body, blinding those nearby. In an instant, the fleet admiral had transformed into his fearsome great Buddha form, towering above the battlefield. Even Sengoku, a veteran of countless wars, didn't dare underestimate Ashveil. He immediately unleashed his full power.
Buddha's shockwave.
A brilliant surge of golden energy tore through the air, splitting the heavens as it roared toward Ashveil. The very atmosphere rippled under the pressure, a glowing line of destruction shooting straight ahead. A deafening boom followed. The shockwave struck the Moby Dick with incredible force, shaking the colossal ship to its core. Yet not a single plank splintered. Ashveil stood firm at the bow, his Conqueror's Haki swirling like an invisible storm, shielding the ship completely. When the light faded, Sengoku's attack had done nothing. Not even Ashveil's coat fluttered from the impact. Sengoku's brows furrowed, his most powerful strike had been shrugged off as if it were nothing. Far behind him, the Gorosei watched calmly, their voices cold and steady.
Garp Kong, the Shichibukai, attack together.
One of them commanded. In an instant, several figures vanished from sight, their speeds tearing the air.
Iron Fist.
Both legends struck simultaneously, their fists colliding with Ashveil's shimmering barrier. The air trembled, shockwaves expanding outward like waves in a storm. Shuryu of the Rain, Katarina Devon, Wolf, Avalo Pizarro, and the rest of the government's forces joined the assault. Explosions burst one after another, filling the sky with thunder and flame. Whitebeard Jr. roared from above, his enormous blade descending.
And me, I'll be the one to defeat you, Ashveil.
His strike, imbued with armament Haki rivaling his father's, smashed into the barrier. The Heishoku-infused defense wavered, shattering into fragments of dark lightning. The blade halted just 5 centimeters from Ashveil's chest.
This guy.
Kong shouted, sweat glistening on his forehead.
With so many of us attacking together, and still.
He could feel it, the fear, the realization that this man's growth was monstrous, almost unnatural. If he wasn't stopped now, the age of the world government would end. At that moment, Kaido, Big Mom, and the admirals all turned toward Ashveil. Without hesitation, they charged.
Descent of the Three Worlds, path to Naraka.
Kaido bellowed, his beast form surrounded by streaks of black lightning as he brought his club down with earth-shattering force. Charlotte Linlin Big Mom landed heavily on the barrier, her blade Napoleon slicing down again and again, each blow fueled by her thunderous rage. The barrier cracked, shattering under the combined power of two Yonko.
Don't get careless, Linlin.
Kaido roared.
His skin is still coated in Conqueror's Haki. He's not open yet.
The admirals moved next. Kizaru shot upward, light bending around him as he formed a blinding column.
Yasukani no Megatama.
A storm of golden light bullets transformed into a radiant pillar, screaming toward Ashveil. Aokiji's breath turned the air into frost as countless spears of ice followed the beam. Takecake and Fujitora combined their slashes, splitting the sky in two, while Aramaki lunged forward, his body wrapped in armament Haki shaped like a charging bull. The attack converged on Ashveil. Whitebeard reacted instantly.
Not while I'm still breathing.
Murakumajiri gleamed with tremor light as it collided with Aramaki's attack. The bull-shaped Sakura flow shattered into fragments of Heishoku that scattered like sparks. Marco swooped in right after. His azure flames wrapped around Kizaru's beam, detonating it midair in a flash of gold and blue. When the light dimmed, Marco descended, blood trickling from his lip before healing in an instant.
You're not laying a finger.
Chapter 136, 136, Ashveil against the world, 1 month ago. Chapter 136, Ashveil against the world. Doflamingo didn't dare to be careless.
Shield white string.
Lines of white threads emerged, weaving into a massive barrier that shot toward the sky. The ice spears released by Aokiji clashed with the shield midair in a deafening explosion.
Did it block it?
Doflamingo exclaimed in relief. But the next moment, his string shield shattered under the force of Aokiji's frozen barrage, scattering into countless silk-like fragments.
You're still too early, Doflamingo.
Aokiji roared, his breath misting the air as the frozen lances continued to surge forward. Watching the collapsing sky of ice, Empress Hancock's sharp eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope.
Although they weren't completely stopped, the speed and power have weakened.
She clenched her fist, her long hair flowing with a queen's resolve.
I'll stop them. Slave arrow.
She brushed her crimson lips with a finger, forming a giant pink heart that she drew back like a bowstring. From it, thousands of glowing arrows rained upward. The weaker pirates behind her, hypnotized by her beauty, froze mid-action.
Hancock is truly too beautiful.
They stared blankly, forgetting their duties as the cannons went silent. Empress Hancock ignored them. She released her volley, and the sky was filled with streaks of pink light. The arrows collided with the ice spears chasing toward Ashveil in the distance. One after another, the frozen pillars slowed under the charm's magic, layers of frost petrifying and flaking away until they disintegrated into shards that fell from the heavens. Aokiji's expression darkened.
Hancock.
Meanwhile, Takecake and Fujitora's combined slash met the blades of Hawkeye Mihawk and Flower Sword Vista. The air trembled as the four powers collided, creating a storm of energy. Sword auras crisscrossed through the sky, slicing through the clouds and even the distant warships below. Several marine ships were pierced clean through, their hulls split before sinking beneath the waves. Yet the Moby Dick, shielded by Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki, stood untouched amidst the chaos. From the rear, the Gorosei narrowed their eyes.
Personnel below Rear Admiral rank are forbidden from approaching within 3 kilometers.
One of them commanded coldly. Sengoku sighed heavily as he watched the clash from afar.
Just a little more.
He muttered regretfully. But then, the crimson aura of Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki flared once more, restoring the barrier around the Moby Dick. Kaido's growl echoed from across the field.
You idiots, just a little more and it would have ended. The Marines are truly useless.
Kizaru's face twitched.
What was that, Kaido? You think the rest of us are just here for decoration? Enough!
Sengoku barked, his glasses flashing white.
This isn't the time for internal squabbling.
He turned his gaze briefly toward the 5 figures seated behind him, the Gorosei, his brows furrowed. Were these old men really planning to keep watching? The 5 elders, however, were calmly discussing among themselves.
What do you think?
Asked Saint Ethanbaron, the elder in a kimono, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his katana.
Nothing special.
Replied Saint Marcus, the one with white curly hair and a soft beard.
If not for the Whitebeard pirates' interference, they would have already broken through Ashveil's defense. HMPH indeed,
Said Saint Jagarsha, the scar-faced elder.
if any 2 of us moved, we could end this quickly. Imusama worries too much.
Across the world, viewers watching through Den Den Mushi were left stunned.
Unbelievable.
Somewhere far away, red-haired Shanks frowned.
The Gorosei haven't even joined the fight, and Ashveil's defenses are already cracking. Seems I overestimated him.
Beckman nodded.
800 years of accumulation.
In the shadows of another island, the revolutionary leader Dragon exhaled softly.
Although Ashveil is strong, the Whitebeard pirates have already lost this war.
Ivankov protested, eyes wide.
But he's still standing against them all.
Dragon shook his head.
It's useless. Even he can't resist if all the world government's forces decide to strike.
Back on the battlefield, one of the Gorosei picked up a transponder snail.
Ashveil, stop this meaningless struggle.
Saint Jagarsha's voice boomed.
You should know you can't resist us for long.
Ashveil yawned, almost bored. They hadn't even seen him fight yet and they were already sure he'd lose? How premature. He picked up the amplifier transponder snail from the Whitebeard pirate's deck.
Hey, old men.
He drawled lazily.
Your mission this time, it's to kill me, right?
He smiled faintly.
Let the Whitebeard pirates go. I'll fight you alone. How about it?
The Gorosei exchanged amused glances. So the young man had run out of options? Willing to die alone to protect his allies, how noble.
Agreed, Ashveil. You're surprisingly sensible.
Saint Ethanbaron said. On the Moby Dick, protests erupted immediately.
Ashveil, we can't just abandon you.
Marco shouted. Haki Mihawk's eyes glinted coldly.
You gave me back my fighting spirit. I won't turn my back on you, Ashveil. If we die together. Perhaps we'll continue our duel in the underworld. Gururara.
Whitebeard's laughter rumbled like thunder.
Brat, I've long stopped fearing death. Let's break through together.
Ashveil rolled his eyes.
F.
Especially Mihawk, that deadpan swordsman. Why was he acting like a ghost clinging to him already? Just the thought gave Ashveil chills. The truth was simple. He didn't want his full power to harm the Whitebeard pirates by accident.
I'm saying, I just can't go all out with you guys around.
Ashveil said calmly.
Old man, you believe me, right?
Whitebeard looked at him, seeing the steady determination in those calm eyes. Ashveil's tone softened.
Don't worry, I'm not that weak.
The united army frowned, watching from a distance. They couldn't hear the conversation, but it looked like a farewell. To them, it was foolish self-sacrifice. Once Ashveil fell, the world government would surely annihilate the rest.
All right, it's a deal then, Gorosei.
Ashveil shouted, grinning. Before he left, Whitebeard patted his shoulder.
Ashveil will stay within 5 kilometers. If anything happens, we'll come for you.
Chapter 137, 137, The 5 Elders, 1 month ago. Chapter 137, The 5 Elders. Ashveil watched the Moby Dick fade into the distance, his lips curling into a calm smile. Now the united army was truly in trouble. He had hesitated to go all out earlier, afraid that his power might harm Whitebeard's ship and his allies. But now that the Moby Dick had retreated far enough, there was no need for restraint. The entire battlefield was filled with enemies. No matter how he attacked now, only the enemy would suffer.
Kid, without the Whitebeard pirates, do you really think you stand a chance?
The mocking voices of the Gorosei echoed from afar.
I advise you to surrender now, to avoid unnecessary suffering.
Saint Jagarsha added in a cold tone. Ashveil let out a short laugh, brushing off the condescension.
Ha ha ha, if you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of all this chatter?
His expression turned calm, almost indifferent.
But before that, I'll need to make a proper venue. Floating around like this is inconvenient.
Everyone around him was stunned. A venue, what does he mean by that? Even the Gorosei exchanged puzzled glances. Did this man really have the leisure to worry about where he fought? Ignoring their confusion, Ashveil raised his hand, and a white mist began to rise from his body. The surrounding air instantly grew frigid. Aokiji's expression changed as a chilling pressure spread through the battlefield.
This!
He muttered, narrowing his eyes. The mist surged downward, flooding into the sea below. Craig,
Look, my god, the entire sea, it's frozen solid.
a Marine scout shouted, trembling as he peered through his telescope. All around, the ocean had turned to ice as far as the eye could see. The cold wind bit into their skin, making even seasoned soldiers shiver uncontrollably. Several Marines leapt down from their ships with shovels and axes, trying to break through the ice around their hulls. But the moment their tools struck the frozen surface, the metal bent and chipped.
This!
One of them stammered.
It's like solid stone.
Isho Fujitora frowned as he activated his observation Haki, sensing the terrifying depth below. His brows furrowed in disbelief.
Forget breaking the ice. These layers go down 10,000 meters deep.
He said quietly. The Marines around him froze.
10,000 meters? Not even Admiral Aokiji could freeze to that depth.
They stared at Ashveil in shock. One casual gesture, and the ocean itself had turned into an unbreakable field of battle. Ashveil observed the landscape with satisfaction. The ice field stretched nearly 10 kilometers in every direction, perfectly large enough for him to fight without endangering anyone else. Directly ahead, the sea between him and the Moby Dick had become a glacial plain, its edge stopping precisely where Whitebeard's ship waited. On deck, Marco squinted at the icy expanse.
Is that Aokiji's doing? What's the United Army planning?
Whitebeard planted his Murakumajiri on the deck and shook his head.
No.
Around the world, spectators watched the unfolding scene in astonishment. Red-haired Shanks exhaled, unable to hide his awe.
I didn't expect this. That man not only wields Conqueror's Haki of immense strength, but also commands so many abilities.
Lucky Roo scratched his head.
Wait, isn't that Aokiji's power? Can he copy other people's abilities?
Beckman flicked away his cigarette, his expression grim.
Regardless of how, a man like that besieged by the entire United Army, it's a tragedy waiting to happen. The world's losing a rare genius.
On the Revolutionary Army's ship, Ivankov threw up his hands dramatically.
Didn't I say it before? Every one of his powers is more ridiculous than the last.
Dragon nodded quietly, eyes on the broadcast.
The ice ability.
Back on the battlefield, Ashveil clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the frozen plain.
Well, don't just stand there gawking. Come at me. If I make the first move, none of you will get a chance to fight back.
A vein pulsed on Big Mom's forehead.
This brat dares to look down on us.
She bellowed, fury blazing in her eyes. As one of the four emperors, no one had ever dared provoke her like this. With a roar, she swung Napoleon, her blade tearing through the air with explosive force. Kaido joined her instantly, his massive frame glowing with energy.
Linlin, let's show him what true power means.
Heck!
The two emperor-level monsters attacked in unison, their combined energy surging toward Ashveil like a tidal wave.
Don't let him recover, break his defense, and finish him in one strike.
Sengoku shouted from behind, his voice booming across the battlefield. Shuryu of the Rain appeared midair, his sword gleaming. He descended with a vicious grin, slashing down toward Ashveil. Behind him, Avalo Pizarro, Wolf, Big Barrel, and the nine-tailed fox unleashed a barrage of flames and mechanical projectiles.
Ashveil, you'll pay for what you did to us.
They screamed. Ashveil's gaze turned cold, his voice laced with mockery.
So Vegapunk turned you into this.
Their faces twisted with rage.
Even if we die, we'll drag you down with us.
They abandoned their flame cannons, charging forward with weapons raised high. At the same time, Fujitora stepped in, gripping his blade tightly.
Gravity blade fierce tiger.
The space around Ashveil rippled. A crushing wave of gravity smashed down, distorting the air and cracking the frozen surface beneath his feet. The ice, 10,000 meters deep, groaned and splintered under the pressure. Beside him, Aramaki leapt forward, his legs digging into the ice for momentum. A strange green armament Haki covered his fist as he launched a devastating punch toward Ashveil. The other admirals followed suit, combining their techniques. The air trembled as their combined power closed in, striking Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki barrier.
His shield's about to break.
Sengoku roared.
When it falls, strike together.
He transformed into his massive golden Buddha form, his palms glowing with armament and Conqueror's Haki.
Shockwave strike.
The explosion that followed shattered the sky. The shockwave collided with Ashveil's barrier, unleashing a storm of energy that tore through the battlefield. Wind screamed across the frozen sea, scattering chunks of ice like shrapnel.
Damn it, Sengoku.
Kaido barked, shielding his face.
You trying to blow us all up?
Linlin growled, her aura flaring in anger. Nearby, Shiryu, Avalo Pizarro, and the others quickly hardened their armament Haki to resist the storming backlash. Through the chaos, Kong and Garp's eyes gleamed with battle lust. Ignoring the danger, they moved in perfect sync, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, they appeared behind Ashveil.
Iron fist. Adamantine bone fist.
Chapter 138, The Blade That Devours Souls. Boom! Ashveil launched his counterattack. The moment his Conqueror's Haki armor shattered, a massive fist wreathed in roaring flames surged forth, smashing down toward Garp and Kong with devastating might.
Saru.
The two veterans reacted instantly, their bodies vanishing in a blur as they inhaled sharply and pushed their limits, narrowly escaping the blow. But the evil government King Avalo Pizarro, Big Barrel, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Wolf were not so fortunate. Their earlier advance had carried them too close. The blazing fist struck before they could retreat. A thunderous roar followed. The entire ice field cracked open, forming a colossal crater filled with molten fire. The four unfortunate men were swallowed by the inferno, their screams fading as they dissolved into magma. Ashveil exhaled lightly.
Let's deal with the small flies first.
His calm tone sent chills through the world-allied forces. None had expected that the quiet, almost harmless-looking man before them could be this merciless. High above, one of the Gorosei, Saint Nusjuro, snorted coldly. His gaze flashed, and he vanished from sight so silently that even the united army didn't notice. The next instant, he reappeared beside Ashveil, moving with impossible speed. Even Sengoku and Garp were taken aback.
Such speed.
Garp muttered, eyes narrowing.
In terms of Rokushiki mastery, I thought no marine could surpass me. To think one of those old men's martial arts would be this refined.
It was no wonder the Gorosei ruled, even above the fleet admiral.
Die Ashveil.
Saint Nusjuro hissed.
You arrogant brat, I'll show you our true power.
His sword gleamed black, surrounded by spectral shapes dragons, tigers, lions, leopards all roaring with murderous hunger. A dark aura surged from the blade, tearing through the air. Black lightning crackled across the sky, distorting space itself.
You'll die by my sword,
he said, eyes wild with fervor.
and your soul will become part of it.
Even Dracul Mihawk, standing more than 10 kilometers away, felt the disturbance. The world's greatest swordsman frowned deeply, sensing the twisted sword intent.
This aura,
Mihawk murmured.
could it be?
He tightened his grip on Yoru. Legend says those slain by Kaitsu are never reincarnated, their souls are consumed to empower the blade, but the sword is cursed. It devours its wielder's mind, corrupting all but the strongest of wills.
To think someone among the Gorosei would wield that accursed blade.
Across the battlefield, Whitebeard clenched his massive fist. The sight of the swirling black energy made his instincts roar in warning. One wrong move, and he'd have his crew rush to save Ashveil without hesitation. All over the world, people watched in horror.
What's happening? Black lightning, accursed sword. Even those at the top use such demonic power.
On the Revolutionary Army's ship, Ivankov gasped, eyes wide.
Dragon, that's the first-generation kaitsu.
Dragon's brow furrowed, his instincts screamed danger. He knew Ashveil's shield had already been shattered. This sudden, overwhelming attack could kill anyone outright. Even from afar, he could feel the suffocating pressure of that evil aura.
If it hit me,
Dragon thought grimly.
I wouldn't survive either.
He clenched his fist.
No matter how strong he is, Ashveil can't take that head-on. Even if he survives, he'll be crippled. A wounded Ashveil will never escape the pursuit of so many monsters.
He muttered.
Damn the world government.
He exhaled slowly.
Our revolution must remain in the shadows for now. A man like Ashveil, bold enough to defy them openly, will be the first they erase.
Meanwhile, aboard the Red Hair Pirate's ship, Beckman frowned at the broadcast.
Shanks!
Even from a distance, the phenomena in the sky told the story.
Despicable cowards!
Lucky Roo growled.
So many against one and now a sneak attack. This is war.
Shanks replied quietly. His usual warmth was gone, replaced by sharp focus. His eyes never left the screen.
Still,
Beckman murmured, flicking ash from his cigarette.
the first-generation kaitsu.
Shanks said, voice low.
An evil blade that devours both body and soul. To die by its edge is to vanish from existence entirely.
Beckman nodded gravely.
So he'll become one with the blade.
He sighed.
A genius like him gone so soon. If he'd had just a few more years to grow, there might have been no equal left in this world. Such a pity.
Shanks murmured. On the battlefield, the elder in the kimono swung his cursed sword downward, the demonic energy shrieking as it descended. At that very moment, Ashveil's lips curved into a faint smile. A golden light burst from his body. The air trembled. The pressure that followed was so immense that even the Gorosei faltered under it.
What?
The elder gasped. Within less than a tenth of a second, Ashveil had reignited his Conqueror's Haki. The black energy of Kaitsu, I struck the golden barrier and halted, completely unable to advance even a single inch. Sweat beaded on the old man's brow. The cursed aura around him writhed violently, yet every fragment that neared Ashveil's golden Haki was instantly dissolved.
Impossible.
The other Gorosei, standing at the rear, were visibly shaken. Though this fifth elder wasn't their strongest, his skill as a swordsman rivaled Mihawk's. With the Kaitsu's amplification, his power should have exceeded even the Pirate King's. And yet he was frozen in place.
Hey, fifth elder, is this some kind of joke?
Said the elder with white curls and a flat hat, irritation flashing across his scarred face.
That's right.
Said another with the long straight beard.
Even without transformation, your swordsmanship surpasses all. How can you be immobilized?
The kimonoed elder trembled, voice cracking.
This isn't a joke.
Chapter 139, Killing the Elders 1. He was the true world's greatest swordsman, hidden among mortals, even stronger than Dracul Mihawk himself. Armed with the demonic blade, the first-generation Kaitsu, he had slain countless powerful beings and imprisoned the souls of Pirate King-level warriors within his cursed sword, enhancing its might with every conquest. Each of those souls had once belonged to legendary figures who had ruled the seas. Their undying hatred and power had been forged into the first-generation Kaitsu, transforming it into the strongest demonic weapon known to man. The Gorosei turned their gaze sideways, their expressions grim.
That power.
The five elders looked on in disbelief. Saint Nusjuro's might, augmented by the demonic blade, was on par with the strongest Conqueror's Haki users alive, yet Ashveil stood unshaken.
What kind of strange power is this? How could it force Saint Nusjuro to such a state?
Thorn Ashveil smiled faintly at their confusion and even began to applaud. His golden Conqueror's Haki, fueled by his life force, could be released at will without pause or delay.
Not bad. If I didn't have my golden Conqueror's Haki, that strike might have hurt.
Ashveil said calmly, his eyes sharp.
To make me use that power, you've done well. Now, show me what else you have. It's been a long time since I've felt even the slightest thrill.
His lazy demeanor vanished. He gazed at the combined forces of the united army before him with newfound interest.
Golden Conqueror's Haki.
The Gorosei frowned deeply.
Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Asked St. Marcus.
No.
Replied St. Ethanbaron.
But if his Conqueror's Haki has merged with a devil fruit ability, that would explain it. Only a few in history could fuse such powers.
St. Jagartia nodded slightly, acknowledging Ashveil's terrifying potential. Their brief exchange had already angered the united army. Kaido's face twisted in fury. Moments ago, he and Big Mom had unleashed a desperate combined assault, pouring every ounce of their strength into a single strike, yet Ashveil had barely flinched. Now, with his defense restored and his golden aura burning brighter than ever, it was clear that Thorn Ashveil still had hidden trump cards. Big Mom's heavily painted face contorted in rage. To Ashveil, she wasn't even worth a glance. Sengoku's glasses reflected a cold gleam. If Ashveil could withstand the full strength of a Gorosei, then even the Marine's victory was uncertain. Around the world, people watching the broadcast could scarcely believe their eyes. The red hair pirates stared at the screen in stunned silence.
Shanks!
Ben Beckman muttered.
Didn't you say the Gorosei are stronger than Garp? Why is that old swordsman unable to even scratch Ashveil?
Shank's expression tightened.
It's not that the Gorosei are weak.
He admitted.
It's that we've underestimated Ashveil's strength.
The attack St. Nusjuro unleashed could have destroyed an island, yet Ashveil blocked it with nothing more than willpower and Haki.
Wait!
Ben said sharply.
That golden energy.
Perhaps.
Shanks murmured, his eyes narrowing. Elsewhere on the open sea, aboard the Revolutionary Army's flagship, all eyes were fixed on the same broadcast.
The Gorosei's strike was blocked that easily.
Ivankov exclaimed, her painted face twitching. Dragon's expression darkened.
Ashveil's power.
Dragon said quietly.
For the elders to be pushed back, it's unthinkable.
Sabo clenched his fists.
Then the outcome of this war.
Suddenly, a deep, ancient laugh echoed across the battlefield.
The
The Gorosei composed themselves quickly. St. Marcus stepped forward, his expression solemn.
Thorn Ashveil, your strength is impressive. If you join us, I'll recommend you to Sama personally. You could stand beside us as an equal commanding the full might of the world government.
Sengoku and Kong exchanged dark looks. They knew they couldn't object. Even the highest officers were merely tools under the Celestial Dragon's command. Kaido sneered. If Ashveil accepted, the beast's pirates would be finished. But the man only laughed.
Join you, serve Imo.
Ashveil said disdainfully.
Tell me, does Imo even deserve it?
He condensed his golden conqueror's Haki into a radiant blade and slashed towards St. Nusjuro before anyone could react.
Nusjuro, look out.
The other elders shouted. But Ashveil was already upon him. St. Nusjuro hastily enveloped himself in armament Haki and infused his first-generation Kaitsu with Conqueror's Haki. The blade's demonic spirits howled, devouring his energy in desperation. Ashveil scoffed.
Pathetic.
A blinding golden slash cut through the heavens. In a heartbeat, the battlefield fell silent. The undead spirits screamed as they were bisected, their forms dissolving into black mist beneath the light. The golden energy continued onward, unstoppable. Cold sweat ran down St. Nusjuro's face.
This power.
He gasped, trembling. A moment later, the golden slash struck. Blood arced across the sky, painting the battlefield crimson. Crack! The first-generation Kaitsu shattered into two halves.
What just happened?
Shuryu of the Rain muttered in disbelief.
The sword broke.
Even Kaido's eyes widened. Katakuri's voice trembled.
Mama.
What, a Gorosei, dead?
Big Mom roared. But the truth was undeniable. The swordsman of the five elders lay decapitated, his lifeless body falling across the frozen battlefield. Golden Lion Shiki threw back his head and laughed wildly.
Ha 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 ha, so this is the power of the man who defies the world. Even the Gorosei fall before him.
Chapter 140, Killing the Elders 2.
Thorn Ashveil.
Across the seas, even red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, stood frozen in disbelief. He remained at the bow of the Red Force, eyes fixed on the broadcast showing the fallen Gorosei. Silence hung thick around him. Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Yassop were all equally stunned, their mouths wide open in shock.
Shanks,
Beckman asked, his cigar slipping from his lips and falling to the deck.
how could someone like that be decapitated so easily?
Lucky Roo dropped his drumstick, and Yassop's wide eyes flicked between his captain and the screen. Everyone turned toward Shanks. He was the one who had once said the Gorosei's power was beyond imagination. That's why they'd believed the kimono-clad elder's sudden ambush would at least gravely wound Ashveil. But what happened was the complete opposite. Thorn Ashveil had taken the full force of a Gorosei's strike head-on and emerged completely unharmed. Then, in an instant, he countered and killed one of the 5 elders. The entire crew was speechless. Shanks took a slow breath and finally spoke.
To be honest, this outcome,
He clenched his fist slightly.
I thought surviving would be a miracle, but to think he not only survived.
Shanks' eyes gleamed with awe.
We underestimated him completely. Thorn Ashveil is far beyond anything our world has ever seen.
The crew fell silent again, the weight of his words sinking in. Then, one by one, they turned back to the massive screen, their curiosity burning brighter than ever. No one could predict how this war would end. Meanwhile, on the open seas, the Revolutionary Army fleet raced through the waves. Dragon watched the live broadcast, his expression mirroring Shanks' shock.
The Gorosei.
Beside him, Sabo nodded rapidly, eyes wide.
Dragon-san, do you think Ashveil's strength has already surpassed Rock's D. Zebek?
Ivankov was the first to respond, folding her arms with a serious look.
Does that even need to be asked, Sabo? Ashveil's talent and power are both above Rock's.
For thousands of years, countless pirates have attacked Marineford, but no one has ever managed to kill a Gorosei, and yet, Thorn Ashveil did it. Even killing one elder is enough to shake the foundations of the entire world. Sabo swallowed hard.
His strength.
Dragon nodded slowly.
No matter how this war ends, Ashveil has already ascended to a realm no one has ever reached. Thorn Ashveil will be remembered by future generations. He represents a new era, a spirit of rebellion that will never die.
Across the Grand Line, excitement rippled among the supernovas.
Ashveil!
Kid exclaimed, his grin wild with adrenaline. Killer stared at the screen, awe in his voice.
He's a real monster. No matter how this ends, I'll never forget that name Thorn Ashveil.
To them, he had proven that even the gods of the world could bleed. If someone's strength reached his level, they could slay elders and maybe even topple the celestial dragons themselves. Bonnie's lips parted in shock.
One of the Gorosei.
Her expression shifted from disbelief to excitement.
A new era has begun.
Back on the battlefield, as the kimono-clad elder's severed head stopped rolling across the frozen ground, the remaining 4 Gorosei snapped out of their stupor.
Saint Nasjuro.
The other 4 elders, Saint Marcus, Saint Topman Warcury, Saint Shepherd Jupiter, and Saint Jagarsha Saturn roared in unison, fury twisting their aged faces.
This can't be. You were a Gorosei. How could a mere mortal erase you so easily?
Though Saint Nasjuro had been the least skilled in Conqueror's Haki infusion among them, his strength still stood at the peak of the world. To see him fall in a single strike shattered everything they believed.
Damn it, we'll avenge him.
Their battle intent erupted at once. The air shook. The 4 remaining elders unleashed their Conqueror's Haki simultaneously, their eyes glowing crimson as demonic pressure swept across the frozen battlefield. The ice beneath them cracked. Even the distant Moby Dick, anchored far outside the combat zone, trembled under the violent wind pressure.
Pops, the Gorosei are serious this time.
Marco shouted over the roaring wind. Whitebeard's face darkened. The combined force of 4 elders Conquerors Haki rivaled even Ashveil's. Doflamingo's usual grin faltered.
Those ancient monsters are moving together. I really don't know if Ashveil can win this.
Chapter 141, Killing the Elders 3. Garp, Sengoku, Kaido, Big Mom, and countless others stood frozen. shaken by the overwhelming surge of Conqueror's Haki erupting from the 4 remaining Gorosei. Kaido licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes.
What terrifying Conqueror's Haki!
He grinned wickedly, his club humming with power.
Now that brat Ashveil is done for.
Mama, those ancient monsters are enraged now. Let's see how long you last, Ashveil.
Big Mom cackled, her voice booming across the battlefield. She drew Napoleon and unleashed her own Conqueror's Haki, barely countering the pressure radiating from the 4 elders.
The same aura that crushed rocks all those years ago.
She roared, gripping Napoleon tightly. Around them, the strongest pirates and marines alike Shiryu of the Rain, Whitebeard Jr., Katakuri, King, Queen, and others struggled against the storm of raw willpower.
What monstrous Haki! I never thought every Gorosei would be Conqueror's Haki users. And their presence.
Even the marine giant Sengoku, Kong, Garp, and the admirals were awestruck.
Their strength is truly monstrous.
Sengoku said, adjusting his glasses as the air quaked. No wonder they've ruled the world unchallenged for centuries.
Now this is a show worth watching.
Kong muttered darkly.
Ashveil probably has no cards left to play.
The Marines' morale soared instantly. Their fear turned into feverish cheers. Uphold justice, kill Ashveil, uphold justice, kill Ashveil. Then, with a sound like thunder splitting the sky, the 4 Gorosei vanished. Their auras reached their peak. The air grew thick and heavy, trembling beneath their unleashed power. Each elder now emanated a pressure even greater than Saint Nasjuro, the sword-bearing elder Ashveil had just slain. Saint Warcury burst into roaring flames from the legs downward. The ice beneath him melted in an instant as the air shimmered with heat. Kong's eyes narrowed.
It's starting.
Sengoku nodded grimly. Beside him, Saint Peter clenched his fists as blazing red fire erupted around them. His flames burned hotter and more violently than the 4th elders. Kaido's grin faltered.
Flames that can burn Haki, that's absurd.
But as he felt the searing waves of heat, his smirk faded into unease. Even his beastly body felt the sting of those flames. Linlin's eyes widened as Prometheus, her own living sun, hid trembling behind her.
Even Prometheus fears those flames.
She said through clenched teeth, sweat running down her brow. Admiral Aokiji frowned.
And the other 2, what are their abilities?
Kizaru, unusually serious, crossed his arms.
If the 3rd and 4th elders are this terrifying, I don't even want to imagine what the 1st and 2nd can do.
Even Kong, the supreme commander, could only shake his head.
No one knows. Their true powers are a mystery even to us.
As the world held its breath, the 2nd elder, Saint Mars, raised his hands calmly. His beard began to stretch and twist, growing longer until it enveloped his entire body. Kaido scoffed.
What kind of strange ability is that supposed to be? It doesn't even look threatening.
Keep watching, Kaido.
Linlin warned, her voice low and wary. Before their eyes, the elder's body glowed white. A deafening roar split the sky. Lightning tore through the clouds as his form began to shift. Then, under a blinding flash, his body transformed. A colossal white dragon coiled in the air, its scales gleaming like ice and light. Kaido's jaw dropped.
What?
Thunder rolled through the heavens as the creature's massive wings spread across the battlefield.
Is that?
Kaido's voice trembled.
No way.
Linlin smirked coldly.
That dragon's presence is far greater than yours, Kaido. You might not be the king of beasts after all.
Kaido's face darkened.
What did you say, you old hag?
Did you forget who helped you back then, Kaido?
She snapped. Before their argument could escalate, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki washed over the battlefield. Boom! The air itself seemed to explode. Even Kaido and Big Mom staggered, their eyes wide with disbelief. Katakuri, King, and Queen all broke into cold sweat.
You've got to be kidding.
King muttered.
Even I can feel fear from this Conqueror's Haki.
Chapter 142, Killing the Elders 4. Katakuri, wielder of Conqueror's Haki, activated it in defense only for something terrifying to happen. His Conqueror's Haki was being absorbed. And the source of that absorption.
I never thought our Marines still had beings this terrifying among us.
Fujitora muttered, sweat trickling down his brow.
I used to think Garp stood at the peak of Marine strength.
Aramaki said, voice strained.
But now, compared to the Gorosei, even he looks small.
Before joining the Marines, Aramaki had always been called a monster. Never once had he felt fear. But now, even the mere aftershocks of that Haki left his spirit trembling. On the observation platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Hero Garp, and Commander-in-Chief Kong exchanged grave looks.
The foundation of the world government truly runs deep.
Kong said quietly.
That Conqueror's Haki.
At the center of the storm, the first elder, Saint Saturn dressed in a black suit and flat hat, hovered a few feet above the ice. Dazzling light flared from his eyes as he opened his mouth.
Thorn Ashveil, this time you die. No one will save you.
His ancient, commanding voice echoed across the frozen battlefield. The attacks of Saint Warcury and Saint Peter struck first a blazing punch and a flaming kick colliding against Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki barrier. A deafening boom split the heavens. Ashveil's Haki barrier, a meter around his body, shattered instantly. The explosion whipped up a tornado that tore through the ice, scattering blinding shards in every direction. The unleashed shockwaves hurled Marine and pirate alike through the air. Tens of thousands in the United Army were unable to advance an inch. Those within 5 kilometers were thrown skyward like ragdolls. Across the field, Garp, Sengoku, Kong, Kaido, Big Mom, and others stared in disbelief.
Are you kidding me?
Kaido growled.
We struggled to break that barrier with our combined might, and they shattered it with a single strike.
The Gorosei's power is on another level.
Big Mom said, her expression grim.
These 4 are far stronger than the elder from before.
All around the world, through the live broadcast, people watched in awe and fear.
The elder's strength.
Even red-haired Shanks and Dragon of the Revolutionary Army watched with tense faces.
2 Gorosei could crush Ashveil's barrier.
Shanks muttered.
This doesn't look good for him.
After slaying one elder, he's drawn out the true fury of the remaining 4, Dragon said softly.
Ashveil.
On the red hair ship, Yassop and Ben Beckman exchanged wary looks.
He took down one, sure.
Ben exhaled smoke slowly, eyes narrowing.
But the other 4?
Shanks's eyes hardened.
The world government's depth isn't something anyone can measure.
Back on the battlefield, Thorn Ashveil himself looked on with mild surprise. The strange red flames seemed to devour even his Conqueror's Haki, though only a small fragment of it. Even so, it impressed him. He had underestimated the might of this world. For 2 elders to shatter his barrier with ease, these were not ordinary opponents.
If the Gorosei had fought at Marineford back then,
He thought.
the Whitebeard pirates might never have survived.
Straightening, Ashveil smiled faintly.
I truly underestimated you, Gorosei. Let's see how you handle this.
Golden energy surged from his body, swirling upward like firelight. A new Conqueror's Haki barrier formed this one shimmering gold and spanning a decimeter from his skin. It was not the same as before. This was the Golden Conqueror's Haki, his ultimate form of defense. Its strength was far above that of an ordinary Haki barrier. Around him, waves of golden will spread outward, forming an overlord's domain that crushed the air itself. The true battle had begun. Once the Gorosei fell, only one figure would remain for Thorn Ashveil to challenge, the unseen sovereign of the world, Emu. The Saint Warcury and Saint Peter faltered, their earlier confidence vanishing. Their blazing attacks couldn't even touch him.
What's happening?
Saint Warcury gasped.
Our flames can't pierce his defense. Impossible!
Shouted Saint Peter, eyes wide.
Nothing resists our flames, nothing.
Before their disbelief could settle, the Saint Mars joined the fight. His long white hair and beard extended wildly, enveloping his body in shining light. Then his form shifted. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a massive white dragon, its presence alone enough to fracture the ice beneath. Every flap of its wings sent shockwaves through the air, the sheer dragons might making the atmosphere tremble. Admiral Fujitora, sensing the pressure through observation Haki, clenched his jaw as sweat streamed down his face.
Just his presence.
He murmured.
This is.
Chapter 143, Killing the Elders 5. Kaido stared at the massive ice pillars that had erupted skyward, towering higher than any warship, as the second elder transformed into a colossal white dragon. He swallowed hard, disbelief flickering in his eyes.
Is that old Gorosei also a devil fruit user?
He muttered, his voice trembling.
That aura.
Kaido's eyes widened further. Dragons might power equal to a human's Conqueror's Haki, the kind of strength he had always dreamed of possessing. A dragon capable of projecting such might stood far above an ordinary one. It was like facing a Conqueror's Haki Awakener among humans. This white dragon before him, Kaido realized, could probably make even his own Azure Dragon form tremble uncontrollably.
Thankfully, we chose to side with the world government, Kaido.
Big Mom muttered, her tone grim.
Otherwise, we'd be crushed in an instant.
Even Katakuri, Shiryu of the Rain, and the others trembled slightly as that overwhelming dragon's might rolled across the battlefield.
The Gorosei.
Shiryu of the Rain growled, gripping his sword tightly.
Ashveil's done for this time.
But then Katakuri suddenly gasped, his mouth opening so wide that his scarf fell away.
Wait!
Shiryu blinked.
You're joking, right?
High above the frozen sea, the white dragon roared, light surging between its claws. A sphere of blinding white energy condensed, wrapped in streaks of lightning.
Die Ashveil!
A pillar of white lightning exploded downward, tearing through the air as if to rip space apart. In an instant, it slammed into the spot where Thorn Ashveil stood. Ashveil only raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his golden eyes.
I didn't expect that. A white dragon.
His lips curved slightly in curiosity. He studied the strange transformation, the elder's body covered in flowing white beards forming the dragon's frame. Was it a Zoan fruit connected to dragons?
Even the aftershocks are this strong.
He seized his transponder snail.
All vice admirals and below executive combatants retreat, fall back 30,000 meters from the battlefield.
Meanwhile, beneath Ashveil's feet, the ice cracked apart from the residual power. Entire sections slid into the freezing sea.
Is he dead?
The dragon's enormous head loomed over the splintering ice, its glowing eyes scanning the frozen field. Then a calm, almost lazy voice echoed behind him.
Behind you, you foolish dragon.
In the next heartbeat, Ashveil appeared atop the dragon's skull. Boom! A golden shockwave burst forth, faster than light. The second elder's pupils shrank in horror. That voice.
So you can change form using that beard.
He murmured.
But even a turtle shell won't save you.
Boom! The golden blast struck home. The ice sheet erupted, forming a crater tens of thousands of meters deep. Half of the dragon turtle's shell shattered and spun through the air before crashing down and sliding across the ice for a kilometer. Silence fell. The united army stared in disbelief.
Another one defeated.
Sengoku whispered. The mighty white dragon, capable of releasing dragon's might, had been crushed like it was nothing. Kaido gawked, unable to believe it.
That!
Kaido said, still stunned.
Why'd the dragon turn into a turtle?
Big Mom blinked slowly, her massive frame shaking.
Don't ask me, Kaido. My brain's melting just trying to keep up. This fight.
Her voice cracked with awe and fear. On the field, Ashveil gazed down at the fallen dragon turtle, his tone calm but curious.
So your beard lets you transform into all sorts of beasts. That's a strange ability indeed.
He mused. In the crater below, the Saint Mars reverted to human form, surrounded by torn strands of white beard. He lay unconscious, completely defeated. But before Ashveil could move, a vast shadow fell over him.
Arrogant child.
A deep, furious voice boomed. Saint Saturn, one of the Gorosei, glared down, his eyes blazing with fury. A wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, distorting the air for hundreds of meters. That same power flooded into the axe, dark and violent, twisting the clouds overhead. Far away, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco shaded his eyes against the glow.
Conqueror's Haki infusion.
He wondered aloud. Whitebeard shook his head slowly.
No, that aura feels darker. He's one of the Gorosei. But
Jiazu asked.
we felt them before, during the Summit War.
Doflamingo cut in, his grin gone.
This one belongs to the Gorosei.
Whitebeard nodded grimly.
I didn't expect one of them to have mastered Conqueror's Haki on par with Ashveil.
Then Mihawk stepped forward, his voice calm but certain.
Even so, I doubt he can win. Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki turned golden, its strength has already transcended the ordinary.
Chapter 144, Killing the Elders 6. Across the vast frozen battlefield, the united army erupted in renewed hope. Above them, a colossal axe formed entirely of Conqueror's Haki shimmered in the hands of Saint Peter, one of the Gorosei. The weapon pulsed with divine fury, splitting the clouds apart. Kaido bellowed, eyes gleaming with savage excitement.
Now that monster's finally finished.
Big Mom cackled, her thunderous laughter echoing across the ice. The admirals shared in the exhilaration. They had all suffered bitterly at Thorn Ashveil's hands, and now, seeing a godlike power rise against him reignited their fighting spirit. The reason was simple. Ashveil's mastery of Conqueror's Haki infusion had made him nearly invincible. Both his offense and defense were flawless. But now, one of the Gorosei had matched that same power, restoring the army's lost faith.
Excellent!
Aokiji said with a rare smile, frost forming on his breath.
This time, we can finally win.
Ashveil had long been declared the most dangerous man in the world. If there was even a slim chance to kill him, the world government would not let it slip away. Across the globe, the world trembled in awe.
I never imagined that even now, the final victor might still be the world government.
Dragon growled from the Revolutionary Army's hidden base.
That man, Ashveil, has already come so far.
Ivankov sighed. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Force, the senior officers of the Red Hair Pirates exchanged grim looks.
Shanks, I never expected that even among the Gorosei, there'd be one who can control Conqueror's Haki so precisely.
Yasop said darkly.
Is Ashveil really about to fall?
Lucky Roo muttered. Ben Beckman exhaled a slow stream of smoke.
If that man survives this battle.
Shanks remained silent for a long moment, eyes narrowed as he watched the flickering light from the axe illuminate the distant sea.
In my opinion,
He said quietly.
the outcome isn't decided yet.
Back on the battlefield, St. Peter's voice thundered across the sky.
I'll shatter his defense. The rest of you strike immediately. He cannot be allowed to live.
Among the Gorosei, St. Peter had been closest to St. Mars, who had already fallen to Ashveil. Consumed by fury, he now unleashed everything. With a deafening boom, the colossal axe of Conqueror's Haki fell toward Ashveil like a divine punishment, tearing open the very air. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted beside Ashveil. The shockwave shook the world itself. The frozen sea split in two, the ice sheet breaking apart down to the depths of the ocean. Even the waters beneath were cleaved, leaving a rift so vast it seemed to divide the sea itself. Birds and sea beasts fled in panic, vanishing into the horizon. The battlefield became chaos incarnate, ice shards raining from the heavens like a storm of blades. From above, St. Peter roared triumphantly.
His defense is broken.
He raised his hand, voice echoing like thunder.
All forces attack Thorn Ashveil now.
Instantly, the entire united army surged into action. Every commander, pirate, and marine unleashed their full power in a coordinated strike toward the epicenter of the destruction. The air howled, the ice groaned. Ashveil's location was hidden under debris, but it didn't matter, they aimed to annihilate everything within reach. St. Warcury and St. Peter, standing closest to the impact zone, struck first. Their bodies burned with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, fists and legs wreathed in energy so dense that the air itself caught fire. Every strike birthed roaring flames in the shape of beasts, surging toward Ashveil's last known position. Boom, boom, boom. The ice burst apart once more, sending molten water and shards of frozen earth spiraling upward. The heat and pressure boiled the sea itself. The world watched in terror. No one had ever seen such destruction.
This is madness.
Someone whispered through a den mushy broadcast. Even Kong could only stare grimly.
The power generated by burning Conqueror's Haki.
Attack after attack rained down. None of the combatants cared about their stamina or safety anymore. All that mattered was killing Ashveil. Kaido entered his dragon-human form, muscles bulging as purple lightning coiled around his club. Big Mom drew Napoleon, imbuing the blade with Zeus's thunder.
Haki!
They roared together. A single slash ripped across the sky, tearing through clouds and sea alike.
This time, we'll finish you, Ashveil.
Kaido howled.
Mama, with that much firepower, even you can't withstand it.
Big Mom shouted, her eyes blazing.
You should never have claimed Fishman Island as your own.
The truth spilled out. Big Mom had long coveted Fishman Island. She had planned to seize it while Whitebeard's forces clashed with the Marines, but Ashveil had ruined everything. That humiliation had never been forgotten. Now, vengeance burned hotter than her lightning. Sengoku, Kong, and Garp joined the assault. Sengoku transformed into a towering golden Buddha, chanting under his breath as shockwaves of divine light exploded from his palms. Kong and Garp charged beside him, fists glowing black with armament Haki, striking with enough force to push back the ocean itself. The admirals followed. Kizaru unleashed blinding light blasts, his face twisted with uncharacteristic fury.
Yasukani no Megatama.
He cried, firing a storm of golden orbs. Even the lazy admiral fought like a man possessed, draining his stamina to the last spark.
If we can't kill him now,
Aokiji said coldly.
then we never will.
A surge of frost spread across the battlefield, freezing even the air itself. Fujitora, Takakake, and Shiryu slashed toward Ashveil's position. The agents of CP0 unleashed countless Rankyaku blades, distorting space as they ripped through the storm. From the skies, King unleashed flames unique to his race, while Katakuri launched machi-formed fists wrapped in armament Haki, pounding the earth below. The technological divisions followed, firing artillery beams and energy cannons toward the same point. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound was deafening. Explosions tore apart the sky, shockwaves boiling the sea. The massive ice layer tens of thousands of meters thick finally collapsed, sinking into the depths. Black smoke covered the horizon, rising like volcanic ash. The sun vanished, darkness swallowed everything. The heavens and earth seemed to fall into ruin. On the outskirts, the Whitebeard pirates watched in shock as the sea churned violently around them.
Mihawk, you bastard!
Doflamingo roared, veins bulging.
How can you still say Ashveil can survive this?
The tension was suffocating. If Ashveil died, they would be next. The wrath of the Marines and world government would consume them all. Even Doflamingo's celestial dragon heritage couldn't save him now. Whitebeard slammed his Bicento into the deck, his deep voice steady despite the chaos.
Quiet, my sons, all hands prepare to move, we're saving Ashveil. Charge!
The Moby Dick and her fleet surged forward, cutting through the raging waves. But before they could reach the battlefield, the sea itself seemed to pause. Every man aboard froze as their eyes widened in disbelief.
Pubs!
Marco shouted.
Ashveil, he's completely unharmed.
Chapter 145, Killing the Elders 7. On the entire battlefield, Ashveil soared into the sky, emitting golden light like a divine arhat, the radiance surrounding him dazzling all who looked on. The sudden spectacle shocked every person present. Especially the Gorosei, they all stood frozen. Saint Saturn opened his mouth wide, his scar-faced features trembling in disbelief.
Impossible, impossible. Our combined attack with so many powerhouses actually did not kill him.
He gasped aloud.
Did my Conqueror's Haki great axe fail to penetrate his defense?
Senator Saturn cried, voice echoing across the ice. Saint Warcury and Saint Peter likewise stared in stupefaction, the strange flames burning on their arms and legs wound down one after another.
I truly did not expect this boy's defense to be so abnormal.
Warcury said through gritted teeth.
Even our strongest combined strike could not break through Ashveil's defense.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku's glasses flashed white as his shoulders slumped in despair. Around them, figures like Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, Admiral Kizaru, Fujitora all swallowed hard.
Yes.
They whispered among themselves.
How are we supposed to fight this war now? Ashveil's terrifying strength is simply impossible to face. If all our full force attacks cannot even harm him, then only one outcome awaits us: utter defeat.
The entire world allied forces, confronted with Ashveil's impenetrable defense, trembled ever more the longer they thought about it. Some even felt fear of fighting at all. This terrible man seemed to have no limit. No matter the attack, he could resist it effortlessly. Facing such an absolute defensive opponent, not even the army of the entire globe could hope to succeed. Golden Lion and the others, bound with sea stone, burst into mocking laughter as they watched from afar.
Ha 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 ha! World government, you scoundrels, your doomsday has arrived.
All over the world, people stared in stunned silence before the shock turned to frenzy.
Oh my God, so the world allied forces might fail.
Is the world government, which has ruled for so many years, about to be overthrown by one young man acting alone? This world is truly going to change.
Even Revolutionary Army Dragon wore an expression of utter shock on his tattooed face.
Ashveil.
Unbelievable.
Sabo's excitement was visceral.
He did it.
I've never seen such a strong man before.
The world was changing now. The outcome that the Revolutionary Army had fought for over decades was surprisingly being broadcast worldwide. Above the red hair pirates, senior cadres like Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Yassop shared looks of stunned awe.
Shanks.
Lucky Roo's sunglasses slipped down in excitement. Beckman blinked, staring at the den mushy screen. On it, Ashveil stood completely unharmed. Shanks leaned forward, voice low and solemn.
The world government this time.
He murmured. On the battlefield, Ashveil hovered in midair, looking down at the sea of ice below, a faint smile curving his lips.
I say, I truly underestimated you all.
He spoke softly, his voice carrying across the silent wind.
You forced out my Conqueror's Haki's greatest defensive form, invincible golden body. You have earned my respect. Accept this singular attack of mine as your reward.
Ashveil's voice bristled with rare excitement as he gathered power. To maintain his invincible golden body, compressing his Conqueror's Haki to its extreme, and coating his entire body like gold, Ashveil had already expended a tremendous amount of his Conqueror's Haki. His Phoenix-style recovery had kicked in, yet there was little Conqueror's Haki remaining. Therefore, Ashveil resolved to finish this in one blow. He gathered all his remaining Conqueror's Haki, condensing it into a sphere of power, and then forged from it a great golden sword high overhead. The blade crackled with bizarre devil fruit powers. The white tremor ability, crimson flame power, and surging yellow light ability flowed within it. The giant sword hovered suspended, the surrounding space ripping apart, lightning striking from dark clouds above, the land itself growing dim beneath the sky. A vast, terrifying aura swept across the heavens, the oppressive force cracking the ice layer, the sea boiling furiously, threatening to engulf the entire world allied forces. Upon the ice, the united army froze in horror, eyes wide as they gazed at the golden sword looming in the sky. Even Four Emperors Kaido's lips trembled as he stared blank-eyed upward.
This.
Kaido muttered, his club dropping to the ground. Beside him, Big Mom mirrored the expression.
Kaido.
Chapter 146, Killing the Elders 8 out of 8. Fear surged inexplicably throughout the battlefield, and one bad premonition after another washed over every combatant. At last Saint Saturn among the 5 rose, his eyes filled with iron determination.
Do not be afraid. Ashveil's defense just a short while ago must have drained a great deal of his Haki.
He announced.
This is his final strike. As long as we hold fast through this attack, Ashveil will be finished.
His roar echoed across the ice and sea, and the world allied army steadied itself for the final assault.
That is correct. Unleash our last strike and crash it down upon Ashveil one more time. I refuse to believe that so many cannot fell one single foe.
Saint Warcury shouted angrily.
Exactly. Everyone, release your final blow. Do not hold back one strike to seal the victor.
St. Peter declared, strange flames flickering across his hands and feet as he fixed his sinister gaze on the sky. Though the Allied forces trembled at the thought of Ashveil's power, they could not stand down. St. Mercury and St. Peter channeled their Haki and bound their limbs in flame, sending those infernal flames soaring toward St. Saturn's position. High overhead, St. Saturn gathered Conqueror's Haki into a massive fist as the strange flames merged with it.
Such a pity,
He said,
had we the strength of St. Mars and St. Nusjuro, our assault would be even more terrible. But Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki is almost exhausted now. With the combined attack of the Marines and the United Army, we shall win.
As he spoke, the troops gathered their power. Fleet Admiral Sengoku transformed into his giant Buddha form, yellow shockwaves flashing. Garp and Kong clutched their fists, aura boiling. Kaido and Big Mom once more unleashed their combined strike. Admirals Aokiji and Kizaru prepared their devil fruit powers, resolving to expend all they had in this one decisive moment. Even lower-ranked Marines and pirate executives mustered whatever strength remained. The massive gathered energy shot upward toward Ashveil in the sky. Ashveil looked down at the swirling assault beneath him, his expression calm.
You truly are persistent.
He murmured, voice almost soft.
You do not actually believe that pooling all your strength for another attack will defeat me, do you?
He let a faint sneer slip. St. Saturn shouted his command once more.
Follow my blow, destroy Ashveil.
He condensed his Conqueror's Haki into a gigantic fist and swung it upward. Ashveil chuckled, his tone cold.
Such overconfident fools.
In that instant, the golden greatsword of Conqueror's Haki that hovered above crackled with radiant energy, bathing the sky in golden light. The sea glimmered beneath as if the whole world were wrapped in gold. Though the saints' faces were storm-dark, through their grim resolve the surging mass of power still hurtled upward at Ashveil. Two colossal energies collided overhead, rumble, rumble, a sky-shaking sound like thunder split the air. The assembled energy from the Allied forces dissipated, and the saints coughed up red blood as the shockwave of Ashveil's sword swept through them. But Ashveil's golden sword showed no sign of weakening. Layer after layer of golden light rippled along its blade, strange devil fruit energies flaring within it. The sword cleaved the sky and thrust downward toward the world government's forces with unstoppable might. The United Army stared, hopelessness spreading across their faces.
Did our combined strike of hundreds of thousands finally fail?
One whispered.
What a mockery! Even with so many powerful fighters, we still could not fell Ashveil. It is over.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kong, and Garp looked ashen, each swallowing hard.
Ashveil.
Kong said, voice trembling.
If I had not experienced it myself, I could never have imagined someone could be so powerful. It is simply boundless.
Sengoku's voice shook.
This person, how many times stronger is he than rocks?
Chapter 147, The Golden Tempest.
Run, we can't stop it at all.
Charlotte Linland's roar tore through the battlefield, shaking the very air. The entire world Allied forces fell into chaos. Soldiers scattered in panic, desperate to escape the catastrophe about to descend upon them. But Thorn Ashveil's terrifying strike gave them no such chance. A vast blade of golden Conqueror's Haki split through the sky, crashing toward the frozen sea below. The impact was apocalyptic. A mushroom cloud of searing light burst from the water's surface, followed by a shockwave that ripped across the battlefield with unstoppable force. Kaido and Big Mom standing near the heart of the explosion were frozen in terror. The ocean around them vaporized in an instant. The spreading waves of energy twisted and warped everything they touched, merging heat, light, and gravity into a destructive storm that defied reason. At Ground Zero, the St. Mars and St. Nusjuro, still unconscious, were the first to be erased. Their bodies disintegrated under the torrent of Conqueror's Haki, shredded from the inside out. Those farther away watched in horror. Even they, the mighty Gorosei, knew they could do nothing but flee. The three who survived ignited the last sparks of their Haki, forcing their battered bodies into motion as they retreated into the sky. The battlefield descended into madness. Queen, Cracker, and the rest of the Big Mom pirates ran for their lives. Queen, despite his enormous size, moved with shocking speed, transforming into his brachiosaurus form to gain ground. He glanced back once and his massive face twisted with terror. No matter how far they ran, the storm was faster. Katakuri, sprinting beside Cracker, could already see their fate. His observation Haki glimpsed a future drenched in annihilation.
Cracker!
He saw the truth: the united army would be swallowed whole. The energy radiating from Ashveil's attack moved faster than thought itself. Even Admiral Kizaru, usually unbothered and aloof, was drenched in sweat as he pushed his glint-glint fruit to its limits. His body blurred into pure light as he muttered in disbelief.
We're done for!
Around them, countless powerhouses were consumed by the storm. Fujitora and Ryokugyu, new to the marine ranks, were caught by a surge of golden energy and slammed into the sea, bones cracking under the pressure before the waves swallowed them whole. Kaido and Linlin, though powerful enough to rule the new world, were helpless before the chaos. Even Kaido's massive azure dragon form and Linlin's thundercloud Zeus couldn't save them. Tornadoes of mixed elements fire, ice, lightning, and tremor energy raged around them. Kaido's scales seared away as molten magma scorched his face, forcing him to revert to human form with a pained howl. Linlin's right leg shattered under the force of tremor energy, her body twisting in agony as she screamed. The two emperors of the sea, once feared as gods, were reduced to wretched silhouettes within the storm. Linlin's mind raced with regret. She had no real grudge with Ashveil. It had been greed that brought her here, greed for the sea stones of Fishman Island and the treasures of Wano. Kaido had convinced her this war was worth it. Now she realized how foolish that had been. Kaido, clutching his bleeding face, roared in despair. He finally understood. He should have been thankful that Ashveil once spared his life. To stand against that man was pure suicide. Thorn Ashveil was a being who had surpassed the Pirate King himself. Far above, Vice Admiral Garp dashed through the sky with moonwalk, his steps cracking the air beneath him. He looked back at the cataclysm below, tornadoes twisting with lightning, ice shattering like glass, and marines scattering like ants. His weathered face darkened. To think the justice of the marines could be reduced to this.
Garp, you idiot, stop talking and run.
Sengoku's voice thundered nearby. The fleet admiral's face was pale, his golden Buddha form flickering as he strained to stay aloft. All his pride, his belief in the invincibility of Marineford shattered. Now survival was all that mattered. Aokiji, gliding on a massive icebird, tried to maintain altitude. Seeing him, Vice Admiral Takakake shouted.
Aokiji, take me with you.
Aokiji sighed and lowered his icebird, catching Takakake midair, but the golden shockwave caught them moments later. Both men were hurled downward, blood spraying from their mouths before they vanished beneath a collapsing glacier. One by one, the vice admirals fell, coughing blood, their bodies broken. Even Garp, the hero of the Marines, couldn't escape. He clenched his fist, muscles swelling as his armament Haki flared to its limit. He hurled a devastating punch into the storm. The air cracked like thunder.
This old man once flattened mountains with a single strike. I won't lose to you, brat.
His iron fist met the golden wave head-on and vanished without a trace. Garp was truly shaken.
Thorn Ashveil.
Chapter 148, The Dawn of Revolution. A suffocating wave of energy, twisted with countless strange forces, engulfed Garp in an instant. It felt as though the weight of an entire mountain had been dropped upon him. Every breath came heavy, his body trembling beneath the pressure. Sweat streamed down his face. Even a marine hero like Garp could endure the overwhelming force of Thorn Ashveil's golden conqueror's Haki for only a few seconds before his body finally gave in. The crushing pressure drove him into the ice, leaving a man-shaped crater before hurling him deep into the sea below. Within moments, less than a tenth of the world allied forces remained alive, and those who survived did so only because they were far from the explosion's epicenter. High above the battlefield, Thorn Ashveil's lips curved faintly. With a single thought, he split a fraction of energy from the massive shockwave and sent it streaking toward the Gorosei.
I can't let you old relics escape,
he said coolly. The golden light surged forward, targeting the slowest St. Warcury. St. Warcury's expression hardened. His own conqueror's Haki flared violently, propelling him through the air with desperate speed. Yet no matter how fast he moved, the golden energy pursued him relentlessly, as if alive, tracking every shift in his path. A chill crept down his spine.
Damn it!
He roared. With no room to retreat, Saint Warcury unleashed all of his power. His armament Haki coated his body in a jet-black sheen, blending with his own Conqueror's Haki as he prepared for a full defense. But it was futile. Ashveil's gaze never wavered. He watched from above, his expression unreadable.
Pointless!
The next instant, the golden storm swallowed Warcury whole. The crushing pressure squeezed the air from his lungs. Veins bulged across his body as he strained to breathe. He knew the truth: one slip in focus, one lapse in will, and his body would be pulverized to dust. Then, amid the blinding gold, a streak of white energy appeared, something alien within the storm.
What?
Warcury's eyes widened. Through his observation Haki, he recognized it instantly.
This is...
The white light surged through his chest before he could finish speaking. His body cracked audibly, the sound like shattering glass. His scream tore through the storm as blood erupted from his mouth. His armament Haki fractured like splintered armor. Within moments, his flesh burst open, bones collapsing under the force. In less than 3 seconds, Saint Warcury, one of the 5 rulers of the world, was reduced to nothing but crimson mist.
Warcury!
Saint Saturn and Saint Mars cried out in shock, but neither dared to stop running. The golden energy twisted again, lashing out toward Saint Mars. The radiance of Ashveil's golden Conqueror's Haki grew even brighter, humming with power. Fear flickered in Saint Mars's eyes as the echo of Warcury's scream haunted him, but his fear quickly turned to rage. He let out a guttural growl, and a burst of crimson flame flared from beneath his feet, fire imbued with his own Haki, enough to burn through steel and stone alike. The flames shot toward the golden wave, colliding with a thunderous boom that tore the sky apart. The explosion shook the entire sea, yet when the light cleared, the golden energy still advanced, unscathed.
I refuse to believe it.
Saint Mars bellowed.
As one of the elders, must I be crushed so easily?
Igniting his body in roaring fire, he hurled himself toward the golden storm. Watching from a distance, Saint Saturn could only shake his head.
Mars!
He muttered bitterly. As predicted, the moment Mars collided with the golden energy, all sound ceased. The light swallowed him whole, and his presence vanished completely. Saturn did not look back. He focused solely on surviving, channeling every last shred of power into flight. He knew that if he faltered even once, he would meet the same fate. Far behind him, the golden sphere twisted again, engulfing the remnants of Mars's flames. Inside, Mars unleashed every ounce of his will. Conquerors and armament Haki intertwined, but Ashveil merely clenched his fists slightly. In response, the golden energy doubled its pressure. Mars's body was crushed from within, blood spraying from his mouth as his eyes bulged.
To...
He gasped.
Thorn Ashveil!
The next moment, his body was erased, dissolved within the blinding gold. All across the world, those watching the live broadcast were stunned into silence. They had expected a war of attrition, a long, bitter struggle between titans. Instead, the battle had ended almost the instant Thorn Ashveil began his attack. Then came the voices of disbelief.
Did you see that? One strike, he wiped them out. This is insane. The world government is finished. They even tried to broadcast it live, and now they're being humiliated in front of the entire world. Humiliated? No, this is destruction. The government might actually fall.
People began to realize the truth. This was not a skirmish. This was the collapse of an era.
The world government sent everyone, and they still couldn't stop him. This world's about to change. After defeating them, will Ashveil head straight for the Holy Land Mary Geoise itself? He might. Who could stop him now?
Even the Revolutionary Army, watching from their hidden base, was shaken to the core.
Thorn Ashveil!
Dragon whispered, eyes narrowing.
That man defeated the entire alliance with a single strike.
Ivankov gawked at the screen.
This!
Sabo, standing beside them, was speechless. The energy of that attack had wiped out everything for 100 kilometers, obliterating even the Gorosei. His pride as a fighter crumbled in an instant. Sabo muttered softly.
He's not human.
Dragon's expression hardened.
This is the moment I've been waiting for. The age is changing before our eyes.
He turned sharply.
Sabo!
Sabo blinked in surprise.
Sorry. Transmit my order. The entire revolutionary army is to assemble immediately. We march on the Holy Land, Mary Giawise. What?
Sabo froze.
Now you mean we're? Yes.
Dragon said firmly.
Now is the time. With their forces gone to face Ashveil, the Holy Land is defenseless. We must act while the world's balance is shattered.
Ivankov's eyes widened.
You're serious, aren't you, Dragon Sama?
Dragon nodded.
I am. The age of the celestial dragons ends today.
Then his gaze darkened.
And there's one more reason. According to our latest intelligence, Bartholomew Kuma is still alive.
A stunned silence fell over the room. Kuma, their comrade, the man who sacrificed his body for the revolution. Sabo clenched his fists.
You're sure?
Dragon nodded solemnly.
I am. I kept it hidden until now.
Soon after, in a roaring storm of wind and sea, the Revolutionary Army's flagship cut through the waves, its crimson banner blazing against the night sky. Dragon stood at the bow, coat whipping behind him as he spoke to his troops.
Listen well, comrades. Thorn Ashveil has shattered the tyranny of the world's false gods. He has given us a chance to strike.
His voice thundered across the deck.
Our enemy is not the celestial dragons themselves, but the one who rules even above them.
Gasps rippled through the ranks.
Emo!
Someone whispered.
The god the celestial dragons claim to descend from.
Dragon's expression was grim.
Yes, Emu is real, the so-called god of this world. The one who has lived for over 1,000 years controlling the world from the shadows.
Sabo shook his head in disbelief.
That's impossible.
Dragon sighed.
And yet Emu has. An immortal tyrant worshipped as a deity hiding behind the throne for centuries.
Silence fell over the fleet, the weight of his words pressed upon every heart.
Today,
Dragon said, his voice low but fierce.
we tear down the throne of the gods. We end the age of lies.
Chapter 149, The Old Monster Emu. First, Thorn Ashveil alone challenged nearly every powerhouse in existence. To the astonishment of the entire world, he stood against the combined might of the United Army and won. With a single devastating strike, he crushed every major force allied against him, leaving them utterly powerless to fight back. This overwhelming victory made it clear. Thorn Ashveil was not just strong, he was a force capable of overturning the entire world. While the world reeled from this revelation, the Revolutionary Army gathered in secret. Revolutionary Army Dragon's voice carried deep conviction as he spoke to his commanders.
Shocked, aren't you? When I first learned of this truth, even I couldn't believe it. But Emu.
He clenched his fists, his expression firm and resolute.
That's why I'm asking every one of you to rise up. We will bring an end to Emu and liberate humanity from the celestial dragon's control.
Sabo's eyes burned with determination.
Don't worry, Dragon-san. We'll win this war and I'll bring Kuma back.
Inside, Sabo swore that no matter what, he would free his comrade and destroy the world order that bound them all. The Revolutionary Army fleet surged toward Holy Land Mary Giawise, sails whipping in the fierce sea wind. Every member aboard carried the same purpose, to end the age of oppression. Far across another sea, aboard the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks and his crew watched the broadcast replaying Ashveil's battle. Shanks narrowed his eyes, his tone heavy.
I didn't expect him to be this terrifying. The Elder's beings of immense power were obliterated by the aftermath of his attack.
Even if emperors like Kaido or Big Mom had fallen, Shanks wouldn't have been surprised. But the Gorosei being annihilated so effortlessly.
From the way they fought, the Gorosei weren't ordinary men. Each one's presence rivaled legends like Garp, yet none could withstand even the remnants of Ashveil's attack. That's beyond comprehension.
Lucky Roo gave a low whistle.
He took down the entire United Army in one strike. Tell me, who in the world could still stand against him?
Shanks' gaze darkened.
There's still one person.
The entire crew turned toward him, stunned. One person, after what they'd just seen, Who could possibly surpass Thorn Ashveil?
In this world,
Shanks continued quietly.
perhaps no one surpasses him, but there exists someone who stands on the same level, a being the world calls a god.
He exhaled slowly, his voice dropping to a whisper.
Imu, the ancient ruler of the celestial dragons.
The crew fell silent. Even the ever-calm Beckman's eyes widened.
You mean that Imu-sama, the old monster who's lived for millennia? That's right.
Shanks said gravely.
Imu has survived countless eras. Powerhouses like Ashveil have appeared before, yet the world government still stands. What does that tell you?
Beckman's jaw tightened as the truth dawned on him.
That Imu dealt with them.
Shanks said.
So if Imu decides to make a move.
Lucky Roo swallowed hard.
Wait, are you saying another war's coming? One even bigger than this?
Shanks nodded.
A battle between a god and a monster. The ruler of the old world and the man who'll bring the new one.
The deck fell silent again. Every pirate aboard the Red Force felt the same thing, awe and dread at what was to come. They were living witnesses to history, standing at the edge of an era that was about to end. Meanwhile, across the seas, the supernovas were just as stunned. Eustace Kidd stared at the screen, unable to believe what he'd seen.
That monster wiped out the Gorosei in one move.
He muttered. Even as a man with the highest bounty among the supernovas, Kidd felt like a child watching a god of war descend from the heavens. No matter how hard he trained, he knew he could never reach that level. Beside him, Killer let out a low breath.
Back at Sabyari, he killed Admiral Sakazuki with his own hands. Now.
Chapter 150, How Strong is Imu? The warships stationed nearby were instantly annihilated by the roaring aftershock of the blast, erased from existence without leaving even a trace of dust behind. Across the battlefield, the once mighty united army had been reduced to ruins. From the giant projection Den Den Mushy Feed, only a single figure could be seen fleeing the supreme commander of this war, the eldest of the Gorosei. At that moment, the elder propelled himself through the air using the force of his own Haki, desperately soaring toward the heavens. One had to admit the man was clever. The skies above were still racked by Thorn Ashveil's golden Conqueror's Haki aftershocks, but compared to the devastation on the ground, the heavens offered his only chance at survival. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates watched the cataclysm unfold. It was like a natural disaster. Everything within sight had been turned into wasteland. Not a single structure stood intact.
Gururararara, that brat Ashveil really has some skill.
Whitebeard's booming laughter shook the deck.
I didn't think that kid could unleash such terrifying power.
Jazu added in awe.
This attack is far stronger than the one he used when he fought you, Mihawk.
Whitebeard said, grinning beneath his mustache. Even though the sea itself was boiling from the aftershocks, none of it touched the Moby Dick. The waves split away just before reaching the ship, as if guided by Ashveil's will. That alone told everyone how completely Thorn Ashveil controlled his power. Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes narrowed, reflecting the blazing light in the distance.
So this.
He exhaled slowly.
It seems, in our last fight, he didn't even use a tenth of his full power.
As the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk had always walked a lonely path. Yet now, he could only look up at the gulf between them, hoping to one day follow in Ashveil's footsteps even if he could never overtake him. Nearby, Don Quixote Doflamingo and Boa Hancock were struck silent. For the first time, they truly understood that battles could be fought on a scale beyond imagination. A single strike from above had wiped out hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The entire united army was crushed beneath that golden storm. Hancock's eyes widened in awe. Even her queenly pride wavered for a heartbeat.
So this is.
She whispered, her voice trembling with both admiration and disbelief. Marco, Diamond, Jazu, Vista, and the other captains erupted into cheers.
Ha, show them Ashveil. Let the world see what happens when they offend the Whitebeard pirates.
Marco roared. The crew's spirit surged higher than ever before. Through his binoculars, Marco peered across the devastated landscape.
There's only one of the Gorosei left standing.
he said grimly. On the battlefield itself, the storm had not yet ended.
I'm sorry.
Thorn Ashveil murmured as he hovered in the air, his voice calm yet resonant.
But to end this completely,
His golden aura pulsed.
only you remain, eldest elder.
As his words faded, the swirling remnants of his conqueror's Haki converged into a blazing sphere of energy above his palm. The elder broke into a cold sweat. The power radiating from that sphere was enough to tear the heavens apart. He could feel, deep within his bones, that a single strike would erase him from existence. A low hum filled the air. Then, suddenly the live broadcast that had been streaming across the world was cut off. All around the seas, people stared in confusion at the static screens.
The broadcast's gone.
Someone muttered.
It has to be the world government.
Another replied.
They started that war with such confidence, and now they're being crushed by Ashveil. They probably couldn't bear the shame of the world watching. But who needs the broadcast to know? With what we saw, it's over. What's left is just a massacre.
Back on the battlefield, the Saint Saturn panted heavily, trembling as he shouted up to the sky.
Thorn Ashveil, stop this madness, we surrender, we surrender.
His voice, carried by Haki, echoed across the seas, reaching even the deck of the Moby Dick. Marco's eyes lit up.
Did you hear that, Pops? The world government's forces are actually surrendering.
Whitebeard laughed thunderously.
Gurararara, Ashveil's might is so great that even those arrogant old men have no choice but to kneel.
If Thorn Ashveil hadn't joined their side, the Whitebeard pirates might have been wiped out by the government's combined armies. Even Doflamingo's grin faltered.
The Gorosei.
Hancock gazed up at the golden light with reverence.
He's incredible.
Whitebeard, however, wore a more solemn look.
Hancock, the world government has ruled the seas for centuries. The Gorosei aren't their only weapon.
High above the battlefield, Thorn Ashveil looked down at the elder, his expression calm and composed, a faint smile tugging at his lips.
You're surrendering now.
His voice was tinged with mockery.
You had your chance long ago. What right do you still have to talk about surrender to me?
The elder's eyes darted between Ashveil and the radiant energy sphere forming above him. He could feel it, both Conqueror's Haki and several strange devil fruit forces intertwining within that orb. If it touched him, he would be torn apart on the spot.
Don't kill me.
The elder screamed.
We can negotiate. I can give you whatever you want. Didn't the Marines already pay you compensation? I'll double it, no triple it.
Ashveil chuckled softly.
Your forces have already been annihilated. You lost the right to negotiate the moment this battle began. When I negotiated with the Marines before, it was because continuing would have cost my allies' lives and because I knew the Marines weren't the government's only power. But now...
His golden eyes glowed.
Now it's different. You have nothing left.
The elder trembled violently. Desperation seeped into his voice.
Don't kill me. If you do, you'll awaken a power far beyond your imagination. You'll regret it. Oh!
Ashveil's eyes narrowed, a spark of interest flashing within them. He knew exactly who the elder was referring to: Imu, the so-called god who ruled from the shadows of the Holy Land Merigiois. He just didn't know how strong that ancient being truly was.
How strong is Imu?
Ashveil asked, his tone calm yet edged with curiosity.
Tell me.